Honesty, can you say it? Honesty. 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 Honesty, can you say it?
I look.
Honesty, can you say it? Honesty. Honesty, can you say it?
If you want to live safe in your yard, if you want to live safe in your yard,
Honesty, can you say it? Honesty. 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 Honesty, can you say it? Honesty.
Mike. Mike.
Yes, folks. Good afternoon and welcome to Reason with Rattigan on Reggae Global Radio and YouTube. And I'm your host, Will, the Rebel Rattigan, and thank you for tuning in. At the outset, let me just say, Herb and Joanna Marie, get well soon. I know, Joanna Marie, I know you're watching. Herb, I think you're watching too, but I think Herb might join us. I'm not quite sure. I told him not to get out of bed, not to stress himself or anything like that to watch us because he had, I believe, back surgery, I think yesterday. So I told him to just take it easy. And Joanna Marie, sick as a dog, get well soon, get well soon, get well soon. Many thanks to last week's guests, Baba Tunde and Dr. Coretta Brown Johnson. And also my impressive panelists, Isaac Buchanan and Herb Nelson Jr. As far as the foundation is concerned, we continue to ask for your support. And this week we've added another payment avenue, and Kevin will, at some point in the program, he'll put it up, maybe the next segment. Oh, let me just throw this out to all of you. We know that we run a long program over here, but it's well worth it. And the comments have been very commendable. However, what we're going to do today, we're going to just try something today because, you know, the only thing constant in life is change. So what we're going to do today is to break up the show in 2 segments. So we're going to do segment 1 and we're going to sign off and we're going to come right back. And that will give people a chance, you know, bathroom break or whatever they want to do. But we're going to do that, come back, and then continue with the second half of the program. Let me just say that if you find this program appealing, and I'm sure most of you do because you're here with me on a Saturday afternoon when you could be doing something else, please like, share, and subscribe. All right. Now let's start with issues. We still haven't heard from the Integrity Commission's corruption prosecutor. Oh, by the way, that's the code, ladies and gentlemen. So that's another payment avenue. So you can actually, I was told, put up your smartphone to that, and it will take you straight to the donation section. So you won't have to worry about signing in someplace and trying to get to the website and navigating there. You just do that. Just put up your cell phone to the screen, and that's that. We'll leave it up for another 30 seconds or so, and then we'll put it up again during the program and during the second segment as well. Now, we still haven't, as I said, heard from the Integrity Commission's corruption prosecutor, or the DPP, regarding the prosecution of the former Minister of State Leslie Campbell, former Speaker Marissa Dalrymple-Philibert, and Mark Barnett, President of the National Water Commission. These 3 people should be prosecuted. Well, the recommendation is for the corruption prosecutor or the DPP to prosecute these folks. But we haven't heard anything. So I'll get the prosecutor's email contact. And we need to make an inquiry regarding a status report concerning all 3 cases. Otherwise, there's a distinct possibility that we may never hear about the resolution of these public interest cases. These cases are of significance to the public, and so we need to get involved, because if we do not get involved, who knows what will happen. And we can't allow that to go forward. Relax with the Rebel. Please tune in tonight. I'm very excited about tonight, as all the other nights, the other Saturday nights. Please tune in to Reggae Global Radio tonight at midnight until 3, not 2, 3. I've decided to go 3 hours tonight. I'm mentally, physically, musically, and otherwise ready to have you stay with me, stay up, and just have a good time. Last week, we featured reggae from the Treasure Isle and the Studio One labels, and we entertained for approximately, and also we took requests, and that went on for about 3 hours. I was told, and Jonah Murray, I know you're watching, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I was told that approximately 10,000 people tuned into the program. And one thing I can tell you, because I witnessed it, the chat room was lively beyond belief. And let me just move some things out of my way here. Okay, here we go. The chat room was likely beyond belief. Not to mention that Isat was there, and we played 3 of his songs, and he stayed for the entire program, and it was, a great time was had by all. And for those of you who are not aware, the man can sing. Yeah, he can sing like me. But no, I thought that he has a bright future in the legal profession and in the entertainment world. And if you haven't joined us yet, you need to, because Relax with the Rebel is the most lively, most interactive, most fun party from midnight onwards. Big up the Reggae Global crew, especially Kevin, Murray, and Ed. And I want to say big up to the crew of faithful supporters. And I have to read out them names, you know. Like Brummel, Island Goddess, Rain and our mom, because our mom tuned in too. Sassy D, Jaherbs, Colin, Zolita, and Lily Lisa. We also have Merle, Stella, Carolyn, JC, Bonnie Jump, Virgin from Firehouse, Tigo, Joan, OT, Freedom, Cora. Yes, indeed, Cora. Big up the princess, Cora. Michelle, Dee, and Dawn. Yeah, and for those of you, I may have left out some names, but just forgive me, right? I mean for big up all of them. So if I miss out a name or two, I'll big up tonight, man. Don't worry on yourself. Now, I've played traditional jazz, smooth jazz, reggae, and slow jams. And although I love what they call groove music, I've never featured it. Well, tonight's the night. It's music from the 70s, 80s, and 90s by artists like Earth, Wind, and Fire, Chic, Evelyn Champagne King, Sherilyn, Melba Moore, Shaka Khan, Diana Ross, Soul to Soul, Diana King, Frankie Beverly and Miz, etc., 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 etc. You know the artist and you know the music. So whether you're by yourself tonight, with a partner or a group, get ready to dance, sweat, and sing like you've never done before. I really look forward to entertaining you. So make it a date and don't be late. Shout out time. Oh, Kevin is telling me that he's pointing out the Q code up top. I don't know if you guys can see it, but that's the code. You just put your cell phone up next to it, and it's this got error. That's true. And funk too. And you put your phone up to it, and it's gonna take you straight to the donation section of the website. So you don't have to navigate and get to it or go through Google, as a lot of people did. So hopefully it will be an easy route for you. But if not, you let us know. We're working on some things. We're still a work in progress. And you guys are patient. So one way or the other, we'll get to it. Oh, and by the way, we're planning a formal launch of the foundation next year, early next year. We don't want to do it now. We're planning it, but we don't want to do it now because there are too many things going on with the festive season, and we don't want to do it early next year because people are going to be paying their bills off from the festive season. So we figure like maybe around end of February, March or so. That's when we will do it. So you have plenty of time, and we'll keep you posted. Shout out time. Blessings, Mama Eileen, Papa Trevor, Ma P, Desmond, Paul, Ma Jean, Mrs. Nelson, and my brethren, Mr. Baxter, Angela, and of course, Herb Nelson, if he's not able to join us because he's recuperating at home. Big up the Reggae Global family, the Meadowbrook crew, the Firehouse crew, the Rollington crew, and all of the crew. Oh, by the way, Rollington crew, my general, big up yourself, get well soon. I know the flu lick you down, but, we have things to do. Big up all of the crew watching at home in the bars, markets, and other public venues. Future presentations, we have a whole range of topics and guests to come on. And, we're going to be looking at, and I say it every week, we're going to be looking at the GG's throne speeches, the sectorial and debate presentations, the political manifestos, which we started already, conference and election speeches, we started that already. We're going to do some more of that today. lies, misrepresentations, and unfulfilled or broken promises. We're going to do some of that today. Mental health professionals Mitzi Sky and Dr. Sherelle Bellamy will return in a few weeks. I spoke with Dr. Codner yesterday. Michelle, she and her sister Yvonne, they were here a few weeks ago. They will be back soon. Tomorrow, check out Waterhouse Vibes at 3 p.m. on YouTube. And on Sunday, please don't forget, you have to check out Wayne Lonesome's Town Hall meeting at 7 p.m. sharp on YouTube. Now, for today's presentation, I said presentations, plural. We have quite a few. Let me just go with the disclaimer. The opinions you hear today regarding the presentations will be that of the individual presenters only. And it's not endorsed by or known to or vetted by Reggae Global Radio or the host. Yours truly. All right. We just bring on people and we talk. Today's program, as usual, is going to be gripping and educational. We will be joined by a group of former Waterhouse residents. Yours truly, Patrick McCarthy, Winsome Hutchinson, Tigo Clark, him early, you know, my good students. Him sit down there in the waiting room already. And Michael Nita, the host of Waterhouse Vibes. We're not going to hear some things to the people. And then, you know, we're going to do the intro to the program and explain to you why we're doing a piece on Waterhouse. And we call it the Waterhouse Experience, Drama and Trauma, because a whole heap of us went through a lot. And we haven't spoken about what we went through. And we're still living with those scars. So we just talk about the things. And at the same time, while it's cathartic in the sense that we are release certain demons from our soul, people will understand where we came from and why, and where we came from, who we are, and our makeup. So that's that. We'll also be joined by Dr. Karen Dunkley, a fan favorite. She came and she wowed us with her grasp of the educational issues in Jamaica, but she's also an education expert in the US as well. So we're looking forward to hearing from her. We're also going to be joined by Robert Finzi Smith. I haven't heard from him today, but I think he's going to join us. And of course, ISAT and maybe Herb. Today, we are going to discuss, and some of you may or may not have seen the promo. We're going to discuss the Prime Minister's intention to establish a new ministry, the Ministry of Peace, Peace and Human Development, or something similar. He said he's thinking about calling it that, but he's not wedded to that idea. Could call it something else, but it will be something in that vein. And I'll play the video tape so you can hear why he's chosen to do this. We're also going to talk about the possible lawsuit regarding the tabling of the Integrity Commission's reports submitted to the Parliament, and the role that the Speaker is playing in all of this. If Bobby Finzi Smith is here today, then we're going to talk about the shipment of barrels to Jamaica during the festive season. Some of the things that you should be aware of, particularly if you're shipping barrels or packages from the United States. We're going to do part 3 of the Prime Minister's lies, misrepresentations, and unfulfilled promises. And finally, we're going to talk about the top 3 issues impacting education in Jamaica and possible solutions. Yes, Kia, we are Frankie Beverly. Amazing. Yes. You know the thing. Let me start by saying that the mandate of the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, and my good friend and shall watch, she instruct me, say every week you must say it. So I say I'm going to say it. Let me start again by stating that the mandate of the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation is essentially to hold government accountable. This government, this Jamaican government, and future governments. And we consider it a privilege and a pleasure to speak and act on behalf of the voiceless and the marginalized. We seek to do so in 3 ways: lawsuits, public relations campaigns, and background investigations of politicians suspected of corruption. The Jamaican people are our care and cause. And that's why your political affiliation is of no concern to us. Instead, we are concerned about issues affecting you, such as housing, crime and safety, schools, healthcare, real and permanent jobs with a livable wage, building of roads, and building of roads with proper drainage, energy, water, quality of life, etc. Those are the things we're concerned about. Now, last week, we critiqued the Prime Minister's 2022 JLP conference speech. And we indicated that his speech this year, which was last week, Sunday, would probably be tempered. And it was. I listened to it. I've listened to it several times. And it we don't want to take credit, but it sounds to me like you're listening and paying attention to what we say around here. Big up Neville Shackleford, my brethren, Eddie, man who used to live across the street from me at Firehouse. Yes, sir. Glad to see your face in another place. Now, the government freebies and the goodies are being handed out now. And we're seeing it, right? All of a sudden now, them find money and them can fix roads and do this and things that they should have been doing since 2016. And they will continue to do so until the day of political destiny. And that is election day. Now, my people, family, brothers and sisters, just remember this. Remember that you get these freebies and goodies once every 4 to 5 years. But you live. Big up yourself, Jeffrey. Big up, big up, big up. Yes, Lion. But remember, you live your life every day. They come around once every 4 to 5 years and then give you some money and some food items and then gone. And in exchange, you give them a job for the next 4 to 5 years. Right? Just remember that whatever they've given you or whatever they will give you on that day cannot support you and your family for a week. Cannot. Also, just remember some of them will bribe you to get your votes, which is the freebies and goodies. And again, the crooked politicians, they get paid for the next 4 years plus. So just keep that in mind, folks. We don't care who you want to vote for. Just vote the issues that are near and dear to you, your family, your community. That's all. And we won't stop saying it because we need to get this in the minds and the souls of our people. You know, sometimes you say something one time and it sounds good and people say, yeah, it sounds good. But then, you know, few minutes go by and it's forgotten. But we just need to just keep pounding it in. And that's what we're going to do. No. Let me just bring in my brethren here. I sat. Yes, Papa. Hey, you know, so me don't put on a deal after that. I just change my mind, you know. We're a good thing. But we can't hear you.
I said copycat. You know, there's a new song out there on the market.
Copycat? No, we don't know that.
No, let me leave that one alone. Shout
don't
out to everybody.
This song, you know. Please don't quote anybody from
No, I'm not quoting any song. Greetings, everybody. I shall have you know, I cheat on KFC. I tell you before Rattigan tell you, but yeah.
No, I didn't say a word.
I don't keep secrets.
No, I said, you know, it's funny. Because there's a saying, a guilty conscience needs no evidence. Because you're just going to
walk around with it. That's why I tell on myself.
Word to the people, let me know. I never say a word. I just said to them that you're coming on. You were here last. You showed up for the music program last week. We played your songs. You were great. And then all of a sudden you come and blurt this thing out.
I just letting them know, so nobody has to file an ATI to find out which food line I was in and what was going on. I'm just putting that out there.
All right. Well, look, I'm glad you joined us now because you know we talk a lot around here about we talk and we joke and we get serious sometimes about some of the ministers. But there's one minister that is associated with me, and no matter how much I try, I don't think I will be able to rid myself of this minister, and I don't think that minister will be able to rid, let me just say, herself, himself, of me. Let me just keep it that way so people don't know, because I have something I'm going to play. I want to play this right now. And then when I play this, we're going to go into a discussion about this particular topic. Now, this is a speech or excerpt of a speech made last week, Sunday, at the JLP conference by the Minister of Agriculture, the Honorable Floyd Green.
And a clear vision to keep us moving forward. We need somebody with the skills like Kamina Johnson-Smith who can go and negotiate fertilizer for our farmers. We got 24,000 bags of fertilizer from Morocco to help our farmers.
All right. Let me play that again, people. Here we go. Listen carefully, because we're going to analyze this.
Hand and a clear vision to keep us moving forward. We need somebody with the skills like Kamina Johnson-Smith who can go and negotiate fertilizer for our farmers. We got 24,000 bags of fertilizer from Morocco to help our farmers.
Take a bow. Big up yourself. Yes. All right. No, hold on there. Hold on. Let me get this up. Okay, here we go. All right. No, you heard what the minister said. And Floyd Green, I'll be honest with you, he's a very good public speaker. I like his style. He's very engaging. He's very good with his selection of words, although I'm going to point out to you that he made a mistake in this. All right. No. Now here's my take on this little excerpt I just played you. He said we need a steady hand, right, to deal with the issues regarding farmers. And he said, like, Starlink. I thought they couldn't hear you.
No, I know I did it on purpose, but I know they knew that right when you were frozen, I would be talking about Starlink. But he said that we need a steady hand, especially when it comes to farmers' issues. A steady hand like Kamina Johnson's, like Mr. Kamina Johnson-Smith, who negotiated 24,000 bags of fertilizer from Morocco. All right, folks, think about this. How do you negotiate a gift? How do you negotiate a gift? I'm thinking. First of all, begging is an art form.
Yes.
So you can negotiate.
But I'm going to explain to you. So you're saying that begging is an art form and you can negotiate.
Of course. One thing is certain, pretty people can negotiate better to get gifts such as fertilizer.
All right.
let me put out the background to this one, because I said I'm not gonna talk about the honorable minister, but every week I just get more material. I just can't. I mean, they can't help it, and I can't help it. Now, here's what happened in 2019. There was a shipment of exactly the same amount that he just mentioned, 24,000 bags, which is 2.64 million pounds of fertilizer. 2019, it came in the Star and in the Gleaner, and at that time, the minister Floyd Green was the junior minister in the Ministry of Agriculture. But he came out and he made mention of that. We didn't hear from the minister, and we didn't hear from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. It's 2019. 2022, we got another shipment, or we should say we got a shipment, exactly the same amount, 24,000 bags, 2.6, I think it's 2.64 million pounds of fertilizer. And in March 2022, that shipment, the minister at the time was the Honorable Pernell Charles Jr. And here's what he said in the newspaper. It says that the donation from the country, which Jamaica has bilateral relations with, is valued at approximately 122 million Jamaican dollars. It marks the third such donation under a technical cooperation agreement between both countries, right? Says it marks a third. Now, as far as we know in the media, this is the second one, because there was one in 2019, and the one in 2019, we didn't hear much fanfare about it. In fact, I'll read you that one. It says right here. This was in December 2019. It says here that State Minister in the Ministry of Industry, Commerce, Agriculture and Fisheries, Floyd Green, confirmed that 48 containers of fertilizers were received from the North African nation as a gift to the people of Jamaica. That's December 2019. Now, what happened in December 2019? COVID. So I'm not sure if he was referring to it in terms of, well, it's been shipped, we're going to get it, or when they said he confirmed it, he's saying it's here on our shores and we're going to distribute it. Not sure. But let's just make it simple. Let's just say they received a shipment in December 2019. Then they received another one in 2022. And at that time, the Minister of Agriculture, Pernell Charles Jr., said that was the third shipment. So we have two shipments for the exact amount. So we can just assume that the first shipment that we didn't hear about was for the same amount, right? That was 24,000 bags of fertilizer, each shipment, and the weight, each bag weighed 110 pounds. So the whole thing comes to 2.64 million pounds of fertilizer. So we have three. Then, just last week, we heard from, now he's the minister. He was the junior minister. Now he's the real minister, the big man. And that is Mr. Floyd Green. And he said on November 15th that they received another 24,000 bags of fertilizer. So now we have 4 shipments, right? Each shipment is 24,000 bags, which translate to 2.64 million pounds of fertilizer, right? So now here's what you do. If you do the math, 24,000 bags times 4 shipments times 110 pounds, right? You come up with 10.56 million pounds of fertilizer that has been delivered to Jamaica from Morocco. 10.56 million pounds of fertilizer in the last few years. We know that they can't account for some of it. We know that for a fact. Where is all of this fertilizer? And we know that pipe bombs were found in Jamaica recently, and we know that fertilizer is one of the major components of pipe bombs, right? So we don't know what's going on with the fertilizer. We know that it's a lot of fertilizer and a lot of it missing, unaccounted for. In fact, I have a gentleman who wrote to me who said that he has proper credentials, and he went to RADA, and they promised him 2 bags, 220 pounds, and they gave him a specific date. He wasn't able to make it that day. He went the following day and was told that it's gone. He found out that there was a gentleman in his community who received about 70 bags of fertilizer, and the man was selling the fertilizer. Now, we don't know if it was selling it, if there was some corruption going on, but that person wasn't supposed to get 70 bags because you're only allowed 2 bags per farmer, right? But the reason why I asked the question, the reason why I asked the question, how do you negotiate a gift? Because that's what he was saying. It's a gift. I would say, how do you negotiate a gift? Right? And they're saying, oh, it's technical. And if you read their press releases about it, they said, oh, it's a technical agreement between Morocco and Jamaica. And so if you didn't know, you would think that, oh, it's just diplomacy. They just start up a good relationship. And so Morocco has Morocco has 10.5 million pounds of fertilizer to give away, and they just give it to Jamaica. That's what you would think, right? Here is the reason, and this came out in the Moroccan newspaper. Jamaica never tell us why we get the fertilizer, but Morocco did. Morocco told us why they were giving the fertilizer. Here's what it says. Jamaica has been a strong supporter of Morocco's Western Sahara position. Withdrawn in 2019, its recognition of the self-styled republic promulgated by Polisario separatists and Algeria, their primary financial and military backer. What does this mean? Since 1976, you know what? Since 1976, JLP and PNP-led governments, they've always supported the people of Western Sahara. It's a nomadic group, and they're fighting for their liberation from Morocco. And we've always supported them until 2016. 2016, the government officials traveled to Morocco. And then in 2019, Jamaica came out and said, no, actually, Morocco came out and said, Jamaica is now supporting us against those nomadic people. That this was around March 2019. And what happened in December 2019? A shipment of fertilizer came to Jamaica, according to Junior Minister at the time, Floyd Green. You see the connection? So when they say, "Oh, when you it's a gift and we're having friendly relations with them," no, you sell out the people and you sell out your vote. Jamaica has always been at the forefront of fighting for and standing up for the underdog diplomatically. One pivotal moment was in 1959 when Jamaica stood against the apartheid government in South Africa. 1959 or thereabouts. And this was even before Jamaica became an independent country. Governments headed by one or the other political party have supported the policy of supporting people fighting for their liberation until 2016. Our support for the people of the Western Sahara in their liberation struggle against Morocco began in and about 1976, as I just mentioned, and came to an abrupt end in 2016. Christ was sold out, and correct me, people, because my Bible knowledge is not that great. Christ was sold out for what? 20 pieces of silver? Isaac, yes? Is that what we hear?
Yes. If Judas had a minister of finance, it would be less those, but yes.
So Christ was sold out for 20 pieces of silver. Marcus Garvey was sold out for the proverbial rice and peas. And Jamaica sold out the people of the Western Sahara for manure. For a word that starts with S. That's what Jamaica did to those people. We always supported the underdog. And then come 2016, government change, and I don't know why, because we've had change of government from 1976, JLP, PNP. And the PNP power didn't see it fit to change the policy. JLP party didn't see it fit until 2016. They changed it. So we're in the sellout business now, people. Oh, 30 pieces of silver. Now, you don't know your Bible, ISAT. Somebody put it inside. It's 30 pieces of silver.
No, I don't know my math. That's what it is.
Your Bible either, man. So, according to Minister Floyd Green, 24,000 bags. He's made announcement twice now. He made one in 2019 and he made one in 2023 about 24,000 bags of fertilizer coming to Jamaica from Morocco. But he didn't give you the full story. So when he's telling you that, oh, we needed a steady hand, we needed Minister Kamina Johnson Smith to negotiate 24,000 bags of fertilizer. He's actually wrong. He should have said she's negotiated with a number there. He should say she's negotiated 10.56 million pounds of fertilizer. That's what I'm sure I said. 4 shipments of 24,000. So I'm not give her credit. He did not give her enough credit. He said she was instrumental in negotiating for 24,000 bags of fertilizer. That's not true, sir. She was instrumental in negotiating for 24,000 bags of fertilizer times 4, because you made 2 announcements and Minister Pernell Charles made one, and when he made the one, he said that there was another one that nobody knew. Nobody don't know about that other one here. Nobody knows about that one. So you have to give the minister credit where credit is due, sir. She actually negotiated 4 shipments so far, not 1. And as I said, you don't negotiate a gift. A gift them does give. But we understand that in that world, there's no such thing as a free lunch. And what does Jamaica have to give to Morocco? A vote. So the diplomatic support. That's what Jamaica did and sold out those people of the Western Sahara. Thanks, Marie. Yeah, 30 pieces of silver. When I should have sent it to ISAT, come here, ask ISAT about it, and ISAT never know. Him say 20. I agree with me say at 20, but at 30, I have to make a change on my notes. It's something, OT, something for something. Yes, indeed. It's a transactional relationship. It wasn't where somebody just feels sorry for you and out of beneficence, them just give you a gift. No one said it work. And you're right, Janet, she did it for her bid, hoping that it would get her to the Commonwealth secretary position. But so the minister sold out people. And we know in the sellout business, we know that's not our nature. We stand up and we fight for people. And we sell out the people then. Right? Now, here are some other examples of our perplexing foreign policy decisions.
Should I do this commercial break with audio? All right, so let me explain the sarcasm when I said 20. If you had a proper minister of finance, you could crunch the numbers. Judas could have crunched the numbers. That's what I was saying. But while we deal with this, I want you guys to pay attention to the barcode at the right-hand corner of the screen, because it's now easy for you to access the OJLDF. And when you can stop. This segment was brought to you by Starlink. So again, the barcode is up and running. I need for you to test it out and give us feedback to see if it's working. And I don't know if Rattigan is unfrozen, but we're spending a lot of time talking about fertilizer. Something don't smell right now.
No, what man? I want to big up Nita. Mr. Nita in a wait still. Let's don't come to you, my brother. But again, we want to talk about some of the decisions made by the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, led by Minister Kamina Johnson Smith. So we talk about the sellout of the Western Sahara people, right? And I mean, she should be so ashamed. She jump up and a clap and a throw up the sign and everything like that. That's nothing to be proud of. That's nothing to be proud of when you sell out you sell out a group of people for fertilizer. And by the way, 10.5 million pounds of fertilizer coming. With the fertilizer gone, that's enough. We shouldn't have no problem with growing crops in Jamaica. Because them say them do the water thing already, Them say them water, they're all over the place. So all we need is a little fertilizer and we get a lot. If every Jamaican got some of that fertilizer, they would have got, every single Jamaican, including babies, would have gotten, I think, 3 pounds. 3 pounds of fertilizer. So no, the fertilizer gone. What is? Okay. So she sold out Jamaicans too. Yeah, we'll get to that, man. We'll get to that, Janet. So in 2016, there was a UNESCO vote, and Jamaica always voted. That had to do with Israel. Jamaica always voted there. In 2016, Jamaica abstained. And if you recall, when Michael Lee Chen and the business group and the Prime Minister went to Israel, in fact, they didn't go with any diplomats. Minister Kamina Johnson Smith wasn't on that trip. When they went, the Prime Minister personally thanked Jamaica for abstaining for that UNESCO vote, right? Then we have the betrayal of CARICOM, the CARICOM consensus, but when Minister Kamina Johnson Smith went up against Baroness Patricia Scotland for the Commonwealth Secretary post. Most, if not all of you know about that there was a consensus. CARICOM decided they were going to support the Baroness. Jamaica, a month later, so decided no, and then they put up their candidate, and we all know the results of that, right? And we also know that the minister, she got a decision the other day. But if you go and you look at the documents on the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation website, make up your mind. I won't tell you what I don't want to tell you how you should, assess the whole thing, but just look at the documents that are there from the US government, the Jamaican government, from me, and from the minister herself, and then make up your mind. The Petro-Carib issue in 2019, where Jamaica compulsorily acquired Venezuela's share in the Jamaica refinery at a unilateral determined price. Now, think about the relationship we've always had with Venezuela. Long-standing relationship, and that's how we get cheap. But so broke it down, We're not talking in a highfalutin language. We broke it down. We get cheap oil from Venezuela because of the relationship we have. And what happened is that because Venezuela, in our tiff with the US, we went and did the US's bidding by destroying the relationship we had with Venezuela. And that's a public secret. That's a public secret. And then what happened? Oil gets scarce. OPEC decided to cut back from production. And what happened? The US government went back to Venezuela, the same country, where them isolate. Go to them and say, listen, we want to buy oil from you, And CARICOM still have a relationship with Venezuela and can buy oil from them at a reduced rate. Guess who can buy oil from Venezuela? Guess who can buy oil from Venezuela? I saw it.
Jamaica.
Yeah, Jamaica can't buy oil from Venezuela, and them shouldn't really expect anything better, On the jump them on them, jump up the people them, and then you turn around and then look who buy oil from them. But you see, if Jamaica is smart, here's what Jamaica should have done. Jamaica should have said to the US, listen, we follow your protocol, we follow your policy, and we ended up. Kevin, we can't move that. Okay, yeah, we follow your policy, and we destroyed a very productive relationship we had with Venezuela. So here's what happened now. Since you are get the cheap oil, you buy some of that cheap oil and divert it to us. That is what them should have done. That's what them should have done. But them. I mean, sometimes I wonder if them people are really, really, really smart when them deal with foreign affairs. I don't think they are. I don't think they are. You destroy a relationship, and by extension, you will have imposed more suffering on the Jamaican people, because now them have to pay more for oil and oil products, simply because you follow another country and go destroy an existing relationship you have. And you never even have the good sense to say to that country, listen, know that to not get the cheap oil, we need to divert some to us so that we not have to buy oil at market value. We don't have to do that. But that's it.
Well, Mr. Rattigan, just a quick question. Isn't the great negotiator probably in something in the works to mend relationships, given the very excellent skills of negotiation in the capacity, not as Ampina, but as foreign minister? Wouldn't she be able to mend those relationships? Is that something we're looking forward to?
Well, according to Minister Floyd Green, she has steady hands, and she's a good negotiator. So she negotiated her way out of the relationship with Venezuela. So I guess she's going to negotiate her way back into that relationship.
So if she does, then will you change your tune?
No, because here's what happened. It should have never happened, because right now the poverty rate went up in Jamaica, and all kinds of things happen in Jamaica as a result of the fact that we're paying more for oil when we could have maintained our relationship with them and save a lot of grief and a lot of suffering. So it's one of those things where it's kind of Trumpian, where you create a problem and then you create
a solution. And then turn around and say, I fixed it, when it should, makes sense.
So, and then also, we need to look at the way she handled Jamaicans who were living overseas during the COVID-19 pandemic. You know, the students, when she said they might forget loans. In fact, I had to help get somebody out of Ukraine. Don't know the man, never met the man, but somebody said to him, said, call Rattigan. And Herb and I work with him, and he got his family out. Right? We're not calling no name. But that was that. The recent abstention from voting on the UN Security Council resolution condemning Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Jamaica never vote. And it was an international disgrace, and it get a whole lot of airplay overseas, but not much in Jamaica. Because I understand that people in Jamaica, they're more worried about bread and butter issues. You know, what am I going to eat for dinner tonight? What am I going to pay? You know, what am I going to work? What happened to my children? What happened to my wife? What my family? What you know, they're more concerned about that. But on the international scene, Jamaica's reputation has diminished tremendously. Then we have the no vote on the Jordanian resolution, which I think was last month, where the UN, the Jamaican ambassador to the UN, he sat there with his phone waiting for them to tell him how to vote. And this is after he cast one vote. He cast the vote on the Canadian amendment to the Jordanian resolution. And when it came time to vote on the resolution, he's sitting there in his seat. He's sitting in his seat with his phone, waiting for them. And what did the Minister Kamina, the great negotiator, the one with steady hands, what did she say? She said, "Oh, we were still deliberating," and so the time went by. And that, folks, is a damn lie, because they deliberated when they drafted the statement from led by Jamaica, and the Jamaican ambassador to the United Nations. He read that speech on behalf of CARICOM on the floor. And here's the sequence. They sent the resolution, and they also sent the amendment to all of the nations. Right? And we heard that from none other than a person who sat in that chair at the UN, Ambassador Curtis Ward. And so they had both of them. But it wasn't time to vote yet. So what happened is Jamaica, on behalf of CARICOM, read a speech on the floor. Then they said, okay, fine. Now we're going to vote on the amendment to the resolution. And when they voted on the amendment, they voted down the amendment. Then they said, okay, now let's vote. And Jamaica voted on the amendment. Jamaica abstained. And as we know, in the UN, there are 3 buttons. And ISA didn't want me to mention green last week. It didn't, you know, it's red, yellow, and green. It's red, yes, green, no, sorry, red, no, green, yes, and yellow, you abstain. There's no light or button for a no vote. And generally speaking, you only vote no when you don't pay your dues in the UN. But our representative was sitting there waiting to vote now. And the minister said, oh, we were deliberating. As I said previously, and I'll say it again, that's a damn lie. That's a damn lie. But anyway, that took place. Then we have the same minister, we have involved with the summary repatriation of Haitian refugees without due process. We have the Haitians and our neighbors coming to Jamaica. And what do? We don't give them due process. We put them on something and send them right back. In violation of international law, by the way. Right? And probably in violation of a whole number of things, including maybe some CARICOM protocols. And then we say, oh, we want to go to Haiti to help them. We want to go to Haiti to help them. And we're going to send our military and our policemen to go there and fight the gangs. Fight Mr. Barbecue and his group. You see how hypocritical that is? The people fleeing poverty, violence, all kinds of things. And instead of giving them safe, or at least, instead of interviewing them to find out why they're leaving, because for some reasons, sometimes you won't take people in your country. But instead of doing that, they just summarily put them back and send them. And here's the last thing I'll mention. The last thing I'll mention is that is about the Chinese influence. This is how smart the government is when it comes to diplomatic relations, international relations, and counterintelligence. One of the things I learned years ago is that you do not let a foreign government build a sensitive site for you, gift or no gift. You do not. What did the Chinese build for Jamaica? They built the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade's headquarters at Port Royal Street, Little Port Royal Street, downtown. They built that without any supervision. So you know what's going on. That building is wired. And by the way, they built the building I was hearing, I heard, and they didn't put a drain, nothing in that building. So you really couldn't use a toilet. And I heard that the minister actually had a meeting with the former U.S. ambassador, and she was begging for funding. And he said to her, so let me see if I understand this. And this was told to me by a very, very reliable, confidential source. He said, let me see if I understand. You want me to help you get out of your shit. And that's a direct quote. That's a direct quote from somebody in the know who told me that. So we allow them to come and be, instead of saying to them, listen, you know what? We have a headquarters in New Kingston. That money that you're going to build our headquarters, why don't we use that money and build a training center? Why don't we use that money and build schools? Why don't we use that money and refurbish schools? Why don't we use that money, since you guys are building highways, why don't we use that money and help to build some of the interior roads? Not only the highways, but roads in city centers.
But what would we be doing with those roads? How will the tourists use those roads?
Oh, so it's about tourism.
Not yeah, because first of all, Jamaica is the safest place on earth right now for tourists.
Yes,
that was published yesterday.
That's not a report.
So what we need inner roads for?
Well, you know, it's when you mentioned that, because I have the crime statistics here. Oh, wait there. I have the crime statistics.
What's that? What's crime?
What's crime? Okay.
Yeah, what's this crime?
Crying.
Okay. You see how him freeze up? Mine don't freeze because I'm defending nonsense. Well, we don't need roads. So has anybody on here managed to use the barcode so far?
Yes, you're
Oh,
back.
you're
Yes.
back. Yeah, see, they don't like that. They don't like what you're talking. They like what I talking. That's why I'm not freezing up. Not Starlink gonna get this one. We don't need roads. Jamaica is the safest place on earth. And as soon as everybody heard about the Ministry of Peace, Love and Happiness and Recreation, crime, we just became the safest country in the world for tourists.
Yeah.
But yes,
Yeah.
Rattigan is back.
We're going to talk about the peace and thing. But before we do that, what I want to do is, and I see we have two of our guests here right now with us. I don't say Bobby Finzi Smith. I don't say Winsome Hutchinson. I don't say Patrick. Let me just before I bring everybody, let me see if there's a message here from them.
That's why anybody that said the barcode don't work, see for yourself. See, it worked. I used it just now, and I accessed the website instantly, and it shows your credit card payments, Zelle information. All right.
You know, it's funny about we talk about roads because you know the police they just announced the commission of I don't know 70 something bikes and there's a chief of police in the United States, and I'm getting this from one of my dear supporters, and said somebody asked him what's your take on the police using these motorcycles in a city where there is poor road conditions, and he replies suicide. So oh, Patrick, if you're listening, man, we sent you the link. Check your email. We sent you the link. I don't want to read the email out on. Yes, Kevin, check, go back to the email for me, please. Let me just make sure that we send it to the right address for. Stay with me, folks. Kevin. Okay, Kevin is checking. Let me just look and see if.
All right. While you're doing that, Mr. Rattigan, I just doing a demonstration. You take your phone, whether it's iPhone or any phone that you have, turn it on camera. You point it to the code and it shows you that, which is you see the One Jamaica Legal Fund come up. Look, you see there .org, and then you click on the yellow thing and it takes you straight to the website.
Okay.
I'm just assisting somebody who said it wasn't
No,
working.
right. I'm just talking to Kevin here.
Right, so
Yeah,
it actually works, guys. Right, and say Joy Jaya 123 says that it works. So I can confirm that it works.
Yeah. That's why I'm big up Joan and Tigo for take care of that little thing there for me, you know? There's a village it take for run that thing, you know. Because yes, Bunny Drum, big up yourself, my brother. Cora, yeah, the princess. Okay. Thank you, Cora. Just read your message. Much appreciated.
And ensure that you have the QR code app so that the phone registers the QR code. So I'm making wild assumptions, so assisting as best as I can with that.
Okay. I could just wait. I'll get a few. I'm say we're supposed to get Patrick on. I don't think we're going to get Bobby. Let me give him a quick call. Yeah.
Okay. So I didn't hear from him. Big up yourself, Raleigh. Yeah. Oh, by the way, let me just mention that my neighbor, the man who I big up quite a few times, and turned 100 a few months ago. He died. I think it was yesterday. He lived a full life, and I'm going to forgot to do a little special for Mr. Guntley. You know, I will call him Father Guns. That man take me in when never have no referee really live, and make sure say now a roof over my head. Not only me, but my father as well. And you know, respect him to the bone. Well, he died 2 days ago, or yesterday, at age 100. I'm just want to thank the MP. Want to thank the MP for going out there and helping to celebrate Mr. Guntley's 100th celebration. And we'll talk more about Mr. Guntley and his contributions to my development and his stature in the community called Waterhouse. Kevin, can I move this from right here? So you have to move this over to this, or can I move it? All right. Let me bring on some people here now. Some Waterhouse people. Don't go away now, Isaac. Because you're Waterhouse man too, you know, by extension. Yeah, don't go away. Yeah, thanks everyone. Mr. Guntley. Yes, Mr. Brown may rest in eternal peace. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he had 4 sons. One son, Bugs Bunny, Flatty, and Doggy D. And there's only one that's alive now, and that's Bugs Bunny. And him called me yesterday, called me last night. So rather big up yourself for share that information there with me. And I'm going to listen to your music. I really should have you on Panda program or two in a rally, because we'll talk about Waterhouse and the things that we go through. I really should have you on Panda program now. If you send me, if you want to send me your I wasn't even thinking about that, but if you want to send me your email, then I will just send you a link so you can join the conversation. All right. And by the way, folks, if you're just tuning in, we're going to do this program today in 2 segments. We're going to do a segment, and then we're going to sign off and sign back, you know, within a minute or so. So we're going to break it up so people can actually leave if they want to leave, stay if they want to stay, go take a bathroom break, do whatever they need to do. You know, so who's the MP? Tell me right. The MP is Anthony Hilton. Yeah. Thanks, Carolyn. Much appreciated. Everybody sending in their condolences. Thank you very much on behalf of the family, because I consider myself part of his family, because he took care of me in my moment of need and also in my most formative years. So thanks again, everybody. All right, let me bring on them on them. Let me bring on Miss Anita first. See me, the host of Waterhouse Vibes. And then let me bring on a brethren of mine where knew him from my idea, my need. But let me bring him on. I'm telling a little story about him. This man here called Tigo, ladies and gentlemen. This man here, him and him family take me in. You know, when we never have no way to live a water. So I hope people take me in, you know, Mr. Guntley take me in. And then after Mr. Guntley take me in, I'm going to move all over the place, go live all over in the PM's constituency, one of the Towile area there. And then we end up at live at Maxwell Avenue, and eventually we end up back at Waterhouse, and yeah, my father couldn't get along and a whole heap of issues. And this man here, his family took me in and they gave me a place, a roof over my head, and
They gave me food, but I didn't want to pressure his house. So what I would do, I'd come one day when I knew the food was almost off of the stove. And we just hang out. I was in Jamaica, we just anchor. We just anchor. And he was like, Ratty, you want some food? And I say, yeah, man. And them give me a nice bit of food. And then the next day, I go back around there. Next day, then Tuesday, it's like, all right, Ratty Day announced. Ratty Day again, give him some more food. So what I do is, I say, you know what, I don't want to pressure the house. So I now go 3 days in a row. So I go 2 days in a row. If I go 3 days in a row, then we go 2 days when we know the pot I come off. And the third day, I go after them finish eat. So I don't want to make it look bad, But no, this man of people, eternally grateful to him and his family because, them do a lot for me. And we have an ex-brethren in the chat, Neville Shackelford, otherwise known as Eddie. Him know the runnings, him know where I'm going. Eddie used to live in front of me long time in the Waterhouse. Now before me start, move around the place. But anyway, Tigo, welcome. Nita, welcome.
Yes, sir.
We'll wait for Patrick join us. But the whole
Can
purpose
you hear
of
me? Can you hear me?
Here, loud and clear. No, Michael Nita, people, his father and my father used to work at Purity. And every Saturday, when in the ghetto, when a man have a son, try to make the son walk in his footsteps, and take the son with him go bar, and take the son with him go everywhere him go. So Mikey used to go with his father. I used to go with my father. And the bus, the van, a VW van, them used to have to pick up the workers them at 2 o'clock in the morning. And them used to come down at the bottom of Waterhouse, start down and pick up me and my father, and then them go up at the top, go pick up Mikey and him father. So I know Mikey long time. Plus, Mikey's brother, Clinton, was in my class, was a classmate of mine, a very dear friend of mine. So I know Mikey, like me, so Mikey was going to eat food to meet everybody yard, We used to go and Mikey yard, go eat too. So them know me quite well. And them sister, them and him brother. My brother named Derek still about. Him still have Derek. Yeah. So I know Mikey long time. I know Tigo long time. The whole purpose of this is to get a sense of who we are, where we came from, and the difficulties we endured. And the reason for that is this. The Prime Minister come up recently with something called, Ministry of Peace. And Michael and I, we were talking about, you can't have peace without justice and truth. And in Waterhouse, we have a lot of drama. We had and we still have. And we have a lot of trauma. We walk around with a whole heap of baggage without even realizing it. I was talking to one of the psychologists last night, and she was enlightening me to a whole bunch of things, saying that, something happened and it have a profound effect on you, and you kind of need to tuck it away in the back of your mind, but it's there. It's there, and certain things will trigger it, as you live your life. And sometimes it's nice to just talk things out and just get through the certain things. Let's get it out there. So let me start with Mikey. Mikey, talk to me. And Mikey, like we call him Nita, but Nita, I call my last name. But anyway, talk to us about Waterhouse, growing up in Waterhouse, and what it was like, and some of the things, the indelible events, and your life, and in your mind.
Well, let me start by thanking you for inviting me to join the discussion. I want to yell up brother Isaac, Tigo. Enough love, my brother. Waterhouse. Waterhouse is not. Waterhouse.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, man.
Waterhouse is that sort of place where I have a thing in my head where when someone asks me about Waterhouse, I say Waterhouse is a space where simultaneously you have death and renewal. You have frequent death and you have new birth. And the new birth and new formation really come through the music, the culture. So that is what Waterhouse. I love Waterhouse. I love Waterhouse. I've been in Waterhouse since the early 1960s when my parents moved from Delamere Avenue. They purchased a property in Waterhouse. So I've been there since the 60s. And me, the question as to my life and what have you, everyone in the community know me as a community activist. That's basically my work. You know, I've been working with the people for a long time, not just at the local level, but even at the national level, you know, as an organizer. And I think what those people is they are traumatized. And I say traumatized because it's a long time we should have a discussion like this. You know, because coming out of the 1980s, nobody talk about the violence, the impact on the community and the residents. And there's a book by being Gray talk about the social power of the poor, and in which he said of the 800 people who died in the 1980 election, over 350 came from that area, Waterhouse and Towile. The traumatized nature is something that nobody talk about. What I see happening over the years is people view our community as a violent community. You know, sometimes while I attend school and I say to someone, listen, I come from Waterhouse, immediately I am classified as a bad man. You know, once you come from Waterhouse. And that is something we have all experienced. Those of us from Waterhouse. So, you know, once you say you're from Waterhouse, boy, a badness you deal with that one. And that's not true. So I welcome this discussion because I think it's going to open up a space so we can explore it. The violence is not just 1980. We have some other significant event in Waterhouse. For example, there was an organizer in the area by the name of Miss Hutchison. She and her husband was murdered, but nobody talk about that. And this was a family that was very close to the community. Nobody talk about violence. Nobody. We just move from one episode to the next, and yet still, the government over the years, both PMP and GLP, they are thinking more in terms of flooding the place with police and soldier. Yet they're not engaging residents in a discussion about the trauma that they experience. So I want to thank you for this opportunity, Bridging. And as we go further in the discussion, I'll have more to say. All right. So for the time being, I'm just going to hold it right at that.
All right. Thank you, sir. We're joined by Bobby Finzi Smith, a good brethren of mine. We have to dig him up, because he's one of the busiest men in Jamaica. Hard to forget. So it's a pleasure and a treat to have him here on a Saturday afternoon, because I'm sure he could be doing a lot more. But Bobby, welcome.
Thank you so much. Matter of fact, you catch me in the middle of a protection detail duty. I've just snuck away to join you.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for joining us, because I know you want to I know you have a contribution to make regarding the Waterhouse thing. Well, let me bring in Tigo.
I used to be on duty there in the military in the 70s. So I have seen a lot.
Okay, good.
Most people don't understand the correlation between Tower Avenue and Hill Avenue.
Mm-hmm.
There are some people living on Hill Avenue who couldn't go near Tower Avenue and vice versa.
That's so true.
And you have a set of people called yappists that the mere mention of their name at some stage of the game made most people want to go to the bathroom.
Yep.
And I won't put you sure in trouble by saying it's the truth, but I won't put you up front. that there were certain people in political office that assisted them in having, let us say, armory. And when the person turned up out of the person's car trunk or in the person's box in the car trunk, weapons were issued. And when you saw it and reported it, you were told, leave well enough alone. And it became a scene of discontent. Matter of fact, there's a very strong rumor that what allowed a politician to win that seat eventually was that same person who it is claimed was distributing stuff couldn't be found on election day.
Couldn't be found. Couldn't be found.
And people running up and down waiting for Santa to bring jingle bells. And a lady who rose to high office in Jamaica seemed to have arranged for him to have a sojourn during the election proceedings. A place in the hills. And people finally found out that he wasn't coming. So they weren't going. And by the time he turned up eventually, all done. Most people don't realize the true danger of that woman when she put her mind to something. But Waterhouse was one of those areas that could have easily gone one way or the other in terms of social equality and everything. Waterhouse was technically a residential area in its concept and had most things that a residential area needed, so them not really have to move too far to get groceries, whatever. Matter of fact, there was an AMC outlet on, I think, Hill Avenue. And you don't have to market, you can go there and get everything you want. But as time went on, people divided it, that line, that road, what do you call it? Olympic
Olympic way.
Olympic was the line of demarcation. Over one side, one color, and over the other side is the other color. You have people who don't want him come home and come off the bus on the wrong side of the street. And rather than fix that, people, again, I won't call names, but people have watered that plant and are now complaining about the thorn. To the gentleman nodding, he seems to know of what I speak. So anytime I say anything that is not correct, he can feel free to correct me.
No, you're on target. I know what you're talking about. You're on target.
There are places in Waterhouse whose families had a very large piece of land, very nice appointed house, everything. And as time went on, people came from the country and needed somewhere to stay. So I almost believe that up to today, there is some lady of high color living in what used to be her garage, wondering where all these black people came from. So it's a case where we have willfully ignored the plight of our people and now complain about the fright of our people. You cannot raise a decent citizen in an environment that makes them animalistic. Now, if you geographically look at Waterhouse, like Vineyard Town, where I was born, is like a hub. You can move out of any section of Waterhouse and find a way to downtown, uptown, halfway tree. You're literally within minutes of whatever you need. So it was a very desirable place to be, like all good fairy tales, once upon a time. And the type of people that came out of Waterhouse in terms of either political or professional people would shock you. Yeah, some people you look up, oh, they're so great. And if they say Waterhouse, they look on them like they just crawled from under a zinc pan in a tenement yard. Like, no, couldn't be. But necessity is the mother of invention. And I might not be able to stay with you long, but I'll leave this with you. You cannot expect to put people who are not mentally messed up in an environment and I do not believe that man is born equal. Like that, from the pit of hell. If all men were created equal, then all of here would be running the 109.58. All men are not created equal. But all men should be given equal opportunity. What they do with it is up to them. I can put a youngster uptown in the best schools, best opportunity, and him turn a weed smoking guy in the corner because him don't really see why him should take advantage of that. I can take a youngster from Waterhouse or other places and give him a glimmer of hope, and all I saw this here rotted light shining down there because he has made a spotlight out of it. You need to give people equal opportunity. What they do with it is up to them. We now have made it a badge of honor to be crass and rude and off the charts because people feel. I wrote something long time ago. It said, another day has come and gone in a world where I don't belong. Another week has passed me by. It's not because I didn't try, but nobody saw me walking and nobody heard me talking. Seems like I've got to do wrong before they notice. So you have a youngster in the ghetto who need him chance. Say, I'll make you notice him. We need to make people feel good about themselves because they have an opportunity to do so.
All right. Well, look, Bobby, people in the begging you to stay because you haven't seen me in a while. And I'm going to echo that sentiment. So I want you to stay with us as long as you can, sir. And then when you have to go,
I will do my very best. But you
right.
do love me and do it. If it calls, I proceed in that direction.
All right, no problem. Look,
Listen.
we're by Winsome Hutchinson. All right, now Winsome has a very compelling story to tell because Michael Nita, he made mention of an event that has to do with Winsome Hutchinson directly. But before I get to Winsome, let me just turn it over to Teague and just say a few words, Teague, about what's Waterhouse like to you and growing up and all of that.
Well, you can hear me good, right?
Yeah, man.
I'm new to the panel. I born in Cockburn Pen and grew up in Waterhouse. And to me, our days of growing up as young man, me, Rattigan, and Eddie, and all of us, to me it was fun. We have people in the neighborhood who call themselves Dan. But for some reason, growing up the way we move, we get a lot of respect. And I'm always see guys like Eddie, Ratty, including myself as a guys who go to school. We had a choice in life if we want to be in politics or want betterment of the life. We could have choose any route, just like every Jamaican. And the reason I love Waterhouse because most of the most of the great entertainers come out of Waterhouse. We have the great jammies as Good Stewart, Earl Disco. We have so much different people. and Jamaica people are very flexible people. I have a younger sibling who this man take him life from one stage to another. Him come America with just building some woodworking trade and him take off and him come to America and him take off and now he's a big contractor, which it's not your neighborhood make you a person. It's your belief, your thought process. So neighborhood don't make you not and like Ita said earlier, when you tell people you're in America, them say, well, we're from that Jamaica. First I say Kingston, them laugh. Everybody come from Kingston. They say, why we come from Waterhouse? Mama say, bad people come from Waterhouse. That's what you call it stereotype. Like, we have so much different fashion of people in Jamaica. You have the uptown people, the light-skinned people, the half-breed people. You have the ghetto people. You have ghetto people, of course, ghetto people that say this and that. Jamaica just one little country now. And we don't have any unity. Because, like, even with Winston appearance, there was no reason for deal with them people the way them did and show the name of politics. What is politics? Politics is man-made. The universe never gives us politics, but sure we believe that this system, Babylonian system with its politics, we kill each other for it. Now, you have an interview and I was saying ballistic affair. Them want to kill that man because they say right now the whole of we used to dip on the dirty together, race Waterhouse and play domino. And because a man choose same live a jungle and one man live a real man, we will kill each other. The great Leroy man in that ballistic affair. And it's the truth. Jamaica people need to wake up and see the truth. Party don't mean nothing. All right, you have to prepare the PMP who are going to govern over you. You understand? But you want to make sure, as like Rattigan say, make sure they do the right thing. And Rattigan always say, a gift destroyed the heart and a promise is a comfort to a fool. Why we want to go on and just accept promises? Years ago, when our great leader, Michael Mann, tell me, we need to be self-reliance again, learn to go do farming again. Years ago, the great Marcus Garvey said, was leader will become follower, was independent, become dependent. When me say, I love Waterhouse. Waterhouse is a great place. I lived most of my life there, but I was split because my mother, my father, and my brother, my father's a cop, was a cop. Him come from Towel, me come from Penwood Waterhouse. Me not pick my side, never voted there in my life. Never voted there in Jamaica in my life. Period. Because I never see it. I see too much of my friend there. But see, I don't remember which prime minister or which party invite a man named Dudley Thompson. He was Minister of Security. And
hold that story there. Hold that story there.
Yeah, no, run it because
no,
remember
hold it. Never lead up to it.
Okay. Yeah, so but as I was saying, I love that place, man, because I as a young youth, I was one of the best youth man bike rider in the Waterhouse. And as a youth, I see me in a dance, I push down dance gate with the big man there. So we grew up with a bunch of elders where if you play ball with them and the ball come out of the circle as a youth, and say you go get the ball, you go get the ball. They're not, bust up on the body. But today, you can't talk to them. You say hi or something good to them, them tell you a bad word. Just like in America, yeah. We need to come out of them madness there. We need to come out of them mental messed up issue we have. Because like when I think of ourselves, Burning Spear say it's good when a man can think for himself. And we don't do that. But me as a man, I miss up my neighborhood. If it was a better place, I would be there constantly. The sense, Rattigan is a man where he can tell him history. That Rattigan is one of the best proof. And you probably have a lot more like Rattigan, right?
Yeah.
If you say your neighborhood not really determine who you are. Because remember when I go to school, remember when Junior Reid and all of them man stood on a strong guitar, and then Rattigan used to laugh at them. Rattigan said, to people, them man. But guess what? Them turn out to be international stars. Just like me. When we come to America, we never know nothing about engineering. We never know nothing about running heavy equipment, crane and all them things. But we come here and pick up the torch. And so all Jamaican people can do it. It's just that you need a good leader. That's why we can say good governance. You know,
All right.
and great people come from Jamaica, or Jamaica, the capital of the world.
Let me jump in at Tigo. I don't know. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, Ratty, you can't go through.
All right. Let me just say with also my Patrick McCarthy. And Patrick used to live right across the street from me. On a street named Farm Road. Where Patrick, the Minister Patrick. Patrick Dali Alpha. But anyway, before I bring in Winston, let me just give people a little sense of my life in a Waterhouse. Unlike everybody used to write us up, Nita, Tigo, Winsome, even Patrick, I move in and out of Waterhouse. I live down at the bottom of Waterhouse. I live up at the top of Waterhouse. I live in a Waterhouse. I live 4 different addresses in a Waterhouse. I live on Dilston Avenue. On one street, Penwood Crescent, I lived at 3 different homes. 6 Penwood Crescent, 41 Penwood Crescent, and 39 Penwood Crescent. All over the place in a Waterhouse. Plus, I live Maxfield Avenue and all over the place. I was like a nomad. But let me just give a sense of how my life changed in Waterhouse. My life changed back in 2016 in a Waterhouse. Because growing up in Waterhouse, it was like the next neighborhood, Tower Hill. There was a gully that separated where I live from over that section. Now, that section turned out to be a JLP section, and where I live was a PNP section. Now, keep in mind that at one point, I actually lived over there, over Tower Hill area. But I'll never forget it. I didn't go to school because, of course, we never have no money for go to school. At the time, I was in Meadowbrook. So I stay home. My father gone to work. I'm stay home and clean up the place and lay down underneath the window. And all of a sudden, my sleep, my silence was interrupted by the breaking of glass and stones that come through the window. And when they get up and prick through the window, they say, pregnant woman. It's another woman with a baby in her hand. And them a fling stone and mash up the neighborhood. And then them go back across the gully. And later on that day, the man them on our side now, them congregate at my house, in my yard actually. Because I live in a tenement yard with about 14 people living at the yard. And them congregate at the yard. And they may have 2 guns. I'm see the gun there. And we have a friend named Sparky, and he look at me and say, Ratty, you have to come with me, go mash up some house over there and kill some people because just when them do your house. And I say, yeah. I'm going to go through the gate. And as I start go up the road, near a man say, hey boy, where you go? I'm look, I'm a father. I'm say, I'm not anywhere. And he go back to the yard. I'm go back to the yard. I'm hang out on the fence and I watch him and them go up the street and them go up the street, go down into the gully, come up on the other side, and them start mash up the people in the house. And shortly after that, gunshots rang out. And we look up the street. 2 of my friends them, they're dead. Man and Puppet. And that night my father said to me, listen, you can't stay here, you know, because of war now. You have to move. And he just pack me up and me just move go back to Maxfield Avenue to live. Until months later, near to the war cooled down and I come back. And I stayed in Waterhouse until I left and come to America. And there's one more story before I bring in Patrick and Winston. I was on a 15 bus going from Crossroads to Waterhouse. And I'm a school uniform. And the bus stopped at Seaward Drive. It was the last fear stage before it traveled on Seaward Drive and Olympic Way and then go head down in a Waterhouse. And when I have gears, I just look, when we look outside the bus, we see a guy who used to go primary school with me. We used to call him Buchanan. Last name was Buchanan. And it's a 3-man come through the front of the bus. And then come all the way down and they come to me and them say, let me see your ticket. I'm sure him the ticket. Then them did is the Jamaica Omnibus Service, JOS, and it was a stage 4. And them say, Waterhouse you go? And I say, yeah. And he said, come up on the bus, man, I'll kill you today. And I said, well, I'm a father, I'm going to look fine. And I said, where you live? I said, I live on Maxwell Avenue, but I'm a father, I'm going to look for my father take care of me. And him, I go to for the get money. He said, no, man, come off of the bus. And I pick up my bag and I see the guy outside and I say, well, if I go outside and talk to Buchanan, maybe Buchanan can plead for my life. And I say, all right. And I get up and then one of them said to me, say, you know what? Sit down. And I sit down. Then walk up to the middle of the bus and a man, big man, you know, sit down at the window. And them say to him, say, hey, where you live? No, them say, where you go? And him say, me I go over son. And them say, where over son name? Him say, over son, man. Them say, no, man, over son must have a name, man. Wait name. Him say, over son. And then them start stab him up. And them run at the front of the bus. The driver panic, no know where I go, and him hear people are shouting, close the door. And they must stop the man. And the man turn around, run past them, come down to the back door. The driver opened it, and before the driver could open it, the man left the knife in him back. And run up the street. And the people look for me and said, you with your luck, you know, could have you with that, you know. And there are many more stories like that when I got through. So, and them things that live with me, and I'm writing a book right now. I want to get to stories like that. It was almost cathartic. It was almost like a release, a certain trauma involved, you know, where it just occupy the soul and the spirit. And when we talk to people like Tigo, it's like we can talk and we can laugh about it. And I think to some degree that is relief. But what I'm going to do now, I'm going to turn you over now. So, I say Karen don't play that, and Karen I listen to the story. But I'm going to turn you over now. But Patrick there seeing, oh, Patrick there. I'm going to turn you over now. What Winsome? Oh, Winsome, because she suffered something that's just unspeakable. You know. Winsome, welcome to the program. Talk to us about your experience in Waterhouse and what happened to your family. Can't hear you, Winsome.
Yeah, first I must say, can you hear me now?
Loud and clear.
Okay. First I must say thanks for having me on the program. And yes, I can totally relate to everything everybody is saying about growing up in Waterhouse. But first I must say I was actually born in Waterhouse, but I left Waterhouse when I was a child, when I was like 4 years old, because my parents migrated to England. However, before my parents went there, at 4, there are certain things that I remember that stick with me to this day about being there. I remembered my mother as a young woman because her and my dad got married very early. And as young people, because my mother was from the quasi bourgeois family, um, she was gifted with some funds. And what she did, she made a down payment on a house, 3 Conway Road, which is Waterhouse. Now, at the time, Waterhouse was not developed. I remember she didn't really work. My dad worked. I remember her going every day because she wanted to bring light and water to Waterhouse, which she actually did. And I remembered at the time there were talks about PNP and JLP. But then right during that period, my my dad migrated. I remember going to the airport in a truck. I mean, I went in a van, but a truck came with us, and it brought a lot of people from Waterhouse because my dad was going to England, and it was a big deal. And so shortly after that, he went, my mom went, and I went to Stony Hill. My siblings went to Portland, and I went to Stony Hill to live. Now, when my parents stayed in England from and returned to Jamaica during the after independence. We're talking independence was 62. My parents came back about 63, 64. When they came back, they got the other children, but I stayed in Stony Hill. So I went to school in Stony Hill. I grew up a different lifestyle, yes. Um, and I was exposed to other things, yes. But I wanted to live by my parents. With my parents, I wanted to be in the household. So I made a big deal about going there and being in the household with them. So my other family, they weren't exactly comfortable that I wanted to go, but I just wanted to go. And I had been there and I saw it and I really, I, it was a camaraderie within the people that you kind of don't have uptown. And so as a early teenager, I went there to live, went to school, and I saw, yes, a lot of differences. I saw people. I got to walk the gully banks because my mother was still actively doing all kinds of stuff. And by this, she was working for PNP and she was seeing about a lot of things. And PNP was the underdog because Labour Party was in. And so, I mean, my brother and I, we used to work with my mom. Sometimes we'd have to go to the country and enumerate people, compile voting lists, and I made my way around and I met a lot of people working with them like that. No, and of course, going to high school and being there, I found a lot of very decent families there. I saw poverty. I mean, I'm not going to say we were struggling. We were not struggling, but we were not well off because my parents had visas and they used to come to America. But my parents felt like, especially my mother, she felt like being a Jamaican, she needed to create, she needed to be the quintessential Jamaican and do stuff for the people. It was about the people. It was about Waterhouse. It was about the surrounding communities. It was about making the right choices. I mean, that at that point, it was getting more or less to be like the forgotten community. It had the potential to become a serious inner city. And her and I see people like David Core, Marie Atkins, Minna Wilmot, like even Coxley Ellis and them, they were fighting. I mean, people used to talk about our house and my mother used to say, this is my Beverly Hills because people were endowed with civic pride. They had this thing about them. The young people, like even the McCarthys, going to high school, everybody was destined and determined to more or less be somebody, to be the voice of change. I mean, we were determined. But then come the 70s and elections and Michael Manley came in power, there was a vapor of, I can say, hostility that started to creep in because people were starting to kill each other. Pork belly politics reigned supreme. I mean, you started hearing about one and two shootings. You hear people having problems to come in the community because they're targeted. We were targeted because we were who we were. We were Mrs. Hutchinson's children. My siblings were not really targeted because they stayed home. I was the outsider. I was the one that was out there. As a youth service worker, I was doing all kinds of stuff. I mean, I followed my mom's footsteps. I remember I met this man, Mr. Murray, and he was into football. Dwayne Park had a football club, and he came to me and he said, "You know, I see you as a young girl and you're here and you're there. Everywhere I go, I see you. You're doing this. Everybody know you." I said, "You know something?" And he said to me, "You know, Waterhouse is doing a football club." I said, "Really?" And he says, I said, "We have to register them with Cassava." And he said, "We don't even have a secretary." I said, "I'll be the secretary." And I started out as Waterhouse football secretary. And at the time, it was Great West. And I remember to this day when Dangody and Nicholas went and registered it. And then I was involved with netball. I used to play for City Treasury. I was on the team. And I was hell bent on getting all the netball teams in Kingston. In fact, I was the first netball coach at St. Patrick's Primary School. And I was just, it was all about netball. I'm at the stadium, I'm doing every damn thing. I mean, football, netball, this, that, social intervention there. Somebody have a situation and they call me and they say, "Wilson, you know, so and so and so." I said, "All right, let me see how much I can get my mother to do this, what we can do, how we can make this better, who need a work." And I remember my mother said to me one day, "You know, is one politician in this house." I said, "Mommy, I'm not a politician. I am just living. I'm just living what I know." And I realized one of the things I did, I taught dancing at Tivoli Gardens Community Center. And I started, I was, yes, I was exposed to Rasta. I was exposed to a lot of things. But to me at the time, Rasta wasn't doing anything for people. So nobody couldn't really tell me anything about Rasta. I said, until I saw Rastafarians out there working with the people. But when truth be told, Rastafarians were ostracized. Rastafarians were not doing anything and could not do anything. They were barely trying to survive. I mean, I saw so much. We had a Rasta place on Australia Road where they used to keep dance, and every time they keep a dance there, 12 tribes, police go, they go beat it down, mash it down. I remember one night them arrested Ivan Core. He was there, and I ran home and told mommy, them arrest Ivan, you know. And she gone station, but I couldn't even tell her I was there. I was just really passing through. But I didn't like that. So basically for me, it was like, okay, let me keep it clean so I don't get in these situations. Let me see how I can help and what I can do as a youth. But then, like I said, a vapor started to come in. This one start kill that one. This one saying that. That one saying that. One time I got into a situation down in Tivoli, and Massop, look on me, you know. And everybody know Massop was a stronghold for Tivoli. Massop said, "Listen, don't come back down here, you know. If anything ever happened to me, don't come back down here." I said, "Boy, Massop, it looked like this thing getting out of control." And what happened? This thing got so crazy because I was so out there as a young person, always doing this. People were coming to the gate. Sometimes they were confused. They didn't know which one of the Miss Hutchie they wanted because nobody knew my first name. They just used to call me Miss Hutchie. And mommy said to me, "You know, this is going to stop." And I remember my aunt and my uncle visited Jamaica. And we're talking, and mommy said, "You know, tomorrow you're going to Canada." I said, "Mommy, what you mean tomorrow I'm going to Canada?" I said, I didn't tell anybody, you know. Anyway, it so happened that I went away the following day because I was actually supposed to get the first set of gears for Great West, and I was out, and I stopped by my sister and she said, "You know, your mom calling for you. You have to go." And they told my dad where I was, and he came and got me. And just like that, without a suitcase, I went to Canada. And all the things that, when I went to Canada, all the things that I was working on, that I was talking about, they started manifesting, which was like the peace dance, this, that. and all of that. So I decided I was struggling there, and it wasn't the Jamaica that I knew. And I went back home. And by the time I got back home, I realized that there was so much going on in Jamaica, and the killings had escalated. And I started to get afraid, and I didn't want to be out there anymore because I realized that they were killing young people. Um, you hear labor rights killing this, you hear Yap Sang doing that, this man doing that. And I went on a bus one day to Kingston and coming back to Tower Hill. This guy came to me and said, say, me know you. And I'm looking at him like, me? And he said, yes. And the bus driver realized what was happening. And the guy went on the step of the bus and turned to somebody outside and said, see me such a daughter in the bus here? And I don't know what happened, but all I know is I jump up out the seat, seeing. Yeah, I yeah, sorry about that. Um, the driver, I jumped up, and when I jumped up, I pushed the guy out the bus, and the driver shut the door and drive the bus. And he said, "Who are you?" I said, "Who, me?" I said, I don't know what's going on." Only to find out that when I was coming back, they had killed this guy from somewhere down, some guy that frequented Waterhouse, and it was going to be a reprisal situation, and I was almost it. And I started backing away, and I said to my mom, because there was so much, I don't even know, there was such a big power struggle within the party. There was a big power struggle within the party, and mommy at this point was ejected from the party because she was ousted from PMP because she was very honest and she was open about some things and they didn't like it, and they started to um what should I say now? They started a whole bunch of political, I don't even know, I would say political froth. Anyway, her and my dad were, like I said, ousted and they migrated. And her being who she was, I remember we by this went to New York 79. And when we came up in 79, I really stayed low, 78, 79, because I saw things, I mean, I didn't even know them them kind of things were happening. And so I started more or less staying to myself. I didn't do political meetings anymore. I didn't do a lot of things. So I was homebound until I came here. By the time I came, she decided she was going to head back to Jamaica. And yes, her and my dad went back to Jamaica. And of course, things, I mean, all the people that my mother looked out for in the Waterhouse community, they felt that not knowing they many, I mean, it was the political people who were the echelons of the party that ousted her for whatever reason. They knew she was ousted and could no longer be a part of the PMP thing. But the small people who were not learned did not know. They just took it for granted that she left the party. And based on that, they really set out to kill my parents. No, the part that really got to me was all the activists within the party knew, but they made it look like, she was, she had, what should I say now? She was a backstabber. She leave the party and she become a laborite. But it wasn't even so her leaving the party or her aligning herself with the Labour Party. It was just that she wanted to she wanted better for the community. She wanted to serve the people. It was about the people because this is a lady that had her green card from in the '60s. Sorry about that. Yeah. This was a lady that wanted to do for Jamaica, and that was her thing. She just wanted to see places like Waterhouse. She never wanted to see Waterhouse backwards. It was like, we need roads, we need this. I remember when she used to be fighting with Ministry of Housing. Listen, the road won't fix. Why Grenada Road look like that? Why this road look like that? Anything she can do, contracts running. And yes, this was a big deal for her. And 1980, when elections were announced, they gave her hell. And it was not a situation where she had to be there in Waterhouse, because by this, she could have lived anywhere. But she just felt comfortable there because she felt like she had created such an impact there, doing for the people, that the people would have her back, which proved to be one of the biggest and a detrimental a, a detrimental choice, because they wanted them dead. And so the morning of October 19, while they slept, they went in the house and they hailed gun in the yard, and they hailed gunshots right through the window on them. And you know, I remember after that going to Jamaica and seeing some things I saw where they climbed in the yard and they wrote on the house. And I remember even in the earlier 70s, they would look at the house and say, oh, if Jamaica turned communist, we just going to cut this house in two because two families can live here. You know, when you listen to the things that the people used to say, and I used to say to her, we have to be mindful. I mean, yes, you're doing for the people, but sometimes you have to step back and listen to what they're saying, see where they are, and then you apply yourself accordingly. Because these people, when unlearned, can be dangerous. And her thing was always, no man, once you talk to them and all of that, they will understand. But I never saw them understanding anything, because I know when a man's mind, when a man is limited and his mind is warped, it's a terrible thing in society. So fast forward, um, in the '80s, yes, they were killed, and yes, they were buried, and yes, I have seen all the changes in Waterhouse, and a whole lot of I say a lot of good, because regardless of what, poverty was never the reason for people not to excel. And in Waterhouse, our people, there we are people, and we're Jamaicans, and we're going to strive and we're going to do what we need to do. But I look at it now, and I no longer see it as being tribalistic, and I no longer see political tribalism. I see a whole different set of scourge. I see some little shutters, or we call them the youngies. I look at the youngies there, and I look at where they are, and what they're doing, and which it's no longer confined to Waterhouse. It's all through Jamaica. And I mean, it's not about fighting because a man want a contract or a man vexed because he never get a contract. No, it's a matter that you see somebody with a clerks and them want a clerks, or them see somebody with a piece and them want the piece. And we want to say, and I tell people, Waterhouse is no longer about political ish. it's now a bigger thing. And I see the youths. I sometimes I get into it with my dear friend Michael Nito because of what he's doing, and I applaud him. And this other young man, Christopher, I know his name because his family worked with my parents back in the days. And yes, I see them doing making strides. But in terms of where we are as a nation, they just look on it that hey, nothing good not come from Waterhouse, you know. So they don't see the need to invest in it, to invest socially. They don't see anything. They just look on it that these people have nothing and these people will always have nothing. So it's not a big deal. And because we're below halfway tree, which historically speaking, that has always been the mentality. I mean, you know, it's Waterhouse. So they don't, these people, they don't need anything.
So,
They don't
so
need anything.
listen, so
Yes.
let me stop you there, right? And bring on, because I have two more guests here. We have Patrick from Farm Road, and we have Raleigh Gopi, who used to live across the street from Mr. Gunplay. And I want them chime in and give to them sense of what Waterhouse was like. So don't leave us, but I'm going to stop you there and bring them in, if you don't mind.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Patrick, you wait for a long time. Give us a sense of Waterhouse, and I hate to do this to you, but we kind of short on time, but we want to hear from you and we want to hear from Raleigh as well. Oh, by the way, people, Raleigh Gopi, this is the first time I see Raleigh Gopi from 1977, July 1977, when we left Waterhouse. I haven't seen him since. First time I see him. Patrick, Mr. Patrick, even before that, Mr. Patrick now went as a result Anita on Waterhouse vibes. But Patrick used to live down the road from Patrick, and I haven't seen Patrick, I don't know, from about 70, let me say, leave one some of them, about 74, 75. And rather than seen from 1970. It's a good reunion. So Patrick, the floor is yours. Go ahead, sir. And by the way,
Yeah.
Patrick is from Winsome.
Yes. You know, it's kind of tough talking after Winsome, you know, because I mean, we actually grew up together. Let me put it that way, right? You know, most of who is on right now is people who I know, right? And you know, as I sit here, you know, just take my back and then I hear names and I have to shake me and I say, yes, I remember him. I remember Dangle D. I remember, you know, so much man and all of that. But anyway, I want speak to some of the things which hasn't been said before, right? Real quick. Just to give another sense of a Waterhouse. Waterhouse was a diverse neighborhood, right? A diverse community, right? Waterhouse had working class people, straight up working class people, right? Then you had all out poor people. People were just a struggle, right? We're just trying you know, make it day to day, right? Them don't really have a regular job. Then you have, you know, that lower middle class side to Waterhouse as well, you know, which involve, you know, some of the more stable families, right? And I'm not going to really get into mentioning the names and all of that, but I say all of that to point out that Waterhouse was a real community, right? It was a place because going back to when I just know Waterhouse as a youth, young youth coming to Waterhouse, 1963, 64, that region, and really, you know, see Waterhouse to what it is. Nice neighborhood, nice, right? Peaceful, right? Good place to grow up, everything, right? Because it was real community. Everybody know everybody. And so the youngsters know the youngsters. My parents, you know, the parents know each other because my parents and Winsome parents were good friends and them talk and meet regularly and all of that. And you know, it was like that throughout the community, right? Because even as Winsome mentioned about you know, her parents struggling for you know, get better roads and all of that. I remember when Farm Road was paved, right? And you know, as I think about it, I remember, you know, them even having meetings, having discussions about bringing telephone through the area and all of that stuff,
Exactly.
you know.
Exactly.
And
Exactly.
you know, as I think more and more about it, Waterhouse was a real community. So when we talk about the violence on Waterhouse, right? Here's the thing about it: the violence never originated in Waterhouse. Violence was always brought into Waterhouse, right? You never find people in Waterhouse fighting among themselves, right? As some people that think when they hear about Waterhouse have violence, it's really people coming into Waterhouse, right, bringing violence, right? That's how the violence really get introduced to Waterhouse. And like Ratty said, you know, when you're trying to get into Waterhouse, right, the things with stopping the bus and all of that stuff and taking youth off of the bus and all of that, because most of the violence was directed against the youngsters. And the thing about it is that this is what drew them into the violence, right? Because of course, when violence is meted out here, then you want to retaliate, right? And this is how it built. But it never really originated in Waterhouse. That wasn't a part of the Waterhouse fabric at all. The Waterhouse fabric was a real community, right? It was a real festive place because those days, every weekend, I used to spin music, for example, right? And that was my thing. So I mean, everybody congregate around me because I spin the music, and then you know you have so much set throughout Waterhouse, right? Lita can tell you too, right? So much set throughout Waterhouse that this is where everybody moved towards music. And when moving towards music, you don't have no violence going on around that. It's just man enjoy music, right? That's how it was, you know. So that is my treasure, right, about Waterhouse, because even when I leave there, as Ratty mentioned, you know, from the early days, I actually moved out right after the 76 selection and all of that, right? And then I got married early, all of that stuff, right? Move out and all of that. But my parents were still there. So I was in Waterhouse every day, right? Because before I go home, right, I have to stop at my parents' house, right? So every day I come through Waterhouse and all of that. Till even when I start to really you know, drive and all of that now, then I find that I start have some of the kind of experiences like what Winsome and Will talk about, right? When I remember, some of you can probably relate to this guy in Tower Hill, right? Bonnie Wizzy,
Yeah,
right?
man.
Of course.
Yeah, Bonnie Wizzy was my brethren, right? And I remember
Let's
one
everybody
time
forget Starling.
I drive come up Olympic Way, and a ratted GLP crowd gather right to Olympic Way at Bay Farm Road, right? And I have a number of people in my car, co-workers and all of that, who I take home. And I say, well, how me I gonna handle this now? I'm gonna say, you know what? I say, all right, everybody just settle down. Watch me handle this. And I stop right in the middle of the crowd. And I get out of the car and I walk right up to Bonnie. And I hug Bonnie and me and him start chatting and all of that. And right away, a brother come and pull Bonnie one side and whisper in her ears. Right? And Bonnie said to me, Patrick, here what you do? Me and you will talk later. Just go back in your car, carry home your people them and all of that, and we talk afterwards. Afterwards, mom make me know so well. A man now come whisper in her ears, say, boy, if him know who him a deal with, right? Who I am, right? And where I come from and all of them things there. And Bonnie look on him and say to him, say, listen, that man, if you feel like say you can't touch that man, right? Me and him are more friend than me and you. So if you feel like you want to try anything, you better think again, right? And that's when him said to me, just go on home and we talk later. So I can so relate to some of the stories, right? Because this is how it was in Waterhouse. But Waterhouse was not a violent area, right? It was community. But this is what division does. And as Winsome says, it's all about the understanding, because again, there's a lot we don't understand and we don't seek to understand, right? I've done so much studies and been so much of an activist and so on. There's a whole lot I could say, a whole lot more I could say here in terms of analyzing, right, our Waterhouse situation. But the bottom line is, right, that we are one people. We are one people, you know, with all kinds of understanding. That is it. Yeah,
All right,
man.
Patrick. Let me bring on Raleigh now. And people.
Raleigh, if you're not frozen, you can just introduce yourself.
You have to unmute.
Well, unmute your mic, though. This segment is brought to you by Star.
Yeah, you can hear me now?
Man, loud and clear.
Yeah, man, man. Me and this man grew up from in the early 60s. Me and Rattigan, so it was three of us. Between me, Ratty, and Flatty, that's how the name Flatty and Ratty come about. You know what I mean? And we grew up from that time until now. But the thing about Waterhouse is this. Can you hear me?
Yeah, man. Look.
The thing about Waterhouse is this, where most people try to walk over it. It has from politics in 1972. From 1972, when politics started between Arnett Garden and Tivoli, that is what messed up Waterhouse. And I grew up in it. I saw the changes, and I choose to walk away from it. You understand? Because Ratty can tell you that I grew up with some of the most violent people in politics who surround. Wally Dredd was my sister baby father. And he's the one who brought politics to Waterhouse from Arnett Garden. So that is my take on politics. You know what I mean? Where Waterhouse was really, as the other gentleman said, was a community center where everybody come together up to 76. That's when Waterhouse changed completely. And it caused me, I was a businessman, I had a company in Jamaica, in Waterhouse, named Gopi and Sons, right at the beginning of Penrod Road and Spanish Town Road. And I couldn't take it no more. I came to America in 1986, but I go back to Jamaica and to Waterhouse every year until 2019, since COVID. I haven't been back home. But still, I have family who still live there, and I keep in touch with them on a regular basis until, I saw this program on YouTube. And I said, I got to listen to what Ratty has to say. And his program has been very poignant in that it's exposing a lot of the corruption in Jamaican politics. And it has been there from the beginning. I never vote one day in my life, so that I cannot say I was a part of the political system in Jamaica or even in Waterhouse. I choose to keep away from it. Came to America and I've been a Rasta man since then. Keeping clean. I don't even live. I was in New York for 12 years and I left New York, and I coming like you. New York is a fading memory. I live in Minnesota. I'm in the country of America. At peace with myself, and that with Waterhouse. Like I say, I still have brothers and sisters who still live there. Yes, and like I say, I wanted to put my 5 cents about Waterhouse in on this program. It wasn't a nice place to live after 1976.
Rattigan, can I say something here? Rattigan.
Freeze up.
And freeze, man.
All right.
Him
You
gonna
can say I
rejoin,
can-
but Raleigh, I just want just for some clarity, why you say after 1976? What was the catalyst that make you just use that date?
If you all guys come from Waterhouse and know Waterhouse, you ever heard of a guy named Wally Dread?
Yes.
Right. He came and we all used to sit on this wall named Miss Gloria wall. And we listen to music and we join together as a little teenage community of friends talking about King Tubby's dance the night before when Berlin's player plays the road is so foggy. You have Eddie. Eddie was from the other road still, from down Wellworth Avenue. I'm talking about Eddie Bop. Eddie Bop used to be the beatbox, original beatbox. But before even American thinking about beatbox, Eddie Bop was the beatbox, and he would be playing songs and we would sing and dance and everything on the corner. When this guy came, named Wally Dread, he looked at me. I was the youngest one in that crew of people of Isla, Gwangi, Lee Craft, all of them. And he looked at me and said, go and buy me a beer at the bar. And I said, I don't know, you can't send me out. I don't know who the hell you are. You can't just come hard on me and send me, we must go and buy. So from the beginning, and from that day, I never sit on the wall or join that conversation with them. And within the space of 6 months, 3 of the guys who was hanging out with Wally Dread died. And then now the politics started. Now you hear that Tower is coming into our neighbor killing people. And it was pure terror for me, who wasn't a violent. I'm not going to sit and listen to conversation about killing labor right or holding gun and fighting everybody. So I stay away from the car. I go and watch TV. I watch cartoon just to avoid the people with this kind of conversation about killing people in Waterhouse. I come from the lower part of, I'm not going to expound on the upper part of Waterhouse, up Beer Farm Road way. I don't know anybody up there. I went to St. Patrick's Primary, and that's it. But the lower part where I'm from, to White Lane, where them called Moscow now, and Cuba, and Havana, that is where I come from. And this is what I experience. Friends killing friends all the time. And I don't know where the violence came from. And all I can equate it to is that Wally Dread came. And if Rattigan wished to speak the truth, Wally Dread lived in the same yard with him on Pennant Crescent. Yeah.
Rattigan joined right on cue.
Can I say something here?
Yeah.
Okay. It is not true to say that the violence is always coming from the outside into Waterhouse. And I tell you, I'm going to share some experience with you. I really think that the violence started February 28, 1972.
You're probably right.
Just a minute. On that night, the PMP won the election. At Balcom Drive, a gentleman named Mr. Hall opened up a shotgun on some PMP supporters. In turn, the folks, because at that time we were going around with broom and celebrate, so go and sweep labor right out and all that thing. After that shooting, the crowd, the masses, ended up at College Road, top of College Road, Frank Phipps' office, and burned it down. That was done by PMP supporters from my community. The next escalation of violence in Jamaica, in Waterhouse, was in 1970. I don't remember the exact date, but the PMP used to have its conference at Penno Junior Secondary School. A group of us went to that conference. And at that conference, after a heated discussion about dividing the area, partition the area, Russian Thompson pull out a gun on David Core in Penwood School and demand that the area be divided. That's how the area was divided from into West Central St. Andrew and West St. Andrew. That was Russian Thompson initiate that process, and with Russian came the violence. But before that, there was always conflict between we from Waterhouse and people at Olympic View, because we were actively involved in playing sports. Those of us who went to Tarrant, when we play match with Penwood and we beat Penwood, we could not come down Bay Farm Road to get to our house, because people like Rusty Back and others, they would round us up and beat us because we come from Waterhouse and we beat Penwood in cricket. So the violence started amongst the schoolboys. You know, whether it's Penwood and Tarrant, it was always around sports. The man who reduced all of that was a gentleman by the name of Belly, who started a club called Balcombe Drive Cricket Club. And he brought over some men who used to play at Green Grove. Remember Green Grove Cricket Field? Mm-hmm. The brethren them, Chappie Gale and others, then start come over to Balcombe Drive. And man like Carly Shoe and them thing there, them is come at Balcombe Drive. But what changed the whole situation was the introduction of Russian Thompson and Ferdy Yap.
Ferdy Yap song.
Yeah, that is what God, because guess what happened now? A lot of men, you know, most people don't know this, but a lot of men who were PMP supporters and working for the PMP usually go down to Diamond Land, Ferdy Yap, and collect money. You know, it came out, people start saying, oh, Yapa bribe people for joining them. At the same time, Robert Lightburn had an organization called United Party. And he was coming in and trying to, first of all, the first place he established himself was Binns Road with a gentleman by the name of Rennie and Stampede. Yeah. Rennie and Stampede. Remember Stampede at Dudney Road? As Gerard? That was all.
Yeah.
And then people realized what was happening, and then you find the violence start. But despite the violence, you know, I must say this. Our favorite activity, in addition to cricket and football, was dance. While you talk about Tubbies was our sound.
Yep.
I was a box boy. My brethren come from Balcombe Drive, Liquoroy. I was a box boy with Tubbies, because that was how we earn our hustle. Because you have tower and whatever. I'm going to give you an experience. 1973, there was a dance between Tipper Tone and King Tubbies at Port Henderson Beach. Well, you remember they used to keep dance. Tubbies used to keep out of the dance. And
yeah, man, that was a big sound clash then.
Yeah. I thought your father was a DJ and Tipper Tone.
I was waiting on that one, you know, but I was saying I love conversations about when we never party.
And in that dance at Port, all of the men from downtown dressed in khaki, including Big Youth. All of the men just in khaki, because it was at that time the most popular song was Skullman them. Skullman my follow Tipper Tone. And at the dance, Thomas come out with that song named Zion Gate. You come to challenge the king. everything just tear down. So we had all these activities. There was violence on the outside, but the violence really escalated after 1974. That's when the violence really started. After the PMP declared itself democratic, socialist, and then the hostility and all that around that, and Fertilizer. Because Fertilizer, that man, that man was dangerous, bro.
Come round and distribute class and all them thing there. That's how him start.
Oh man,
My shit. Yes.
that is what brought the violence into Waterhouse.
Yes. Yes.
Let me bring in
Well,
Tigo.
listen, maybe, my perspective is this, that I was a little biased then, because when I was walking, I used to go over Tower to buy pretty papers to fly my kites.
Yep.
Okay, because that's where I could buy anything that I want. I walk through the gully and go over the gully into Tower Avenue.
Not just that, but our parents used to stop at Olympic with our father Gooden Bakery.
Yeah.
My father Gooden Bakery.
Yeah.
Like a compound, yeah.
Right a
compound, that's all. Yes.
Yeah, man.
Yes.
So that's what I was saying this, because my whole, as a youth, I just live in my local community. My friends were from my community. I didn't go up to down below Escana or above Gandhi Road. That's where my friendship stopped. I don't socialize that much with people up top or down bottom. So when this thing came around in 1976, and you're right, the Yappies then, we call them Yappies, started to infiltrate the neighborhood because they couldn't run in and they would come in. But to me, that is my perspective, where I saw Wally Dread came in and he started bringing weapons to some of the young men in my community, I was the youngest. I was the youngest of all. I was younger than Rocky. I was younger than Flatty. I was younger than all of the friends them around me. But yet still I could relate to a lot of stuff. And that is what I saw. And then this same person who I'm talking about ended up to be the baby father of my sister. And when I came to America, he was the Don in New York. I steered away from him same way. You hear what I just said? I stayed away from him. I leave Brooklyn, Bronx. I went up to Westchester County because I got a job up there. I live in Tuckahoe until I leave New York. I don't go back in because I told people I am not going to leave Jamaica to go back and live into a ghetto. Brooklyn is the biggest fucking ghetto. Sorry. I'm not going to leave Waterhouse. Come to America and live in Brooklyn.
That's
Hold
my...
on, Raleigh.
That's
Hold
my...
on there. Hold on there.
Yeah.
Raleigh say,
Tigo.
hold on there. Raleigh, that's it. Raleigh, them not have any friends. They never used to read Gandhi Road. I never used to go to S.
Yo, over there, man.
The thing about it is that I live up at Dilston Avenue, so I know the people up at the top. But I know Nita from before me live up the summer. I know Nita from long time. And then I used to live right within Mr. Guntley yard in front of Raleigh. And then I go down on the other side of the crescent where Wally used to live in another yard. Now, the funny thing about Wally is this. I don't know if you know it, Raleigh, but I used to thief Wally shoes where I go to school. I have a Clarks. I know him key there. I remember I used to live with Kaz.
Confession is good for the soul.
Yeah. Man. You used to take him shoes in Clarks. In fact, Clarks, I know. And a Clarks, I know.
Whoa. That's the bank robber, you know that.
Bank robber, yeah. I'm going to come back and buy one. Up to now, Nobody doesn't remember.
Yeah.
Nobody remember. You what now? You what now? I bring in Tigo because Tigo, when we talk about politicians, right? And like I used to say, David Core was the MP for that area there. And I remember we used to see David Core only during the election time. You don't see him come back around no other time, right? And then he used to come with the truck, with the chicken and all of them things and give them out. And that was it. But Tigo have a story because rather the same night them kill Haifa Man and Puppet, right?
Yeah.
And the war. Me have to run away. My run will go at Maxwell Avenue. But Tigo have a story because if you remember upon, oh, by the way, if everybody, Shelly and Fraser, Tigo are Shark Tigo granduncle, you know.
Oh, so not to go, brother, I think. Tigo.
Tigo, you can't hear me?
Forget me.
Tigo freeze up.
Yeah,
No,
man, you're not to go to big man.
Yeah, man, we can't hear it, man.
Yeah, man.
Mr. I'm not good. A big friend. You can mention brother there, man.
When I tell them the story about the politician, we're coming around Waterhouse after the two man them dead. And Wayne said to the group of man them around them. Why people need to hear that story to see how we used to live around there.
Yeah.
What really happened is that
you have to talk up louder.
Right. What really happened is that all right. What really happened is that we have groupings, like from the top of Waterhouse all the way to Spanish Town. You have different areas. I have groupings of people. And on Ashuka Road, me, my brother, play cricket, football, everything. We deal with education, everything. We just never into politics like that. We go kill our brother or sister over politics. We never believe in it. I actually want them not to go that. Because them come ask me. I turn them down, I decline. After them kill them, now the man them make a vow, so every time them come back over, them will kill every young youth to them say. That's how Rattigan have to leave in place. One time Rattigan ended up staying in my place a couple months when Rattigan tell me his problem, and I go to my mother and say, boy, Rattigan have a problem, you know, which is his second mother. She say, are you a friend? I'm say, yeah, Rattigan, I'm a friend. She say, you love him? I'm say, yeah, I love him. She say, you're not gonna make them kill him. I said, no, I'm not make them kill him, Mama. She said, so tell him to come. So I'm tell him to come. So anyway, we play table tennis, domino, cricket, soccer, on the road, scrimmage, race border. So it was a joy. We just never into politics. Then, after them kill them two soldiers, they know. We have a so-called man named Manticus, my year leader. He's going to leave from our neighborhood, water banks, and with a one-pack bucket. So man get there. Now them send down the tanks. Yeah, them send down the tanks to come now. And no, DK Duncan. Them send DK Duncan come. They got DK Duncan. I was DK Duncan, I think. The Minister of Security, one of them.
Dudley Thompson.
Yeah. He must have a foreign country. One of them island. So when him come over,
Panama, come from Panama.
Right. The one we have played and a talk and all kind of stuff. So a bunch of we did there. There was about probably 15 or 20. So when him come address we. So we tell him, say, we don't know politics like that. You know, we go school and the whole we are bridging who now work, Rupert just work for Kelly's, who now work about school. So me say me have to ask you a question, Mr. Thompson. So like how them over there so have gun, because Yap Sang I give them gun. And him tell them he wants everything you over there so dead. Plus him go ream go get man and them say everything what they wants to dead in them youth. So I say, so what you going to not do for the youth them if them need to protect themselves? What you really going to do for them? You know that man look at me and tell me as a young youth, my mother sit down on the veranda. How we call veranda the porch we call America. And my father is a policeman. We know all like police, we know all like players. My mother know all like the players. But anyway, remember Mr. Thompson, so we just lose 2 youth. The man must send threats to kill everything. What not do for the youth, them runners? I not speak for myself, because I'm not engaged. Him say, well, some more man have dead first, you know. And then when man dead, more man dead, will come on and issue out weapon. Me look on all of my brethren and say, here, what him say, though? When you hear him say, I look on my mother and say, Mama, and she say, what? I say, I come talk to me every time. I'm going to tell my mother what go on. Because this to me is madness. Number one, I don't like to follow. I don't mind following about in righteousness. I am a leader in righteousness. So when a man go tell me, you put gun in my hand, go kill my brothers and sisters in Jamaica. I'm madness that, or any about, because Jamaica is so small, away from the people and that migrate, that born in other country. Jamaica, everybody, to me, is family. Marriage, change name. Jamaica is too small. You understand? Everybody almost have a link. Because my family literally have linked with Rattigan family. And the guy named Mitchell went talk about my youth, them a female them cousin. So somewhere along the line, the whole we are one. Out of many, one people.
Hey,
But I
Rattigan.
don't know where the idea come from with these people.
Rattigan, I have to run, you see? I have to run. But before I run, I want to say this. Despite the negatives that we identify, there are positive things happening in Waterhouse. Positive thing. Tomorrow
Yes,
I'll have
I can attest to that.
I will have more to talk about on this, because a very important development happened in Waterhouse this week. You know, Maxine Stout, she went down and she did a tour of Waterhouse. Because we're looking at branding Waterhouse as a creative city, a creative space. Because we have a lot in terms of competitive advantage in terms of Waterhouse. We have Jammies, we have the Tubby's history, we have Black Hole and all, but we haven't yet figured out a way how to market that and generate employment opportunities and skill training for the youth. Tomorrow we're going to talk more about that on Waterhouse Vibes. I say that to say to those who are listening, don't turn your back on Waterhouse. We need your help. We need your help. And do what you can do for Waterhouse.
Hey, but let me say this thing still, and I understand we have the passion. We have the passion to, but we have to understand also, we are trying to deal with the whole country, because every parish have them own the areas where them have people are suffering things. So we really want to deal, I understand yes, but we really want to penetrate on all of Jamaica. Because right now, if we don't get it together, you understand, we're going to lose Jamaica. We soon start speak Mandarin in a school and all of them things. Because the Chinese, them are 1.something billion, them don't know where to live. One of them places I watch, the whole of Europe are match up. Who do you think them will come to? Who them will come to? I only look a place them can go to live.
Well, can I interject a little?
Yes.
And expound on what you are saying?
Yes,
man. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, all right. What you just said is correct, because I have a friend, a very dear friend. 25 years ago when I came to Minnesota, I met this guy. He's from New Orleans, and he's the lead singer of my reggae band. And he has a charity named 40 Out of Poverty. He said he can only help 40 people at a time out of poverty. And that's what he has been doing for the last 20 years. Whenever we make enough money, he donates to his charity, and he can help. He cannot help everybody. That's like what you just said. Every part of Jamaica have communities which are suffering through poverty and need help. But we have to be realistic. You can only help a certain amount of people at a certain time. And you have to it's just like if you adopt a kid, say in India or Africa, and you can donate money to that kid until they reach to a age of adulthood. That is what Jamaicans in America or wherever should be doing if they want to really help and try to. What Rattigan is doing right now to me is the best thing because I was coming back to Jamaica to live, me and my wife. And the parish I choose to live because my mother is from Hanover became the most violent at the time. I was about to buy this property in Hanover. And they start killing people from left, right, and center.
Come
And
and
my
Waterhouse.
wife,
Come
eh?
and Waterhouse. We have a
Yeah.
lot of people to
No,
live.
no, I have never left Waterhouse. Never,
Okay.
never.
Yeah, but Raleigh, me understand what Adam was saying now. But and well, I said, but we don't have to try to understand. You said the most golden word earlier. Everybody have to stand behind the One Legal Defense Foundation because we not just want cure Waterhouse.
No.
We want cure the whole country.
Yeah.
We have to do it so that small section at a time.
But what I'm saying, what I'm saying is not just on a physical thing we're talking about. It's more like a verbal, spiritual thing. So, like teach it like what Rattigan do now, Rattigan Foundation, and everybody who involved. Teaching the people them how to vote. Teach them it's not legacy voting no more. Like Ratty said, and the foundation said, is the party that helping them. Nobody picking a side, you know. We just try work with the party. Yes, for everybody. Because when you just keep mentioning Waterhouse, you can't discriminate against the rest of the country. I mean, he's a Jamaican, you know. He's a Jamaican at Waterhouse. He's a Jamaican abroad. He's a Jamaican all over. You understand? So what I'm saying, me love Waterhouse because my brother was, you know, my bigger brother, he was one of the guy will build Waterhouse, him and Dave Clark. Them usually run back and forth to play ball.
With Clifford and Monday.
So I don't like me know the place. I'm right bike all over the place. But I'm saying, me not just want Bonnie Lee, all of them. The bottom line is that we just can't concentrate on Waterhouse alone. All of Jamaica need to be fixing. You understand? We need the leader of the country.
I think Rattigan is doing that.
We step up them game. Not just like
Rattigan is supporting this government so that they can step into reality. Yeah.
Yeah. So before Nita leave, want to make sure say the viewers them all right 3 o'clock.
Yeah, so Jamaica
thing, what vibes, and it's a very topical program, and like he said, tomorrow he's gonna be talking about how the visit of that young lady to Waterhouse. I saw the videos, and I saw Chris on it, and he was explaining to her some of the plans that he has to make Waterhouse a creative center, as it should be. So folks on the need for tune in tomorrow and check out Nita and the crew as we do our roundtable discussing issues affecting Waterhouse, but also issues affecting all of Jamaica. Like Tigo says, it's not just Waterhouse alone. It's the whole of Jamaica. We are trying to bring an awakening to it. And like Raleigh says, sometimes you do it, one step at a time. You start with this neighborhood, you move to that neighborhood. But, we'll take the converts one step at a time. Before you go, Nita, Patrick says something, because maybe Patrick have something to say that might affect where you think about for the tomorrow. So, Patrick, you have something you want to say? Because I've heard from you in a while.
Well, just to agree with what Mike said, that because based on what the little I know, right, from what Mike has said, is that Mike might put it away that okay, it's a tour of Waterhouse and so on, but the project actually is gonna involve more than just Waterhouse. It's actually gonna be more a national project. So it really is a Jamaican project, right? Even though Mike more focused on the Waterhouse aspect of it, right? Because that's where the visit was this week, but it really is a national project, right? So so it's gonna do a lot more than just for Waterhouse, but for the entire Jamaica, right, on the cultural side. So I just wanted to add that piece. So definitely tune in tomorrow, Waterhouse Vibes, you know, and hear more.
Yeah, you know, I was talking to a psychologist because I really wanted her to be a part of this, to kind of like just sit in and kind of hear the stories and kind of provide some guidance for us going forward. Because I was telling her that with some of us, we still live with the trauma. I mean, I can never erase the memory of my two friends getting shot down. I can't erase the memory of them trying to take me off our bus. And likewise, Raleigh have theme memories, to Tigwa have theme one. I'm sure Patrick and Nita, them have for them ones. So, but unfortunately, she wasn't able to make it today. So maybe we can do a part 2 at some point in the future. But just want to say, boy, I want to thank Alana for showing up, because it really, like Patrick said, kind of when I hear some names and things like that, I mean, I get a whole heap of text from people from Waterhouse now, and even at the chat, there are a lot of people who come from Waterhouse. Some Kevin put compound trauma. I used to live a compound too. I used to live all about. So, you know.
Well, I tell you, listen, it's a small community. It's a small community, but we're wide.
Yeah.
Worldwide.
And I tell you, the music at Raleigh House, music at Tea House, music at everybody, music at Mr. Go, music to Miss Gloria. Huh? Oh, by the way,
here's a piece. Here's a piece, Ratty, which we shouldn't go without mentioning this. You have Waterhouse people all across the world, you know, all different strata. Doctor, lawyer, teacher, scientist, professor, all kinds of professions.
Yeah, man.
And, you know, across the world. Waterhouse, yeah.
So Waterhouse. Anthony said, me walk on my belly. Raleigh, you remember your father when he used to get paid on a Friday and used to bring all the corn bread and everything, everybody gather up at your yard.
Yeah, man, I remember you say, hey, listen, I'll give these people one story that me and you and Flatty did. When your mother was living in America, she would get toys from America. And she would send them to you, balloons and all these things. And we used to walk around the neighborhood selling balloons, pick the chance balloon. You remember?
Yeah.
Right. That is one of my most vivid memory of me and you doing something together as a kid. We used to walk around the neighborhood selling balloons and toys.
Balloon on the chart.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm telling nobody else around the neighborhood would know about this, because your mother was probably should get them from either Japan or wherever she got them from. And she would send them to you and we would sell the chance balloon. And you know what I mean? The three of us would be walking around the neighborhood selling chance balloon. That was the thing that we could do.
No, well, on the rally, I have a story for them, man. I have a story for them.
Yeah, man.
Well, I know every chance, and this is for the older folks, because the young folks don't really know about chance, the balloon them. And what happens is that every one of them have a big balloon, and that's the attraction. Everybody want to buy your balloon and pick it up.
Well, you can't find them and take it off.
I remember one time, you know. One time, Raleigh pick the chance, take off by a chance from me and make the big balloon. I'm saying to Raleigh, here, no take the balloon, just leave it on it. So we can't sell after it.
Once that gone, you not sell no more.
Yeah. Then the same thing going on, them gambling thing, America, when you buy the ticket and the big money gone, they make it, them not tell you say gone.
Right.
Yeah, man, but like I said, we have good memories. To me, I have good memories. I can remember one time in 1976, when time the politics started really, really bad. Me and Rocky used to play cricket for Meadowbrook. I play cricket, and he said, "Come to my school rally and apply for go to because he wants me to play cricket with them. Cause you know, say I was a very good all rounder. You understand? And that was the last time because I can't recall when you came to America or whatever. But that was the last conversation me and you have when you tried to get me into Meadowbrook High School. Do you remember that?
I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember the last day I spent in Jamaica before I left in July 1977. I came to your yard. You probably remember. I come to tell and say me I leave.
Oh.
To Pantigo.
Anyway,
well, you know, so I want big family, you know. I want big family, and we have nothing to say we're sad about. We are very happy in our careers and everything. Whatever it is. We are one big happy family, and we have tried to spread the love. And that is what I have been doing. Even though you wouldn't believe that I live in a community where you can't find a black man within the maybe 50 miles radius. You hear me just said to you? My wife is a white woman. Understand? And I am the only black man live here.
You need to take her to a Waterhouse, man.
She can tell you. I carry her in the Waterhouse and leave her right at the bar. Right at the bar, Miss Florida bar. And drive away and left her.
Raleigh. So Miss Flower Bar, yeah, I know. See yard, yeah, I know.
Yeah, man, tell me the Teresa. Because I'm telling you, I go to Waterhouse every year, you know. I'm going to carry her with me. So, everybody in the Waterhouse know her by first name. All right. Now, when we say Waterhouse, from my corner.
Here we are, Raleigh. We have Dr. Karen Dunkley. We have 3 minutes to wrap up here because she'll come on at 6. So, we want to go around the horn and just get some closing comments from everybody. Winsome, let me start with you.
Well, actually, for me, as you know, Waterhouse is where it started because ironically, I was supposed to be a home delivery. I was supposed to be born at 3 Conway Road, but my mom had complications. So I was born at Jubilee. But in understanding Waterhouse and what is happening today, where it is now, it's a lot. It's very difficult. One has to be, regardless of anything, we have to maintain some measure. We have to be pragmatic. We just have to look at it, take everything and deal with it accordingly. And what do we do? No, we have come together, we have talked, and moving forward, what is next? Where do we go from here? For me, I have a piece of work coming out. It's called Let the Healing Begin, Jamaica 1950s through 1980s, because I am hell-bent on showing people the transition, how we came from whence we came to where we are now. And there's also a conclusion. Moving forward, what do we do as people who come from Waterhouse, know Waterhouse, love Waterhouse, grew up there? I mean, that's our roots. What happens? What can we do? Yes, again, I'm going to go back to Nita and what Nita is doing. But somehow, I think there needs to be a little bit more. I mean, a lot of us, we come from there and we leave and we don't look back. And I mean, why do we not look back? We don't look back because they eat, in a sense, it's like they eat their own. And we don't want that. So
All right.
it's still up in the air. Where do we
All
go
right.
from here?
You're saying something?
Yeah, I was saying you have to take the time signal now. Yeah, for you'd have to take it now.
Yeah. All right. Raleigh, quickly. Give us some
Yeah,
closing
yeah,
comments.
definitely. I'm very honored to be a part of this forum. And yeah, you know, it's like once I found out about your point of views about what is happening in Jamaica, I I have been doing that actively since the day I came to America in 1986. I have been helping out my siblings in the community still. My relatives are in Hanover, and I've been like this that sometimes my wife said, why I have to spend so much money in helping my family. I said, look, my mother and my father was this type of person that they come from the country. My father is from St. Mary, my mother is from Hanover, and they came into this neighborhood, and we weren't a poor family. Rattigan can tell you that. We had two lots of land, 64, 66 Penal Crescent. My father was an engineer. And they help people in this community. So they bestow this thing onto me and my siblings, where we help one another. And to me, to be a part of this forum that is going to expand and do is just like I just explained to you, you know. And I'm gonna give you 40 out of poverty number so that you can reach out and get some of the understanding. He will donate some of his time and resources to, because he has always he has done it many times in Jamaica. Sent stuff, phone, computers, all kind of things to kids in Jamaica. So yeah, that is where the end result must be. We have to help each other, and this forum is getting bigger and bigger. As you can see that more people are coming onto it live, and it's gonna be further and further, and it's gonna be huge. Believe me, because it's positivity you guys preach at all times, and that I thank you very much to be on it. Go ahead, man. Next person talk.
Yeah, I just want to say, you know, not much more can be added based on what has been said so far, but just to say that the whole struggle continues to move forward, you know, because it's a forward march, right? It's never give up. It's always looking out for, particularly for the youngsters, you know, and it's our responsibility to guide them as best we can, you know. So it's always about reaching back, just like the African spirituality goes. You know, you go reach back to move forward.
Yeah.
You hear me?
Yeah, can you know? It's gone.
Break it up.
When I hearing you clearly, Ratty.
Can't hardly hear right there, this be a talk.
Tigo, your final thoughts.
Oh, my final thing. Yeah. My
Yeah.
final thing, we need a new vision for Jamaica, not just through politics, not just through politics. Politics, we as a people, we're the one. We don't need politicians even like that. One vote for PNP, vote for PNP, one vote for J. But like with some say, where we're going from here. All right, this is where we're going. Everybody stand behind the foundation, the legal foundation. So this way, it can get to do its work with its tentacles, like do what them normally do. You have Isaac Buchanan, they're the human rights lawyer. Then you could have a lot more Isaac. You have the university grads. You have so much people down there. Jamaica people is very, very good. do our infrastructure. We have too much great engineer, too much great mind, architect, engineer, machine operator. But when you outsource the work, Jamaica people don't work. And when them don't get the work, them tend to go do all kind of things just to make money. So we have to just start teaching people mentally about a thing called become politic fit in the church. Me talk about the water up on the panel literally can read each other, man, and have the same God to build for a better future for the younger generation of Jamaica. School. So if Jamaica get poorer and poorer, and the mother and father for pay for school, the kids are not going to learn it. Like Rattigan said in program, I stop saying all the time, they can't learn from empty stomach. You understand? That you need oxygen and protein for your damn brain. Critical thinker. And one mind. And we can pass idea across.
All right. Now, so because we have the doctor
determination. And make Jamaica come back.
And the link and all that great. So anyway, we just want to thank all of you, Winsome, Raleigh, Patrick, Tigo, and Nita for coming on and share the experience. And hopefully we can do this again when we have some professionals who actually can listen to the conversation and provide some guidance, because Waterhouse is not the only traumatized neighborhood in Jamaica, but it's split. You know, it's a template, and we hope to bring on other people. We hope to bring on people from other neighborhoods too. Come here, another set of people who come from one of the Maxfield Avenue area there, with a life to come on and share for them views as well. And hopefully this can result in some healing, because a lot of we are walk around with scars without even knowing. You know, and we take it out from with children, we take it out from people we have relationships with, and whatever we can do for help in other respect, we are going to try and do it. So anyway, thank all of you for coming on, and people. Tune in tomorrow, Waterhouse Vibes at 3 o'clock. Until then, Raleigh, Winsome, Patrick, Tigo, take care of yourselves. All right?
Yes, bless up, everyone.
All right.
Bless up, bless up.
All right, now the great one is here.
So tell me, how you doing how you treating with the time signal?
Yeah, we just run the night because we're running over. So we just run straight night. Next week, for everyone, next week we're going to have it broken up into segments. So we're going to have to stick to the time. Because I invited some people on at the last minute, the Waterhouse segment, and so that we went over a little bit. But it was well worth it. I'm glad some of my brethren them and Winsome, my sister, could have show up and share their experiences with us. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're pleased to have in our presence again Dr. Karen Dunkley. I call her Karen, she called me Rattigan. So I don't know what she's going to call Isa. Is she going to call him Buchanan or Mr. Buchanan or what? But not too long ago, Karen was with us and she left a lasting impression. So much so that when she got off the program, a lot of you sent me text messages or called me and said, boy, you need to bring her back on because we have questions. We need her to clarify certain things. We found her quite interesting. And so I asked her to come back, and she said, yes, she would come back when, time permitting. And so she's here today. Her specialty is education. And truth be told, Karen and I, we talk to each other frequently. She'll run some ideas by me. I'll call her. I'll run some ideas by her. I found her to be extremely talented, bright, articulate, and even though her specialty is education, it doesn't mean that that's the only thing she specializes in, because you can talk to her just about any subject, and she's honest that if she doesn't know something, she'll tell you. She's one of them. She's one of the few who doesn't let the doctor get to her head. When you talk to her, it's like you're just talking to Karen. So without further ado, Karen, welcome back to Reason with Rattigan again. How are you? Can't hear you.
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me, and greetings and salutations to you and your listeners. And Isat, big up yourself. I love Isat's name. The name is a powerful name, so I'm gonna call Isat and Rattigan.
I knew it would be that.
Yes. All right. Now, Karen, before I want to play a video here. Kevin, where there? We need a video there. The one with the student asking the question. Hold on a second, Karen. I just want to play. I want to play something for you, and this will kind of introduce the topic, and the issues. Let me get Kevin. Kevin. Oh, okay. He's doing it right now. Sorry, Kevin. Go ahead. Oh, it's not opening? Oh, click on that. Oh, okay. All right. Hold on. There you go. Which one is it? Hold on. It's not that one. Huh? Yeah, Karen. Kevin is pulling it up, and I think it's very telling. Because I sat down with some friends and we were looking at the cabinet in Jamaica, and maybe that I should talk about that right now. We're looking at the cabinet, right? And one of the things we looked at, we looked at yeah, that we're looking at where is it? Education, right? And we have the Honorable Favor Williams as Ministry of Finance. Sorry, Ministry of Education.
Is that a Freudian slip? Rattigan?
Yeah, no,
Is that where she's supposed to be?
Exactly. That's
Are you trying to rearrange?
no. Here's what. Let me just. I have something called a cabinet shuffle or reshuffle. But here's what. I might as well just talk about it now, people. For me, Floyd Green is not supposed to be in agriculture. The most qualified person in the JLP party to occupy that position is I want to call him my friend, but put that aside because some people might ascribe certain motives to him or whatever. I don't want to get him into trouble, but Robert Bobby Montague, to me, he's qualified to be the Minister of Agriculture. He's a farmer and he went to the School of Agriculture. So he knows about planting and reaping and soil and fertilizer. He knows about all of those things, right? That would be number one.
Rattigan, we have to go to a cabinet matchup, boy, because I don't know. That's another program. You choose your ministers and I choose mine.
All right, but quickly here the rest of them now. Favor Williams, right? She has a degree in economics from Harvard University, and she has a master's from from University of Pennsylvania, that business school, right, which is world renowned.
Yes, correct.
Yeah,
one of the top in the United States.
And she has it in financing. She who should not be in Ministry of Education, she should be in the Ministry of Finance. She should be in the Ministry of Finance. She has no business going over there. And let me stop it right there. Kevin, you bring it up yet? Let me just show you why I think she shouldn't be there. Is it this, Kevin? Where is it? Is this one? But I'm gonna. I hope it.
The Most Honorable Andrew Holness.
There we go. That's it.
Honorable Favor Williams.
Stop it right.
Other ministers, educators, parents, and students.
Right.
Good evening.
Hold on.
My name is Ana Laura Roman Rodriguez, and I am the head girl of Arden High School. The Most Honorable Andrew Holness.
Okay, here we go.
Honorable Favor Williams. Other ministers, educators, parents, and students. Good evening. My name is Ana Laura Roman Rodriguez, and I am the head girl of Arden High School. My question for you today is, considering the unprecedented education crisis occurring currently in the country with regards to the hundreds of teachers migrating from the classroom, in your opinion, how do you think the future of Jamaica's education will be impacted by the replacement of fully trained teachers with some unqualified and inexperienced teachers?
Listen to the answer.
Thank you from our student.
You know what?
All right, I know that we've been having much debate.
Let me stop it right now and just say, I just need people to pay attention to the question, because you're going to hear an answer, and the answer is long-winded. It doesn't address the question that the student raised. Very good question. So I just need you to pay special attention to the question. Let me start over. Here we go.
The Most Honorable Andrew Holness, Honorable Favor Williams, other ministers, educators, parents, and students, good evening. My name is Ana Roman Rodriguez, and I am the head girl of Arden High School. My question for you today is, considering the unprecedented education crisis occurring currently in the country with regards to the hundreds of teachers migrating from the classroom, in your opinion, how do you think the future of Jamaica's education will be impacted by the replacement of fully trained teachers with some unqualified, inexperienced teachers?
Thank you from our student. All right, I know that we've been having much debate with regards to teacher migration. It's not a local issue for Jamaica, it's a global issue. You would have heard, I'm sure, in the news, the need for thousands of teachers in countries such as the US and in other countries. We have seen over the last several months some resignations of our teachers, and they've gone to other countries. And we, as I said earlier on, we're sorry to see them go, but we wish them well in what they're doing. We have to keep training our teachers so that they're able to enter the teaching profession. We have to fill the spaces of those who retire, who are at the peak of their experience. We have to keep filling and ensure that we have teachers coming in. We have to focus on teacher quality in our teachers' colleges so that those who come in new into the profession, even though they might not be coming in with years of experience, but they have very high quality teaching coming in. They have new methods. Their minds are opened in a totally different way than those who may be ahead of them by many years. They're coming in more technology savvy than we would have seen those older, mature teachers or in the profession. This is a dynamic world, and we have to respond to all these challenges that we have in the sector. Migration is one such challenge right now, but based on where we are and the flow out of our education, our teachers' colleges, when we look at the graduation this year, there are many who are coming out with specialization in some of those areas that we always talk about having a need: mathematics, computer science, regular science. They are coming out with those specializations from our teachers' colleges.
No. I don't want to be unkind. I really don't want to be unkind. But this is clearly a square peg in a round hole. She was completely unprepared to answer that question from that student. But it gets worse. Listen to this.
But just to add to again, when we follow the public narrative, we should always try to place the source of concern into context. Remember, every year we have a certain number of teachers who leave the system, whether it is by retirement or people change professions or persons just migrate, not because they're leaving, but they're migrating for other reasons, family reasons. So there is always a certain replacement that is taking place. And invariably, the nature of the replacement is that you're going to have less experienced persons coming in to take up the posts made vacant by experienced persons. And as they gain experience through practice, they may very well become far more skilled than the persons they replace. The test of the system is how well we train our teachers to quickly adapt to the teaching and learning environment. My sense, having been out of the system for a little while in direct contact with the system, is that our teachers' colleges, our universities continue to be quite good at training our teachers in keeping abreast with new ways of teaching, new technology, new systems of learning. And so we are turning out teachers who are quite capable and quite competent. And as they get into the classroom, they will quickly develop the experience. So yes, we ought to be concerned about teachers who are trained with public resources leaving the classroom. But I think as a country, we can take pride that we have a very robust system of training high quality teachers that other countries would want to poach. And just to add the point, we should be making an industry of training teachers for export.
Thank you so much, Prime Minister. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Now you hear that nonsense? We should create a cottage industry of developing teachers for export. We ever hear such a nonsensical answer? And this man he used to be in the ministry, he used to be the Minister of Education, and is now the Prime Minister. And him come up with this nonsense. The minister herself, she never once talked about salaries. She never once talked about quality of life. She never once talked about the workplace issues. Because when you talk to some of the teachers, and I have 4 of them who down the street from me in Maryland, and when you talk to them, they'll tell you that we never want to leave Jamaica, but these are the things that...
Oh, you have teachers who have migrated from Jamaica. But I do want to amplify though, Rattigan. I hear your feedback to certainly the Prime Minister's response. I just want to let you know, if you're not aware, and for your listeners, is that there is a conversation, and it has not only in education, but also in healthcare, that people are saying that because Jamaicans are so sought after, there's such a demand globally with it for nurses and teachers, that this is certainly one of the areas that Jamaica should think about really upskilling, and in terms of quantity for export. So that is not, I certainly, I respect your feedback as always. We respect each other, but I just want you to know that there are many individuals and organizations who have put forward this idea that we should scale our quote unquote human export or human capital with teachers and nurses, since it seems that Jamaican teachers and nurses are absolutely sought after in the world. So I can share some of those conversations with you and connect you, but there are many individuals and organizations, and I don't know if ISAT is aware, that are investing heavily in this idea of this industry and working with the universities and the colleges. So I hear your feedback. I just wanted to tell you that there is a strong basis for that. But may I say something when you're finished, about what the young lady's question speaks to?
Oh, no, hold on one second. Here's the thing. You do that when you have a surplus and you have competent candidates. You don't do that when there's a shortage. That shouldn't come out of his mouth. I would prefer him saying, look, we're going to spool up our training, our technical abilities to take care of the issues here. We're going to do everything we can to make sure that teachers are teachers, firemen, police, whatever, or civil servants, that they're taken care of. In this case, the teachers. I would rather have him say that than to say, oh, you know what? There's an argument that we maybe should just train our people and have them be exported. That's nonsense in the face of shortage. You can't make
right. So you're contextualizing in terms of shortage. So, but you mentioned something, and I think that we need to answer what the young lady asked, because it really portends the future direction of the quality of education in Jamaica. And let me first of all commend her for the question, and let me shout out a very good friend of mine, the principal of Arden High School, Principal Nadine Malloy, who is an excellent educator, as well as my sister Heather is a graduate of Arden High School. So on many levels, this question really landed. And this young lady is asking a question: in light of the migration and the exodus of teachers, what happens to quality in Jamaica, especially because we know that we struggle with quality, whether it's in our early learning as well as through the continuum from what we call our early childhood all the way through high school, right? And I think that that deserves an answer. And Rattigan, you intimated some of them around qualities, but working conditions. But I want to answer this globally. So one of the things that we need in education in Jamaica and America, I know in some pockets, not in all pockets, they're working on it, is this notion of the pipelines. And so as an organizational specialist, which I am, many of our clients, and they're not only in the education sector, we help them a lot. Our genius is in building pipelines, whether it's for law firms or in faith-based communities, believe it or not, is what is the pipeline. So for example, when it comes to teacher shortage, and of course we must speak about working conditions because recruitment is one, but retention, she's asking both a recruitment and a retention. So her question is very layered. But let's just start with recruitment. The way that we're going to even begin to mitigate what we're calling now a teacher crisis in Jamaica, never mind what is happening globally, because America sometimes does what we call these band-aids or hopscotch. They have Teach for America, they have accelerated certification where people who have degrees in accounting, they want to teach for 2 years and then they pay their student loans. So America is not perfect, but it oftentimes finds a way to cope. And what we have to do in Jamaica is to find the way that works for Jamaica. And what we know is evidence-based is we need a teacher pipeline. So when a young person comes in to the system, when they touch us, oftentimes in Jamaica, and I don't know, ISAT and Rattigan, if this has changed, to me, people used to respect, but they tend to think like, boy, is the people who are not too bright who go into teaching, that couldn't do anything else, that couldn't find a job, so they landed in teaching. There's still some of that residue. I'm not saying always, but we need to, from our young people, touch the academic pipeline then. That continue. We need to begin to say, if you want to be a teacher, here's what you need. And we need to make the profession attractive. So when they graduate high school, we should have such a demand for teachers' colleges, for education institutions, that we should have a waiting list. And then coming out now when we graduate them and they're well trained as best as possible. Because let me say this, you could have Jamaica, and I happen to know some of the leaders of our education institutions in Jamaica in terms of teachers' colleges. The real training for teachers, in addition to the quality of the teaching program, is when they get to those classrooms. I graduated with a perfect grade point average. Let me tell you, when I walked into my classroom, that was the real training. And that is where we're losing teachers, is their support system once they're in those classrooms, when they have to deal with class size, parents, lesson plans, standards, assessment, classroom management. That is where we lose teachers, because the compensation, the pay is little. We know that teachers are not paid globally, but even more so, we have to look again at working conditions. You said it, Rattigan. We have to look at incentives for them to stay and support for new teachers and all of that. So let us answer the young lady's question, is we need to build these pipelines so that every teacher college in Jamaica should have a waiting list of hundreds of applicants, because that is how attractive, like Finland, teaching is in Jamaica. And that is what she's asking. And we can work on that. I think it's a will. We have to have the will and we have to have the value. Let me say this too, though, because we are so classist in Jamaica, that people with means, just like in America, it's a capitalist system, right? So we always find a way, whether it's extra tutoring, we always find a way to enrich learning experiences for those who are resourced. So those who really are injured, it's like we're creating a permanent underclass from not having quality teachers and not having the teachers, the number of teachers we need coupled with the quality are really those who are already disenfranchised. So let's name it and call it, because I can guarantee you, if those who were resourced, if they needed access, then we would have the access and we would have that laser and surgical attention on the teacher issue. And I think that we just have to say it as a society. We're not pointing a finger on any one person, but we as a system, Rattigan, we're culpable. And it's time to make education sexy. I don't know anything that is sexier than education. Teaching young people, birthing nations. I don't know anything that is making how do you become a global phenomenon that is a force to be reckoned with on an international scale, beyond entertainment and sports, which we know we are as Jamaicans, but we're producing and we're innovating and we're engineering and our ideation, people are coming to us to incubate ideas and to build and create prototypes. That is what we need. And that's what the young lady is asking. She's asking, how do we do this in light? Because I can tell you this, I'm going to care if somebody will vex. It's not every teacher who leaves Jamaica is an excellent teacher. I know many school districts that have reached out and said, we understand you're a Jamaican. We have these teachers who have come from Jamaica, and now we need your help to coach them. So just like any other profession, we have to support the learning of these adults, whether it is in Jamaica or whether or not they have migrated.
Nice up.
Wow. This feel like a debate. I heard the question completely different. Doctor, I heard it different. And I'm always guilty of dumbing it down. But what I heard the young lady saying is, boy, stop me, but I can't articulate any better. What I heard the young lady saying is, when we lick a teacher, them gone, and the doors, the revolving doors, as in they leave so quick, we are disenfranchised. What are you going to do? Because you're giving us basically people on our levels to teach us. And I can tell you this, that young girl, that young lady from Arden, who is very articulate and bright, is probably saying, Minister, you're sending some dunce back to come and teach me and they're not on my level. What are you going to do about that? And they did not answer the question. They simply did not answer the question. And I think they would have insulted her by the quality of answers. Now, don't get me wrong. The minister did make some convincing arguments, so I don't necessarily agree with Mr. Rattigan. But boy, that when you're carrying water in baskets, not everybody's going to be as articulate to move the conversation at the level that you did, Dr. Dunkley. I'm just being real. We are in a bad place because no matter, I think that the Teachers College now, Micro and Shortwood, I think they are equipping the people, as you rightly say, because I can tell you this now. I'm at Trenchtown Community College. I'm teaching Denham Town students, and I have to walk with my Bible now. By the time them finish with me, my bad word dictionary full up more than it full already. I must tell you this. And they don't teach you that anywhere. There's no teacher college. And even if I went to the Christian Mercenary Church of God of Latter-day Saints at Bible Presbyterian Baptist Church, I will never be equipped for what's happening in the classroom.
That's exactly right.
So back to what Mr. Rattigan says, so we're not dancing through the raindrops. If you're not, the attractiveness is the money. Pay the teachers. Otherwise,
and how do we attract her? How do we get that young lady to say, I want to be a teacher? And that's what the pipeline does. When you compensation, that is how you get these. Listen, I don't know, Rattigan, did I share this with you? You're an attorney. I said, you're an attorney. I applied twice to law school and was accepted to two very reputable law school. One was a tier 1 law school. And it was my principal and my superintendent who said, we lose people like you. We're asking for you to stay. We're asking for you to choose. to choose education because we understand that you can go elsewhere and be very successful. And that's the power of a pipeline. And we have to do that in Jamaica, where teaching is not secondary. Like, I do not believe that any other profession requires the most brilliant of our people than those who teach. Our leaders, our accountants, our doctors, our farmers. Right?
No, so I'm going to counteract that because you said you don't know any profession sexier. I will submit to you that law is the sexiest profession. That's why it's, but here's why I'm saying that, because what we should be teaching our students, especially these ones bright. I'm interfacing with students who are 5th form, 6th form with 11, 13, 18 subjects, brilliant minds. They can be doctors and they can be lawyers. Are we going to equip the education system to send our kids to tertiary education so that they, at the tertiary level, without them have to be ending up in the newspaper and don't paying their student loans and then become a politician and don't have to pay none at all? These are the questions that we have to answer, and these are the systems that we have to put in place. But I'm saying that we need, if the only way teaching can ever be attractive is if they do what they just did. If the Minister of Finance do what he did for the politicians, make teachers go home with $10 million and $20 million so that there is a waiting list, because we want to be somebody. Teaching is so, I think teaching is the best thing you could do. It's the best service you could offer. It's the most fulfilling thing that a human being can do, is to educate the next generation.
Right.
And
absolutely,
so that,
you just fall in love. You fall in love.
So the question, I don't know, Rattigan, you saying something, Ratty?
No. Finish up.
No, so in light of the question that the young lady would have asked, I just think that the answer, respectfully, is inadequate. Because the real answer coming from the Prime Minister and the Minister of Education is she's to say, we are in a bad place. She was asking 6th formers to come and teach. She was asking non-teachers to come and teach. They were filling the spaces with persons who weren't equipped, not even from the teachers' college. So when you put it together in a melting pot, what the young lady is saying is, you're giving forget about Arden and Meadowbrook and Campion and Georges and the traditional high schools. What the other schools who already, there was no equity in the quality of teaching. What they are faced with is a bunch of inexperienced persons that is going to take the 5 years to go through when you're only at 5th form for one year. They need 5 years experience before they can give you something valuable. How do we fix that? And it cannot be a long-term answer.
Has to be, I think it's short and long-term though.
Let me just jump in and add a piece to what I said. First of all, I agree with him. But Karen, you mentioned that you, in your studies, you applied to 2 law schools, or you were accepted by 2 law schools, and
twice, yeah, 2 different cycles.
Right. And where did that take place?
In America.
Okay, all right. No, hold on, let's get down to business. Hold on, let's get down to cases. Now I put
it, gonna go there.
No. Let me put it to you.
No, lawyer, the thing, right?
No, let me put it to you, Karen. How many Jamaicans you think living in Jamaica would have had the opportunity to attend law school, whether at UWI or elsewhere, and somebody said to them, no man, you should really consider teaching as a profession? And the person, and how many of them, if you have 10 students like similarly situated, how many of the 10 you think would say, you know what, you're right, I'm going to go and I'm going to work for basically nothing, and I'm going to expose myself to being abused in the school since there is no behavior, there's a behavioral problem, and since there are no resources, and since there is no the quality of life that I would live based on that salary, it wouldn't be much. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I think I shouldn't go to law school. I think I should just go teach. How many of them you think would actually take up that offer or take up that recommendation?
I think in Jamaica, like you said, context is important. Maybe 0, maybe 1, maybe no. There's always 1. You remember there were 10 lepers and 1 came back and said thank you. So maybe 1 would come, but because of that context, and I think you're right. For me, I wanted. I started like. So I think it is so key for me, even when I think of law, is having understood the system. I see where we can use the legal system to fight for more equity for children who are disenfranchised in the United States. And that's how I perceived it. But you're absolutely correct, is that unless we address the compensation and the working conditions and just the general, I would say, respect and opportunities for those people who would actually be excellent teachers, then we will continue to have this problem, this challenge, unabated. And that is just simply put, that is it.
Let me just add one quick thing here. I'm going to mention 2 names to you. All right? These 2 names, they loom large in somebody's decision as to whether or not this education system is working. First name, Dr. Grace McLean. You know her? Have you ever heard of that name?
I've heard, my understanding, I've heard of her. She was in the civil service, if I recall.
She was the acting permanent secretary in the Ministry of Education. And under her watch, in excess of $100 million left the ministry and went to pay some group that became privatized, and the money's gone. Right? And she's accused of personally overseeing $11 million of that. That's the first name.
Are you speaking in U.S. denominations, Rattigan?
No, Jamaican dollars.
Jamaican, 11 million. Okay.
And the second name, Mr. Ruel Reed. Right? You take those 2 names and you look at how much money has left the system. Money is earmarked for the development of young minds. The same people that you're talking about, the teachers and the potential teachers, potential lawyers, and the pipeline that you're talking about. This is an extension of the question. How do you expect to build a pipeline when there's so much corruption involved in the system? Maybe that question is not for you, but that's one of the things I'm looking at as well, beyond just the question that the student asked, which was, by the way, a very good question.
Yeah, and it's, she's asking a sustainability question, right? And I don't think we can diminish it by simply saying that it's a simple response. But I do believe, like you and ISAD have explicitly stated, it's both short-term and long-term. But no, you're raising a governance challenge. You're speaking to a governance issue, Rattigan, and I think maybe those who are more steeped in the governance structures of Jamaica can definitely, but education is one of those spaces that we have to hold sacred. By that I mean, as best possible, we have to ensure that any graft in the system, any excess, is kept at a minimum, only because the stakes are so high. Just the future of the nation. If you look in the United States, you will see that there's a pattern. Recently, some of these superintendents I know personally, I've worked with them. Some are my mentors, right? And they always come under fire for any contract that is questionable. Any use, how we use federal funds, how we use state funds, high accountability, extremely stressful. And in recent years, there is a pattern of we never saw this, where they would send educators who are in violation of these practices to prison. They actually now are convicting and giving jail time. And that is like when we did our leadership at Columbia. They came in and they gave us a class and in our internship, and in the field from 7 to 12 or K to 12 is a huge emphasis on fiscal responsibility and accountability. And that is just it, because it's understood that when it comes to education, That is a sacred cow. It's not finance. And I'm not saying that that should exist elsewhere. And I'm not privy to all the details. I'm just saying when it comes to education, that is the one area that we should try to be as efficient as possible. That is the one area that we should hold to a gold standard just around accountability. So I am confident. And when I say confident, I still believe in the goodness of people, and I'm going to use the word not integrity or morality, but righteousness. I believe that when it comes to young people, we have to remain righteous. I think that this is one of the areas that we can be forgiven for everything else, but I think when it comes to our youth, this is one of the unforgivable or the untenable areas. They should be left harmless, and we have to be righteous when it comes to children. So I'm hopeful, Rattigan, that what you're pointing out, that is more of an outlier and it's not normalized. I really sincerely believe that in my heart. Because when it comes to children, remember, children, we have to protect children. Children cannot protect themselves, and children cannot advocate for themselves. And the majority of children who are in our school system in Jamaica, their parents are not, quote unquote, what we would call. So in America, you have parents who sit on the school board, they are lobbyists, and they have these interest groups. I haven't seen that kind of organizing in Jamaica for children as yet, just around basic education. If you have a faux pas with a school lunch, you're blasted at a school board meeting for a school lunch, for a school trip, for a bus. So I'm going to say, Rattigan, at the point of sounding like my father, who is a pastor, that we have to remain righteous when it comes to kids. So I would be interested to hear a little bit more about what you are seeing and finding where that is concerned. But I have to believe, and I hope I'm correct, that is more of the outlier and not the norm.
I think I want to sit this one out because as long as I've been in the education system, when I say been in the education, I'm homegrown. All my education came from here. And there was a regression. I don't know where that came from, but I do know that somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but the education ministry has constantly taken a hit in terms of the resources. So on one hand, there's not enough resources. Why? Because the coffers, it's in the hands of those put in place to protect the very kids that we're talking about. I just think that until we as a nation is prepared to treat our teachers like we do, I'll go as high to say as our politicians, then we're just going to be in a bad place for the education. But he did raise those persons. It speaks for itself because one has a court case, and the other one got off because time had lapsed in terms of accounting for funds. That is what education is being stifled, like everything else in Jamaica, by corruption. And I can't speak beyond that, but to say there's a lot of missteps that also took place, and credit to the current minister because they are now bringing back civics. I don't know how an entire generation has graduated and have no concept of civics and mental ability and current affairs. So the education system was regressed in terms of content. And we need to look at that. It's also, we have adopted, you see, we borrow from first world countries a lot, but we only borrow from the surface. So in your defense, I can see places with academic advisors, a place like America where specialist training is what is required for job competency. So a lawyer can't just get up and say, hey, I'm coming to teach, because they're going to say, yeah, but you need the certification, you need this amount of hours, you need specialist training. So anywhere you are, you can fit into the system. So I can see where educator says, you are lawyers, do your thing. Leave us to speak about our expertise. We don't have that in Jamaica. In Jamaica, you know, 10 job man, you take off your chef hat, you go show some cement, you go be lawyer by day, artist by night, TV host with Rattigan, and then we do our radio show and spin some tunes when night come. That's the Jamaican way. And we adopt and everybody knows, like, I'm gonna get cursed for this, but I'm gonna say it anyway. Everybody running, you want to see the dunce them running around with degree. Everybody printing degree and giving people, and no competency behind it. There's no competence behind the degrees. I'm not speaking about the American context. I'm speaking the Jamaican context. We need to fix that. Our system needs to give quality education across the board, and it comes equity. So I pray for, there's no minister right now. There's no ministry with a minister of competence. I'm just being real. So I pray for an education minister to come in and get up and say, all teachers at Campan, go down to Tivoli High School for 2 weeks. We missed the opportunity where we had COVID and we had the online platform. And we didn't get the brightest math teacher to have a national Zoom math class for the hour taught by her with a lecture type of thing where you went into the classroom at Campion because you could. We missed those opportunities, and I won't talk much on it because it's probably not my expertise either, but I know that when I think of a Miss Simpson, when I think of a Miss White, when I think of a Tracy Robinson, when I think of Miss Roden. So I'm talking about prep school. I'm talking about Dr. Morris was my principal, and she intervened when I thought teachers didn't like me. And we don't have that now. Now I've seen teacher don't like you, just thump off our face and you get a 20-day suspension. If a fan over your head and it's gonna drop off you, you get expelled, and they say you should go to military school. We are treating the educational system as a place where crime fighting tools need to take place. We're not treating students like students. And so those in place are not protecting, like you say, the interests of the next generation. And that's just where I'm at with the education system.
ISAT, Rattigan, I just want to respond to ISAT just to say this. And we brought this up. So one of the things, right? So we have some structural issues, and violence in schools is symptomatic. But we have to consider, because remember, you know, we have a good foundation in Jamaica in terms of the what. Where we are, the tension is the how. Where the Patterson report, Jamaica has good practices. I mean, really excellent studies, you know. It's our governance. We have to extract education out of politics. I'm telling you, when you look at school systems, when you have school boards that are mayoral and state, the children cannot do well. There's no stability. When you have school boards that the community elects and they sit, and there is, if the mayor changes and if the governor changes, there's no direct impact. A more stable district, not perfection, more stability. And we have to extract this one good, this education outside of politics. We understand that politics is an external environment, but the governance around it, how we select principals, how we train principals, who is the education leader, whether it's the minister, who are the civil servants in education, we have to extract it. We have to insulate it from the political environment, because it will, in the long run, it cannot get us to the end zone. And I know this for a fact, that if we were to even do a pilot and said we're going to appoint an education czar, regardless of the governing party, regardless who is an expert practitioner, And we're going to hold them to these benchmarks. We want these schools to look like this, and this is where we want to see them. We want our early childhood or early literacy to look like this. We want our rural schools, and hold them to implementation science. We would win. But the model, them say if it gone by the morning, it can't come good at evening. The model that we have, it's very challenging. We have a band-aid up a top and a band-aid up a bottom and nothing in between. We have to change governance in Jamaica. And I say that unapologetically because we're fighting for children. We have to fight for what is in the best interest. Because sometimes what is in the best interest of children is not in the best interest. It doesn't work for adults. And we like to create school systems that are systems for adults, but really we should put our children first.
All right, let me ask you this. You said we have to change governance in Jamaica.
For education, no, Rattigan, don't mix me up, you know.
Government. When you change government as well? I'm just asking. You said change governance, so I'm just wondering if we should extend it to say, well, look, the governance is...
I think the governance that I would like to see, and I've been participating in the constitutional reform conversations, and I would really like for us, I would like to see that in my lifetime. I always saw that it was possible that some of the reforms, and you have people who are more erudite in that than I am, but it's something, even as a child, you know, as I said, with my legal lens, I always wanted, as I wrote when I was a woman, a long essay on why Jamaica should extract itself from the Privy Council, because I sincerely believe. So I think governance at that level, but absolutely, we have to do that. Because it's almost like we're chasing our tails, and we have some good solutions. And I believe in Jamaica. I believe in the children. I believe I sat in a holistic approach. I know that we can do it because we've done it before. Because when Jamaicans have access, you see how well they do to quality. Access without quality is like a library with empty books. So it's not enough to say that, oh, everyone has access to early literacy and early childhood, and everyone has access. The quality matters. And we've said quality before, but we can do it. I won't talk too much because I see the time is on us. But Jamaica, pipeline, quality, and a non-political governance structure. 3 ideas that we need right now.
All right. I was just about to talk to you about, you mentioned stability, and you also talked about change governance in Jamaica, and I you know, facetiously asked whether or not you change government in Jamaica. Because the governance, the governance that we're talking about, and remember, you gave the example saying that when you have a mayor or you have this and then they leave, then the policies change depending on who's coming in. So I'm saying, well, since we have a bad governance policy in Jamaica, are you advocating that we should get rid of this government and then bring in another government with a different policy? But don't put words in your mouth. Hold on a second.
Don't put any words in my mouth, Rattigan. You know, I have my friends them. Don't
I don't want to
come
on.
my friend them. No, leave the people them alone.
Hold on. So you say we advertise the program as three ideas that you think would benefit the system in Jamaica, and you mentioned access, quality, and pipeline. All right, give us a sense so that somebody who has never been to school listening to you, right, can understand what you mean for their children. They want the best for their children because they never went to school, like somebody like my mom.
Really simple. Access simply means, so for example, I come from St. Elizabeth. I grew up in Spanish Town in Ensom City, but my parents, both my mom and dad, come from Elderslie, St. Elizabeth, right? Really, really rural Jamaica. And so when we talk about access and quality, is that the early childhood there, it's very different from what you're going to find in Spanish Town. It's very different from what you find in Kingston. So those children, so when I left your program, a lot of people really, I don't know where to find the number, but it takes me on WhatsApp just to talk about phonemic awareness, whether children know the ABCs, they can sound out the letters, because reading is everything, you know. If we can teach children to read, we would have a solid Jamaica. If they never graduate high school, but they can read really well, trust me, that is going to be groundbreaking. So when you talk about to the person, if you have a child and your child is not at standard based on the assessments, and they're not reading, that is an issue. And that's what we mean by quality. So going to school is not enough. If the kind of education and the kind of teaching and learning that your child and you see for your child is not moving them to the next level, not where they should be, it's foolishness. It's absolute nonsense. And it's almost like, I would say, you know, it's like we go every day to church, but we can't see the promised land. And that is what is happening. We never get to the promised land. And we have to burn a fire. We have to burn a fire on that because it's a false hope. It's like, I tell you, I can use the library blank books. You go into the library, it's enough pretty book put up on the shelf, when you open them empty. That's we have to burn a fire. And Jamaicans have to understand, you don't need any big degree for understand that, Isaac. It simply means that my child must do well. How many times when we were growing up, kids said them parents could read and write, and them sit down and make them do them homework, and I act like say them understand when them read, because those parents understood the power of parenting and the power of education. And that is what we mean by quality. It must get your child the biggest dreams and idea that your child have for themselves. They must be able to realize it. And that's what we mean by quality. So you can send your picnic to school. Listen, this is real talk. I had a school district reach out to me, and they had a report card from this young lady. And I won't say the high school that the report card came from in Jamaica. And they were saying that, listen, Dr. Dunkley, we cannot give this child any credits because she's not credit eligible. I said, send me the report, because I understand that the system is racist. And just because we're Jamaicans, number one, they don't even know ISAT and realize that we speak English and we have our pato, but it's an English speaking country. I said, send me the report card, let me look at it. And when I see it, I said, oh my word, they can't give her any credit. If the failing grade, this child have a 13 and a 17 as letter as number grades attached to letters. How you can have a 13? How your child can get 13 and 17? Rattigan? In which report card? And then she move on to the next grade. Where is the enrichment? Where is the remediation? In literature, your child have an 18. It means that something in the system is the quality. And even if you don't know exactly, because you as a parent not going to know, but the school, the education system, that's a safety net, you know. Education is supposed to be a safety net. So when we talk about access and quality, just being able to go to school is not enough. That is level one. That is basic. It's when they get there what happens. And we focus a lot on content, but in Jamaica, we need to focus on character. We say that that students are indisciplined, but Rattigan, we cannot blame the students, you know, because when students fail, it's a systems failure. It's an adult failure. So the students are violent because the adults in the society are violent, Rattigan. We have to burn a fire. The students are indisciplined because the adults are indisciplined. And so we could put in all the programs in the world we want. We have to have a better society because the schools are simply a microcosm. So we can't hold our students to a different standard that we do not hold the adults in the society to. And that is ISA why them are not down the teacher, because them realize that you can't just knock down adults, just knock down people every day and nothing happen. They realize that people can be flagrant offenders and nothing happen. They realize a man can beat a woman in a broad daylight and the body said, we don't know who. You know, we can't identify them and nothing happens. So we cannot hold children to a different standard than adults. So that's what we mean. And when we talk about a pipeline, it simply means that when we gone or we move out the atmosphere, we move out of the space, we have the next Karen Dunkley is behind us. The next Andrew Holness is behind us. The next ISAT is behind us. The next Rattigan is behind us. So that is what a pipeline is. You know, if you look around and I wonder who this young lady, we should have won a lot, but the teacher them there, if this teacher leave, if this person die, you always have natural attrition. But a pipeline simply means that you have quality and quantity hitting a sweet spot to enter a certain space. And that is it. You shouldn't be saying, Lord, my kid don't have a teacher, or you have 50 picnic bungle up in a Jamaica, we say in a classroom because you have no teachers. And then the holistic approach. We can't just take pieces. Education is not like anything else. You can't just take a piece of a child. You have to look at the child as a whole. from them basic needs to food, clothing, and shelter, and emotional and physical security. And you have to take them as a whole for them to learn, and not just learn, to create. We're in the creative spaces, what is making money. That's the new gold rush. That's the new billionaires and millionaires, and not just in material wealth. It's the dignity of the society, the posterity. And people can only create when they're in stable, healthy environments. It takes a special child to create. Rattigan, you had the people from Waterhouse and listened to every word. And I heard a lot of trauma. And our children in Jamaica, we have trauma. We have post-traumatic trauma from slavery, unaddressed. How it shows up, that's another program. Look at our relationships, look at our family life, right? Look at the number now of children without fathers, and father just breed, just like on a plantation and gone, right? Look at that. So we have trauma, then you have trauma from violence. You have, you know, the abuse that happens in the home. We're not saying it's all doom and gloom, but we're saying that these stories now are too commonplace. And we have to burn a fire, and we have to really get angry. We have to turn over the tables, like when them said that Christ walked into the on the Sabbath, and him start to flip over the table. Them have to flip over the tables. We're too quiet. Everybody's too civil and passive, and Dr. So and so and Mrs. So and so and thank you so and so. It doesn't help children. None of this helps children, and we have to burn a fire. And that's where I want to leave the Jamaican. You know, stop pacifying. When you friend them doing wrong by children, burn a fire on them. You have to call out the adults, because children cannot do that. And we have to hold a standard of righteousness. I have some bad friend in the ISA, and it can be bad with everything else. You see, when it comes to children, you must hold a righteousness for them. That's it. And that's where
right.
I leave you guys.
Before you go, let me ask you this. You mentioned the three things: access, quality, pipeline. The one thing you didn't mention, and that's probably equally important, resources. And how do you apportion resources? Because with all of these things that you're talking about, if you don't have resources, or if you don't put the resources where the resources should go, as they're doing in Jamaica, you're going to have problems. You're going to have problems with them moving children up in class, people who functionally literate. And then when they come out, you wonder why we get these people here. Why weren't they held back? Why weren't they this? Why weren't they that? And you mentioned it. There's a problem with the system. There's a problem with the system. So before you go, I'd like you to just talk to us about systematic changes and resources.
Implicit in quality for me is resources, so I'm going to make it explicit, right? Because in order to have good quality or to have high quality, you have to attach resources that children need. What we need in St. Elizabeth, Eldersley, is very different from what I needed growing up in Ensom City, Spanish Town. I went to St. Catherine High School, and what I needed at St. Catherine High School, the resources that those students need, is very different from what we needed at Wilma's Girls, where I attended sixth form. And so that's why the quality question and resources is attached to need. We cannot do a one-size-fits-all. And ISAT use the word equity, and sometimes equity ISAT become a crutch for people because they just throw it out there, you know. But really behind it, there's no action, just a bag of mouth. And so that's where the resources come in, Rattigan, is the resources we need. Number one, just to create the system, create good, even like, let me tell you something, just look at the buildings. Lots of schools in Jamaica right now need a master facilities plan. They need a capital improvement plan. You go, the infrastructure is shoddy. The bathrooms, the water, the labs, their science labs are non-existent. Their tech labs are non-existent. So we have to think critically. And we know that it cannot be done overnight. But if we were to take 10 schools every year and grow 10 schools, we would see the difference. So that for me, and Rattigan, Jamaica have resources. It may not be enough like everywhere else, but we need to dedicate the resources that we have. I am not going to say we're only operating from scarce resources. That is not true. We can do what it is that we want to do.
They should stop stealing the resources then. Is that it? Is that
it? Jamaica has resources, and they should allocate the resources that children need. Rattigan, you are too. I said to say Rattigan mix up. They would say a blender, but But we do. We know it's not sufficient, but we can begin and we can sustain some of the work. And that's just it. You know, I don't know. I said sometimes I take these things too personal, only because we understand when communities are undereducated or uneducated, what it means and what it does. And especially, I know we say out of Jamaica, one people, out of many, one people, agreed. However, as we honor Marcus Garvey and begin the teachings of Marcus Garvey, and I said that's a whole nother program, I'm a Garvey. We should never, anyway, that's another program. I will not digress. Thank God it's coming back into this group of schools and hopefully they'll scale it. But just to honor Marcus Messiah Garvey, we, a people without our history and knowledge, don't mean anything. And so, Rattigan, unless we burn a fire on those things and take action, not just talk, but put some action, it don't make sense because we have to look to the future now. And that is simply it. And the children are the future. The children, we're in the middle. We're in the middle, right? ISAT might be a little bit behind us, but we're in the middle. And so we need the next generation to be right behind us. Because in 20 years, some other people are going to be in the middle. And then that next generation will be approaching where we are. So I would say that. But that's where Rattigan I see resources. I would love to do an audit on the resources in Jamaica and to track by dollar amount how much of those resources actually go to children. So for example,
except it won't be tabled anytime soon, so you probably
I said I would just like to track it. I would just maybe, and this, and I know Rattigan all the time, and I'll be quiet here. How much money per child is spent for early childhood? I would just like to know. How much for high school? I would just like to know. Let's track it, and then we can really have a real conversation. We could say what we have and what we need and what the gap is in between.
we're not hearing you. We're not hearing you.
We're not hearing.
We're not hearing you at all.
We're not hearing you. I'm just
saying. Sabotaging Ratty tonight, you know. What? Your mic. Fix the cord on your mic.
Yes, but so you said that you teach in the community college, and you know what else Jamaica should do with community colleges? I'm not sure how many we have, but we can actually certify young people through the community colleges, so by the time they graduate, they can actually enter workforce. That's a part of workforce development.
Well, they're working on that right now. They're actually equipping them to even make a smoother transition to the university, which also as an alternative to sixth form, as an alternative to programs that will assist them in matriculating. So it's a good program. So it's not every time wholesome do you just get up and bash the ministry. The current minister, she is trying.
Well, Rattigan knows I'm definitely not bashing any. I'm not.
No. I'm saying that because I always sound like I bash government.
Oh, okay, I'm not. No,
I give to Caesar what is due.
Yes,
something that you said, and until his mic is fixed, I just want to say this though. All of this sounds so good, except that you walk into a classroom and there are a lot of children who are on path programs. They're just there so they can get the meal. And you can't learn on hungry belly. Anytime my KFC reserves run out, I can't learn. I can't do anything else. I need food. If you don't have this sustenance, if you don't have the nutrition, there's nothing to learn. One of the things I'm tired of, as I heard you speaking, and every time you speak, I'm sold on everything you say. But when you go back to the reality of in the Jamaican space, what you have or what you're left with is that we have too many stories of defying the odds. It's not something we should glorify. So yes, you're going to have human beings. We're talking about young children who are exceptionally bright. So you put them into some of these failing schools, and yes, they still get 13 subjects, and yes, they become lawyers, and yes, they become doctors. But we have adopted, like in the American space, what is the mark of a greatness for Black excellence, but there's so much non-excellence. So you have one student who graduates with 11 subjects and everybody else fail. And that's the hero. We need to get away from that and bring back norms where if we all are bright and we all are educated, we can focus on nation building in the real sense. It would eradicate bad mind, it would eradicate corruption. And then when teachers want to migrate, we say bye because we have enough. And when doctors want to leave and the nurses want to leave because we have a society that is not drained by poverty. If we're not fixing that, the education system won't be fixed, and then crime will never be fixed. Because I'm of the view that the crime that we have in Jamaica is linked to a lack of education.
Some of it. And you raise a good point, Isa. I don't think all of it. We're going to come back to that because crime. Remember, Rattigan, we were raised for Isa. We weren't criminal minded. We weren't scammers. Couldn't you think I
No, man. I'm not saying that. What I will say to you though, no matter how you want to, if it's scamming today and it's murder tomorrow, whatever it is, I can tell you this: the real crime is poverty and corruption.
Poverty, and you're right, and lack of opportunity. But
yeah, the lack of opportunities because of the corruption. So I can't see beyond that. Whether or not, and I'm not casting any. I'm not cursing government. I'm just saying what I see on
corruption, right? And
yeah. I'm highlighting the corruption, but what I'm saying is poverty is the real criminal. It without access to funding, without access to money, people can't become the best versions of themselves. And it's not cute that we always need to get, every time we need to do something, we need funding. Even schools that are functioning, if they want to do one thing, if they wake up just one semester and they have 5 students that just know math to the point that they should be in Japan, they need funding and have to raise it, and the red tapes are going to prevent the greatness that we need to have. And so what we're left with is churches, every 10 of them in a 1 mile radius, and no science, no development. Children can't get up who have an interest in math and find a math hub. Or we are not cultured like that. We're not educated like that. We're nowhere there. I am sad about that because I know, I tell you, I went to Meadowbrook. I don't know what happened there, but they educated me. And I give credit to Dr. Morris for that, because there were teachers that were telling me that I was dunce. And then I had a mother that told Dr. Morris, I'm not dunce. And she says to my mother, I believe you. And I was allowed to do something there. I mean, I just have to say it like that because I don't know what happened.
But listen, but you know what happened? You said it. Look at the role of your parents. So we're fighting for children who don't have the parents like you had with your mom.
Exactly.
And with the quality to ISAT, and maybe we need to just spend time Rattigan in another few months just to talk about quality. When I say quality, it's not just the kind or the type of. The quality would be in the outcomes. If we're not getting the outcomes that we intend to get, then that means it's a quality issue. And that's where practitioners and experts can nuance the system. Because I can give you a program and I can play it. But because I'm not an expert in it, even though I'm running the plays, I still don't understand why I'm not getting the outcomes, because I don't really understand it. It's abstract. It's artificial intelligence. And so the quality ISAT that you're talking about is to say, we don't want the stories of just surviving and thriving. The find the odds are inspirational, but we want that to be the norm. That's quality. So if schools are not producing high outcomes, then we need to look at what we're in that system, in that continuum, in the ecosystem we need to fix, because something wrong. And we're always teaching and learning, but we have to add leadership at all levels, from local to the what I'm going to call the global level. And in Jamaica we have the regions and the ministerial level. We have to look at that as well. So I think, to me, I don't like, and this is Karen Dunkley now, and this is a bias I have, I cringe when I hear politicians, and this is not about Jamaica. This is me. In fact, my work, I'm international. I work internationally. So I say that so people understand my remarks contextually. Whenever I work with different governments, even outside of the Caribbean, right? Because, people, Jamaica, sometimes we're anti-intellectual. Let me get Cajun. Now, where she talk about who you think she is? But I cringe sometimes. I'm reticent to believe when people talk about education in the context of politics, because it cannot be a talking point. And my challenge to Jamaica is education is not a talking point. It cannot be one. This is not weird. You have so many other issues that we could play political football with, but not this, not this, not this. And that's
All right.
where I leave you.
And on that note, we're going to leave it there. But you just mentioned something about leadership. And I would invite you, Karen, if you have the time, to even though we're going to end our discussion right now, is to just take a look at what we're going to put up now when we talk about leadership. And we're talking about leadership at the highest element of the government. So things cascade. And so I'm not the least bit confused as to why there's a problem with the Ministry of Education. There's a problem with the Ministry of Local Government. There's a problem with the Ministry of Health. There's a problem with the Ministry of National Security. There's a problem with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. There's a problem with the Ministry of Finance. I'm not surprised by any of that going on. So I want to thank you for coming on and sharing your thoughts with us. Given that you make us smarter every time you show up. And I'm really, really happy for that. Not just myself and ISAT, but also our viewing and our listening audience. So
and can you shout out one of your audience members? She always listens and she texts me afterwards. I don't know if you know her, Gay Anderson. Are you but I just want
Gay Anderson, pick up yourself, Dr. Sepiel, you up, And if you have any questions, she said you can always reach her. You have our private number. So you can just don't share it though, don't share it. But you can call her and ask her any question you want. All right. So Karen, thank you so much. And don't go anywhere. I mean, yeah, you're gonna come off of the program, but I want you to watch this piece of what we're going to do right now.
I will.
And Dr. Dunkley, why must you be so beautiful?
Thank
it's
you.
Distracting.
I said you're very kind. It's so funny.
No, you must stop it.
Beautiful when we're not trying to be. When we are trying, we don't make it. But thank you. You're very kind. Thank you.
All right. All right. Bye-bye. All right, folks. No, we still have 1,200 people watching, and we still have a piece left to do. And this is part 3 of the lies and what else we call it, unfulfilled promises, and so on and so forth concerning the Prime Minister. And when we speak about the Prime Minister in this way, we'd like you to know that he's our Prime Minister and we want him to do well. But when he's not doing well, we can't hug him up and pretend. We have to call him out, right? And some of the people in the chat and some of the listeners, I know it's sickening for some of you to watch the Prime Minister because you've gotten to that stage, but I'm going to ask you to bear with us. Why? Because in order to level criticisms at the Prime Minister, you have to actually know what was said and what was done. So you may have to take some kind of medication to kind of keep you up from vomiting or whatever. But just watch what we're going to do and watch the discussion as we go through the videos and we listen to what the Prime Minister had and has to say. But before we do that, I just want to do a little monologue about the Prime Minister. Here we go. Our Prime Minister promised us prosperity. Yes. And he also promised honesty, vision, ideas, integrity, transparency, leadership, good governance, rule of law, humility, etc. He promised us all of those things. But far too often when we hear those promises, the stress is on prosperity. And because most of we poor, we grab on to that at the expense of listening to the other things. So it's like, it's almost as if we're saying, we don't really care about the integrity and the visions as long as we prosper. Well, you can't prosper in an environment like that. It is my considered opinion that the Prime Minister has failed to comprehensively deliver. And also, we should take note that more people are living in poverty than prosperity. And this promise was made back in 2016. And here we are, 2023, and we're still struggling with it. We still have people living in poverty, much more than we should. Now, allegedly, the Prime Minister is shrouded in shady financial matters and cannot get his statutory declarations verified by the very anti-corruption agency he brought into existence with much fanfare. The same anti-corruption agency that his government is trying to emasculate. And I'm talking about Integrity Commission. They have issues. They really do have issues. And we'll get to some of those later. The Prime Minister's administration is swimming in scandal as never before. His foreign minister is a documented liar. And I say that with every fiber of my being, knowing that she cannot deny that. She will never deny that in front of me. She may use fancy language to say she's not a liar, but she is. And if you don't believe me, folks, just go to the website, One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. Go to the website. The documents are all there. Our foreign policy is in shambles, and the respect we once commanded on the world stage has dissipated. Our infrastructure is deplorable. Our education system is dismal. Our healthcare system continues to be a monumental mistake, while our minister dances and sings on the beach to the tune of a little cottage in the grill. Contractors and developers lament the corruption in the Ministry of Local Government. The Prime Minister, by the way, has oversight of agencies that are responsible for giving his wife building permits. And where she should have built approximately 70 rooms at her lease flat development, she has built approximately 120, clearly in violation of the building permit. The Constitution has been amended to satisfy a few and frustrate the rule of law and good governance. Monies have been misappropriated without any consequences. The government passed a firearms bill just last year with severe penalty attached, and it was done to deter the illegal possession and use of firearms. Now we have the same government petition in the Court of Appeal to reduce a sentence imposed on a violator. Have you ever heard this? You passed a law to say we're going to cut down on crime. That's our intent. We want to stop people from the illegal use of firearms. Then you grab somebody, prosecute the person is sentenced, and then you, the same government who passed the law, is now appealing to the court to say, no, the sentence is too harsh. Laws have been passed with loopholes so big that a truck could easily drive through. The beat goes on and on and on. To paraphrase a quote I recently saw, let us not seek a JLP or a PNP answer to the issues facing our people. Let us seek the right answer. Not a PNP answer or a JLP answer, the right answer. And let's not fix the blame on the past. Let's accept our own responsibility for the future. Well, tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to listen to our leader. Listen and judge. Compare and contrast truth and reality from falsehoods, misrepresentations, and unfulfilled promises. Let's look at the reality and the Prime Minister's attempt to blame it on the past. And before I play the first video, let me just say that another quote I saw said, a good leader, the first thing a good leader is going to do with his people, he's going to address reality, not promises. First thing a leader is going to do, he's going to address reality. And the last thing he's going to do, or she, they're going to say thank you. And in between the discussion about reality and the thank you, for a period of time, that leader becomes our servant. That leader is our servant. How many people in Jamaica actually believe that? That the politician is supposed to talk to you about reality, create opportunities, make changes for you. And when he's finished, he's supposed to say, thank you for electing me to be your servant. And between the discussion and the implementation and the thank you, he or she, they're supposed to be a servant. How many people really believe that? Anyway, listen and we'll talk. I'll open the phone lines later on. We can talk. All right, here we go. Let me see.
It's so sad that Jamaicans are so accustomed to poor leadership that when intelligent, sensible people hold the current government accountable or speak out about the injustice of the current government, boy, let me be respectful. I don't want to call y'all idiots, but it just seems so stupid to me that you're going to defend poor leadership. Like, do you not have standards? Do you not have children? Do you not want a better future for them? Because that's what you're telling me. The fact that you're content with this hogwash leadership tells me that not only do you not love yourselves, you don't even love your kids to want to give them a better future. And for those of you saying that the government is doing such a good job, give specifics and stop talking claptrap on people's pages. Because you just saying, oh, it's good with nothing behind it is you saying a whole lot of nothing. And furthermore, when you choose to be a leader, you choose to be in a position where you are held accountable. Just like if you are a parent, you chose to have kids, so you chose that responsibility and you chose to be in a position where you can be held accountable if you are not taking care of those responsibilities. So as a parent, you're not minding your child. That's why you can be taken to court for maintenance. That's why kids have rights, so that parents can do right by them, and if they are not, they can be held accountable by the law. And it's the same with the government. Just like our parent choose to have kids, the PM himself chose to be a leader. Nobody never dig him up in Spanish Town and beg him to serve the Jamaican people. Him take up himself and decided he wanted to serve. He's the same one who swore to be a good and faithful prime minister. Not my words, his. So holding him accountable has nothing to do with my personal feelings towards him. Holding him accountable has to do with his leadership, what he promised to do and what he ought to do based on the trust that Jamaicans have given him to serve as prime minister.
Okay. Now she said promises. Now let's look at a very well-known promise, and look at some follow-ups too made by the prime minister. Here we go.
If you want to live safe in your yard, if you want to be able to fall asleep and let you do cooking, wake up in the morning and still be alive, you cannot make the mistake of putting in the game.
So the Labour Party makes another commitment to you. Unlike the PMP, who say nothing can be done about crime, the Labour Party don't share that view. We believe that there is a lot that we can do to solve crime in this country. There is a lot that we can do to bring down murders in this country. There is a lot that we can do to make you safer in your house and in public spaces.
It is not an easy task to communicate this, because there are vested interests who want to turn this into a political issue for their
political benefit. There must never be any political compromise about the rule of law.
Recordings just got better. Hey, it's Dana from StreamYard. I'm so excited to announce that local.
For decades, we have been winking and being duplicitous and equivocal about the enforcement of the rule of law. And that is why we are where we are today. My job as your Prime Minister, I passed the stage of trying to, or needing to win political popularity and favor. Doesn't matter to me anymore. I have to start to think about legacy. What will Jamaica be? Will it be the same as I came and saw it? I can't let Jamaica be this as I came and saw it.
In your yard. Nice, that step off. Okay. Now he said that he cannot leave Jamaica the way he found it. One of the things that you will readily notice with this Prime Minister is the idea of placing blame. He doesn't take responsibility for anything. Maybe he's done it, but I've never heard him come out in public and say, listen, you know what? I made a mistake. That was shouldn't have done that. I'm going to make a correction change. Him not take blame for nothing. Him keep going back. And I'm not making an argument for the PNP. I'm making an argument against the Prime Minister, saying that, look, when you take over a situation as a leader, the last thing you want to do is to focus backwards, is to focus on those people and say, well, it did happen 10 years ago, it did happen 15 years ago, and this and that and that. And he constantly does this. He constantly blames. And look, first year, you cannot, it's palatable, you'll swallow it, you'll say, okay, fine. He's blaming a situation that he, inherited. But remember, nobody forced him to. He felt like he could do the job and he campaigned on doing the job. So now he's got the job and he's been there going on 8 years. And he's still blaming people. If you don't believe me, listen to this. Oh, and by the way, blaming people, listen to what he says about himself.
And today we are still having this debate about the Jamaica Teaching Council bill. Well, as you know, I am the man to get it done. I am about doing something. Others can talk about it. But one thing, if they ask any poll, who is the Prime Minister that gets it done and has the capacity to get it done and will get it done? My job is not only to come with new things and implement them. I spend more than half my time trying to implement legacies that are unfinished. So I want to put it, when the conversation is going on, to put things into context. Because as I say, sometimes the narrative is very light and it floats off without being anchored in the facts and the realities. So the national effort could have been spent on breaking new frontier. But the national effort of the government, which any institution has limited resources, we have to be focusing on some of these things which should have been done decades ago.
Folks, hear the blame game. Hear the blame game. He's focusing on things that should have been done decades ago. He campaigned on fixing things done decades ago. And here it is, 8 years later, he's looking backwards. Now, he said he wants to leave things better than how he came and saw them. We have one more video to play, but before we do that, let's look at crime. And let's look particularly at the homicide rate. The Prime Minister and his government took over in 2016. I think it was February, early 2016. So they were there for almost the entire year. You know how many people died as a result of homicide that year? 1,350. No, the year before, remember I said he's leaving things better than how he came and he found them. The year before, 2015, 1,208 people were killed. Homicide. 1,208. The year that this government took over, 1,350. That's an increase. That's an increase. The year after that, 2017, 1,616. How is that making things better? The year after that, 2018, it dipped 1,287. But remember, the marker is 2015. Because when he took over, the figures were 1,208. The first year of the administration, 1,350. The second year, 1,616. The third year, 1,287. Still not where he found it.
And you must add to it the introduction of the state of emergency as the reason for the dip.
Indeed. And then we get COVID on top of that too, where people couldn't come out of their homes, right? So we have 2017, 1,616, 2018, 1,287, 2019, 1,332. Still not at the 1,208 marker. And again, not playing politics, I'm playing numbers. He said, the way I find it, I'm going to improve. I'm going to make it better. And I don't think he meant it in a negative manner either. So 2019, 1,332. 2020, 1,301. Right? Still not at 1,208. 2021, 1,474. 2022, 1,498. And this year already, we know we've gone past 1,208. So I don't know what he's talking about when he says that he's trying to make things better. And that's just one area. No, he says that he doesn't care about political popularity and favor. He's worried about legacy. No, people, this sounds like a prime minister who has given up. He's given up. You don't write your legacy. The historians will do that. The sociologists will do that. You perform your legacy. You work and let your work speak for itself and speak for you. So this idea that I'm worried about legacy. No, I don't mean to demeaning and make fun of him, but you just can't help it. He's a young man. He should be full of vim and big and vitality. He's a spring chicken. And yet we'll find somebody who just sounds like he's just getting with 1 foot on roller skates and 1 foot in the grave, politically. That's what we end up with. And remember, he just told you that he has the capacity to get things done. Do any poll and they'll tell you that the prime minister who can get things done is me, and yet still we cannot get crime under control. We cannot get crime under control. So what happened? Myriad of issues with the crime problem. Myriad of issues. And caused by inefficiency, bad decisions, including management decisions, distribution of resources, pitiful. We have a senator calling on the Ministry of National Security saying, look, we've given you money, spend it, because the money is sitting there. Then they said they don't have money. Then we found out that they have money. Then we have a minister who said he's spending 1.2 billion with a B US dollars since 2016. And that will end next year, March 31st. And we still can't see where all the money is spent. We have a minister of national security who's a trained doctor who have no idea. He should not be allowed in that space. But we have a prime minister who has allowed him to occupy that space for an extended period, and also bestowed upon him the title of deputy prime minister. The same person who WikiLeaks cable, the US government has accused him of being affiliated with drug dealers and gangsters. So who do you blame? You have to blame the person at the top. Remember what I said about that quote. It says that a good leader starts out first with telling you what reality is, discussing reality with you. And at the end, he's going to say thank you. And between the discussion and the thank you, he's going to be your servant. How has the prime minister served us? Not well. Not well. And if you just look at the people that he's employed to become servants of the public, look at where he's put them. I mean, you have a marketing genius who's in charge of health. He should be in charge of tourism, right? You have a financial genius who's Minister of Education. You cannot make these things up. So now with the crime issue, he's tried everything. He's tried Zozo, abject failure, state of emergency, colossal failure, curfews, useless, Operation Relentless. Where the hell is that? His crime plan, Project Secure, Plan Secure Jamaica. Nobody knows about it. Our borders are porous. We have more than 100 illegal points of entry. Guns are pouring into the country. Not to mention cheap Chinese products that I am sure is going to affect the health of our people. Where's the Bureau of Standards? Right? We're not getting the kind of service that we voted for. We're not. So now he cannot deal with the crime problem. So in his speech last week, and let me just, his speech last week, he was very, very short. Very, very short on the Ministry of National Security, right? Let me just go to this. Very, very short on that. And if you notice, they didn't talk about last year. They were saying, oh, we passed the firearms bill, and the Minister of National Security, he gave a speech like about an hour and a half before. He gave a different number of the weapons turned in and the ammunition turned in than the numbers provided by the Prime Minister an hour and a half later. Right? And then the Prime Minister got up and he said, oh yeah, it's working because 4 people died in Jamaica as a result of violence, 3 by stabbing and 1 by bullet. And he said, and so the measures are working, they're in place. After 1 day, he said that. And it's like him for him to say, because the man just go, radam. All hell broke loose. Same thing this year. Them come out and start, oh, crime is down, crime is down, crime is down. And that bogus report that came out that's saying that Jamaica is one of the safest places. Well, ISAT said it correctly. Maybe for tourists, if you're staying at the resort, because you fly in and you get bussed to your resort, and then you stay there and you're away from the regular Jamaicans, people who cannot access the beaches, still fighting. to access a natural resource, but you come in from Europe or wherever and you have access to it. So yeah, it's probably safe for you. But what about the other people? What about the people that you and first of all, remember, when you're prime minister, tourists don't vote for you. You don't get tourist vote. You get your people. They vote for you. And you would see it fit to go out of your way. Not that you shouldn't take care of them, but if you take care of them, but you have to take care of your people as well. And that's not happening. So he came up with this. Well, you know what? Listen to this. Watch this video here. All right. Now that was Senator Tom Tavares.
Your mic is all Ratty.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, can hear you now, but we wasn't hearing you.
Tom Tavares Finson is not a jackass. He's a very intelligent person, very smart to the point of being cunning. He knows what he's doing. I know Tom, and I don't think Tom was in his right mind when he said that. When he said the prime minister is the best prime minister in the history of Jamaica. That's political talk. So if you heard that before now, and if you hear it after, just disregard it, because that's not Tom. I don't know what happened up on the stage. I don't know what happened before he got on the stage. But that's simply not true. Now, let me see if Kevin, can you help me out here? Let me get this, the last video, the one with at the conference. Is Kevin with us or Kevin gone? Let me see something here. Kevin gone, left from on. Let me close. Something wrong with my mic, too. You can't hear me now, Isaac? You can't hear me?
I'm hearing you clearly.
All right. Kevin, just bring up that video for me if you're around. I just, and some of you may have seen it. Where last week he announced that he's going to form the, hold on, let me see if a ministry.
Ministry of Peace
Ministry
and
of Peace Development. Some of you probably didn't see it. So let me Kevin. No. Give me a second, folks. Kevin is no, that's not it. All right. While Kevin is looking up that video, and I think it's important for us all to see it, because you're gonna understand. And if you track the Prime Minister's speeches, and you also no, I just sent it. And if you just track his speeches and you track his body language, last week Sunday, he presented a defeated look. He just didn't have anything to say. In fact, his former minister, there it is, this one right here. His former Minister of National Security, Bobby Montague, gave a much better speech than the Prime Minister did. He just seemed defeated. It was flat, lacked substance, and it doesn't bode well for our country. It doesn't bode well for our country. And now he's coming up with this flim-flam idea that he's going to create a Ministry of Peace and Human Development. And I was having a conversation with some colleagues of mine, and they said, well, you can't do that unless you're going to have, if you're going to have a Ministry of Peace, then you have to deal with truth and justice. And they were referring to a Truth and Reconciliation Commission, something like what they had in South Africa. Not the same thing, but the idea of having people come forward and bare their soul, right? That's the kind of thing that we were talking about. And what it says to all of us is that he has failed. And he knows that he has failed. Not only that, the ministry is responsible for protecting us, for taking care of our children, for ensuring truth and justice prevail. Those ministries have failed. In essence, that's what he said, because you're talking about the Ministry of Education, you're talking about the Ministry of Justice, and you're talking about the Ministry of National Security. I'm just thinking what of a conversation that he had with Dr. Horace Chang. Because surely that cannot sit well with him to say, well, then we're going to open up a Ministry of Peace to deal with crime. Because that simply doesn't make any sense. And so I want to play this last video, and then we're going to open up the phone lines, and we can talk about all the subjects we discussed today, or even subjects we didn't discuss today. The floor is wide open. You can ask anything. Yeah, Maria, you're right. After giving the raise, he appears to be utterly despondent. He cannot remove Chang, so that's his way around it. That may very well be the case. And social media, Simone, you're absolutely correct. Social media is a conundrum for them, because social media is just beating them, as my father would say, street and lean. You know, we're still having a little difficulty bringing up there it is. Play. Right here.
Last thing I want to talk to you about.
All right, hold on.
Is peace.
Hold on, folks. Hold on. All right, here we go.
Last thing I want to talk to you about is peace. Jamaica is not a country at war. But our homicide rate, our death due to violence, equates countries that are at war. What it means is that Jamaica is in conflict. And who are we in conflict with? We are in conflict with ourselves. We are in conflict with our neighbor, our family, our intimate partner, our employers and workers. We are in conflict with our teachers and students. And we are in conflict, citizen and state. Everybody must start to think about this. We cannot continue to be a society in conflict with ourselves. If it is one thing, therefore, that this administration must do, starting in this term and for the next term, is to put measures in place to deal with the unabated violence that is like a disease, like an epidemic in our society. So we have commissioned a study on it, which we should get by the end of this year. And when that study comes in, we are going to reorganize the government to create and bring all the agencies that deal with families, communities, social development, parenting. We're going to bring all of them together under one ministry. I'm thinking of calling it the Ministry of Peace and Human Development, but maybe that won't be the name. But we need a ministry that is focused on reducing the level of violence in our society. Violence is at an intolerable level, and it is changing the character and nature of the Jamaican people. It is reducing the quality of our lives, and it is making us aggressive with each other. But violence comes at great economic cost. If we can reduce violence in our society, we reduce our healthcare bill, we reduce our policing and security needs, and we increase our creativity and social well-being. So yes, this government is going to take a deliberate and focused approach to violence.
Okay. Now, folks, all I have to say to the Prime Minister is really, you mean to tell me he didn't know about this violence problem when he campaigned in 2015? He didn't know about this. This is a surprise to him. He didn't know about this in 2016. Remember, no, he said that, hey, I'm the guy who, I'm the fixer. I fix things and I make things better than the way I found them. He didn't know about this violence problem in 2015 when he campaigned, when the murder rate was 1,208. He didn't know about this violence problem in 2016 when the murder rate was 1,350. He didn't know about this violence problem in 2017 when the murder rate was 1,616. He didn't, and on and on and on. He didn't know anything about this. So hear what he just said. He said, one of the things that the administration must do now and for next year is to put measures in place to deal with violence. People follow me. 2015, he campaigned. He campaigned and said, look, there is violence, and I'm the guy who's going to solve that because I'm going to make sure that you can sleep with your windows and your doors open. 2015. 2023, he's saying, we must put some measures in place to deal with violence. Does that sound like a leader to you, folks?
What measures, Mr. Ratty? Just answer that for me. You played the video. But you want what measures now and the next term? What measures are the measures?
Right. We don't know about that. Then he said, we have commissioned a study and we will get it by the end of the year. And when we do, we're going to create this ministry of peace and human development. Now, for first things, how can you make a decision to create a ministry when you haven't even gotten the report yet? How do you know what the report is going to say? What if the report says, no, we don't, we think the agencies should be left where they are? What do you do? But he has already made up his mind that, so you see that the whole thing is a sham. He's saying, I don't even care what the report says. Once we get it, we're going to form a new ministry. Now, if you go back and you look at his I think it's a 2016 or the 2020 manifesto, he said, we're not creating any new ministries. We're going to streamline government. Since then, he's created the Ministry of Constitutional Development, run by the Honorable Malahoo Fort. And now he's told us, I'm going to create another one, despite saying we're not creating anymore. We're not going to create any ministry. Now, I've been told that to run a ministry, to establish and run a ministry, costs upwards of 500 million Jamaican dollars per year. Where's that money coming from? Where is that money coming from? Then he commissioned a study. Folks, there is a study out there that it was drafted, submitted in 1993. I have it. I think I left it upstairs. But that report is called the Wolf Report from Chief Justice Wolf. All right. And that report lays out in detail the things that you need to do to address violence in Jamaica. In fact, a lot of the reports subsequent to that report, whenever they talk about violence, they reference the Wolf Report in their report. He didn't have to go on commission. We need to find out who the hell did he commission this thing to? Who got the funds to come up with this report? Who? Yeah, you got Papa Tree Card. Who got this? Because you didn't need it. There's so many reports in Jamaica. People, if I read another crime plan, I'm gonna fall over, because you know why? They have about a half a dozen crime plans over the years in Jamaica. And if you read the first one, you've read just about all of them, because they all come back saying the same thing with little nuances, little differences. In fact, some of them, they have distinctions without differences. But we have them. We don't need another crime plan. Just go to that crime plan. Just pick any one of the 5 or 6 of them. Pick any one of them. So this report that he's commissioned, and with the taxpayers pay all of that money to some consultant to do this, he didn't need to do that, because there is one called the Wolf Report. Look it up, folks, 1993. It talks about all the things you want to talk about with crime. I mean, well, when you read it, it reads as if it's something that was drafted yesterday. So now we're going to have this new ministry. And the establishment of that ministry is a demonstration that the government has failed to deal with crime. Has failed to deal with crime. And it continues to fail to deal with crime. And so every time, and what does he do? To distract you, he says, oh, we're coming up with another ministry. Not to mention that the Governor General has proclaimed, or just recently proclaimed, a state of emergency, which, based on certain cases brought by ISAT and others, the court ruled that the implementation of the state of emergency was unconstitutional, or at least certain aspects of it. And they went ahead and they do the same thing again, just 2 weeks ago, right? And you don't hear much about it. They don't tell you about the cost involved with establishing a state of emergency. They don't tell you about the people who get the contracts to put out the barriers and the canopies. They don't tell you about that. But we're watching. We are watching. Even after the state of emergency is over, the 2-week period ends and it's not extended by the opposition. The government is still paying for barriers. Barriers are still there on the streets. They're unmanned. There's nobody there, but the canopies are still there and they're paying for them. Who's paying for them? The government doesn't have money of its own. The government has your money, taxpayers' money. And they're spending it like it's going out of style. And so, folks, just gonna chit chat with Isat a few, then we're gonna open the phone lines because we want to hear from you. We want to hear from you, seriously. And like I've said, this is not about rubbishing the prime minister. And people say, "Oh, you focus on the negatives." Hell yes, that's what we're focused on. Because when you elect him to build a school and he builds that school, he gets no medal. He gets no medal for that because that's the transaction you had with him. We vote for your party, your party when you become prime minister, then you build us a school. You get no medals for that. Promises broken, they must be highlighted because if promises broken are left unchecked, if we don't check them, if we don't talk about them, then you will have more promises being broken. And then we just sit back and just accept them. And the more we accept, it's the more that they'll do or they won't do. So I could care less about people who say, well, you're focused on the negative. That's where we should focus because the purpose of it is to keep the government accountable. As soon as the election is over, whoever, and they pick up a prime minister, because remember, no, we don't vote for a prime minister. You don't vote for a prime minister. You vote for MPs, and the MPs in turn, they get together along with whomever, governor general, whatever, they decide who, leader of the party, who will be the prime minister. The purpose, once the election is over, we must, people, whether you're JLP, PNP, UIC, we must support the prime minister. And I'm not backing down from that position because he's the prime minister of Jamaica and we have to support him. We must support him. But when he's failed in his responsibility to deliver, we can't support him. We cannot support him. We have to call things as they appear to us. And when we have problems with our schools, when we have problems with the medical sector, when we have problems with law enforcement, national security, when we have problems with local government and infrastructure, when we have problems with education, when we have problems with foreign affairs and foreign trade, we can't sit back and just say, well, that's it. No. And that's what I'm saying to people. If you, I don't mind people being a JLP or being a PNP, but be a good one. When I say good one, I'm talking about one that thinks. Be a critical thinker. Don't be a legacy voter. You can be a member of any party and vote against the candidate in your constituency. It can be done. Be as Wellness Warrior said, be an educated voter. That's what we're promoting around here. And so I don't take a backseat to criticizing the prime minister when he's not doing what he's supposed to be doing. And worse yet, he's not doing what he's supposed to be doing. And then he starts blaming others 10 years ago, 15 years ago, decades ago, in his words. He starts blaming people. No, you've been there now going on 8 years. It's about time now you start standing up on your own 2 feet and take your licks, take the blows and do a course correction and do things in the benefit and the interest of the people of Jamaica. We're not even talking about the prime minister's interest and benefit because we all know the story that he was very, very almost poverty stricken. He was poor a few years ago. And suddenly he's one of the richest leaders in the Caribbean. should be done on that. That's what a study should be done on. Study should be done on his wealth. How did he get to be that wealthy from nothing a few years ago? Instead of doing a study on violence, no, a study should be done on him. And then keep in mind, folks, that the Integrity Commission has not verified his statutory declaration. And by the way, the Integrity Commission, let me just give them a piece of my mind. Folks, I've said it before and I'll say it again. If there's one job I would actively campaign for in Jamaica, forget about police commissioner. That is Rowan James's thing. That's the chairman's thing. He belongs there. He deserves it. He's earned it. He's qualified. He can run that show. I want the job of executive director of the Integrity Commission. Give me that job, Jamaica. Lobby for me to get that job there, and you will see a marked difference in the way politicians treat public resources. You will see. Because when I bring in my team and compliment them with the team that's there already, worries and I dance. People can't just know some go to prison. We're in Jamaica, but ideally we want them go to prison in America because them money shady and dirty, and it touch the American banking system. And that is something that cannot change. Once you touch a banking system, that's a permanent record. So we want to work hand in glove with the Department of the Treasury. We want to work with MOCA. We want to work with Integrity Commission. We want to work with the FBI. We want to work with Homeland Security. Worries and I dance. Believe me. And them know it. But here's where first of all, that law, the Integrity Commission Act of 2017, it's painful to read it because they have so many loopholes in there. So many shortcomings. But the one thing I would do with that law right now, if I were elevated to that position, I would come out and, like, when they put out that report, and they put out a report now advising the public that they've provided reports to be tabled to the parliament. They missed a step. Remember, when they do their annual report, as they did this year, when they said, look, we're investigating 6 parliamentarians and 28 civil servants. They didn't name any names. They just said, we're investigating these people. When they turn in the reports, they should say, we're turning in 4 reports on 4 parliamentarians that were investigated. There's nothing wrong with that. They did it for the annual report. So why can't they do? And guess what? When that's done, the public will know, okay, the reports about the alleged corrupt politicians, they're in. So now we're going to see what Madam Speaker is going to do. Which brings me to this point. Madam Speaker says, oh, I'm changing the rules. And so it has to go to this oversight committee and over here and over there and over yonder. We are in consultation with the attorneys right now to file a lawsuit against that procedure. Because the convention is that once the reports are submitted, they're tabled. They don't go to any oversight committee. Because no oversight committee is empowered to look at the recommendations made by the Integrity Commission. It's just a perfunctory matter. It's just a routine matter where we just say we're notifying you because you are our oversight body. Parliament exerts oversight over the Integrity Commission, but not as far as their investigations and the recommendations to the corruption prosecutor and her decision. That's a matter for the courts. That's a matter for the courts. So we are thinking about filing a lawsuit against her. Now we have more lawsuits planned, but this one, I think people will agree that this is well worth it. That we need to get some decision from the court as to whether or not what she's doing is legal. Because if you think about corruption, You can't delay it. You cannot delay the prosecution of corruption, because in Jamaica, when you delay it, guess what the defense attorneys do? Them file something called abuse of process, saying that you take too long. And we've seen cases in Jamaica where the judges have said, yes, abuse of process. Or we've seen cases where the prosecutor said, I'm not going to prosecute because abuse of process. So we need to get these things in the pipeline. Karen was talking about pipeline for education. We're talking about pipeline for corruption, prosecution. So the Integrity Commission, they need to come out now and say, listen, every time we submit a report, we're going to let the public know what the report is about. Not in detail, but in headlines. So we will say, just as much as we can say in the annual report, we are investigating 6 parliamentarians and 28 civil servants. Then you can come when you submit the report about them and say, we are tendering a report to the parliament concerning a parliamentarian. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. So that's where we are. That's my piece. That's my soapbox. I'll get off of it now and just ask Isaac to comment on the videos he's seen and the things I've said. The floor is yours.
I'll give my quick conclusion, and only to say that I maintain that we have what a PR prime minister with a PR government. He says stuff and he has a loyalist following, and because of that, what we find is he's a thinking man, and he always find ways to improve on that which he speaks about. The blame game is accurate, and I don't think it takes common sense for people to see the writing on the wall. I think at this time, the discussion has shifted from when I first came on the show or when I was on other shows previously to where we are now. We're so well advanced that it has become apparent that we're not making arguments for voting in the People's National Party as much as the writing is on the wall that it is time to vote out this prime minister because of the many lies that have been told or the many broken promises. And it speaks for itself. For instance, crime. The promise that you could sleep with your windows and doors open, to say, well, we know in 2023 are going to put things in place, but still don't tell us what are the things we're going to put in place to fight crime. And if you haven't figured that out, certainly in 2 terms, you're not the government that's going to ever be able to figure that out. So that should never have been on the table. You shouldn't even talk about crime. You should just lay out what your achievements are and tell people what you're going to continue to do rather than pulling the blame game card. What is eerie though is the multiple personalities and the schizophrenic behavior that is evident by playing of the video. So we're speaking about the videos. One person is saying, yes, I have the vigor and the drive. The next person is saying, boy, I can't bother at this point. But now tell nobody that I'm going to cry. I'm going to go to the Queenie. Happy birthday, Queenie. We know you're watching. The Prime Minister said, I'm going to ball, because I don't know what else to do. So we just want to build my legacy so we can compound the money a little more. And then he comes back and says, well, check my track record because it's me alone. I'm the doer. And these are narrative pushings. Is a narrative that is pushed to persons who, well, certainly you can tell me that if you give me a bucket of KFC, I will listen to you. But when the chicken done, it's business again. So I'm hearing these things that I'm realizing that it's only hungry belly people these things can reach. And the reality of it is this: the people who voted, as in the percentage of people who voted, has been so low that one election, I can tell you that COVID was the cause of why they got a second term and no other reason. Now faced with the reality, I'm not even going to speak about Mr. Golden respectfully, because we know that it is not about the qualifications of Mr. Golden, who is qualified. We know for sure now, if we never thought before, that the voting out this government is what is determinative of the way forward for the country. And as you rightly stated in your commentary, I don't disagree with you at all. We're talking about the integrity of a nation that's being carried on the backs of the unnamed six, that's being carried out on the backs of an entire administration who has not signed on to the Integrity Commission. When we have identified corruption as a problem, you have not taken steps on the moral plane to do that which you're supposed to do. Upon looking at that, we go ahead and say, well, we have a prime minister who cannot get his certification from the Integrity Commission, but stands on a podium and says, everything I'm saying to you is certified, tried, proven, and uncontested. It's actually laughable, but with all things, it's a matter for persons. As you said, we can't be legacy voters. One, you are going to do what's best for you. So the conversation is about the 60% of persons who have not voted and who must decide now in the most important election to come, which includes a referendum. What is it that you want for your country? Do you want to remain poor? Do you want to remain struggling? Do you want to not have a future on the promise that you're going to have better roads, you're going to have buildings without toilets that flush, you're going to have potholes that you have to contend with because even the quality of the roads is not sustainable, and there's no drainage system. So even the promises of those things, as they were completed, they were not done in a manner to which we can speak about something to be proud of. So it's a matter for you. I don't think at this point anybody has to bash the prime minister or bash the government, because actions speak louder than words. Beautiful speaking is of no moment, because to be honest with you, if it is that the basis to be the prime minister because my mother born ya, my father born ya, my grandfather born ya, everybody did born ya, and all of them who come off of the slave ship were never born ya, I'm a black. If those are if that's the basis for you to run a country, we're in a very, very, very sad state, because competence is what we need to make a difference in people's lives. And we need a government that cares about the people, cares about the Constitution, respects the court and the judiciary enough that other measures would be taken into place. So much so that when you call a state of emergency and the 14 days is up and you decide that you want to do it again for whatever reason, or are you wielding power that way, people ought to be concerned. I just think that on a matter of integrity and a matter of morality, the country must decide. You played the video of the young lady, and words are so much palatable when it comes from a beautiful space and said with calm and youthful exuberance, poised in all Miss World fashion, adopting everything she has said, because young people who will, the Jamaica is yours. I'm even going to dismiss myself from the young people conversation, but for those who want houses, for those who want advancement, I can tell you for sure, the poverty-stricken nation that we are faced with right now, which is, I said it earlier, why we are responsible, which is responsible. Crime is responsible for crime. Poverty, then crime, lack of education, desperation, all of these things. If this is something that you are okay with, and you make excuses for persons who are supposed to be held accountable, who shift blame, who says that if children in school are arguing, it's the parents' fault, not addressing that the Ministry of Education is failing because of the lack of funding, because of the things not in place. If you want to blame the other admission, and it starts to sound very stale when you hear about this 18 years, especially when it feels like you've been there 15 years and counting, whatever. Once we get past that, it's a matter for you. Your vote at the time will be for your future and not from the PR aspect of it. And I'm just going to leave it there to say that I adopt the words of the young lady. I agree with you, Mr. Rattigan. And at this point, I can say that that conference was a holding ground. Even they themselves know that it was not to the standard of what is expected for anybody that would have said they wanted a third term. And certainly enough has not been done for you to be granted. So request denied. And I just look forward to the new government, and I look forward to voting them out if they don't do what they're supposed to do, because nobody needs to be loyal to anybody that is harming you and giving you triggers to post-traumatic slave syndrome. And those are my submissions.
All right, let me just thank you very much. Let me just read you something here. It says, Mr. Speaker, let me start by emphasizing the commitment of this government to fighting and eliminating corruption in this country. Accountability, transparency, integrity are hallmarks of all self-respecting democracies, and these principles must always be promoted and upheld in furtherance of good governance, social cohesion, and economic advancement. These words I just read to you were uttered by our Prime Minister to the Parliament, Jamaican Parliament, on February 1st, 2017. This was when they were bringing the Integrity Commission Act into being. He also asked the Integrity Commission, in light of all of these great principles, he asked them for training on corruption and so on and so forth. And they received that training. And then they were asked to sign a code of conduct. And that code of conduct, it mirrored all of the principles they were taught. And yet, to date, they haven't signed the code of conduct. I haven't heard anything about them signing. All right? Think about this, folks. They brought this institution into existence. I mean, the creation actually started before 2016, but they won the election in 2016 and they thought it was a good idea. It was all the way down the track. And they said, okay, this is something that is beneficial to all of us involved. And in 2017, they shepherded through Parliament. And in 2018, the agency, Integrity Commission, started to function. They asked them for training in line with accountability, transparency, integrity, good governance. All of these principles, justice, they asked and they received the training. And when they were asked to sign off on it, just to sign off saying I received this training and here are your good governance, blah, 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 blah. They refused. They refused. And not only did they refuse, now they're trying to destroy the very agency they created. They're saying they shouldn't have prosecutorial powers. They shouldn't have this. When they bring it to us, then and now the speaker is saying, "Oh, when you tender your report, it's going to go to an oversight committee." And the oversight committee that they're talking about, essentially the oversight committees, I think there are two of them. Oversight committees, they're there to say, okay, let's make sure that these people are properly resourced and they're not running afoul of the law. But the oversight committees, they don't have the responsibility of reviewing the investigations conducted by the Integrity Commission. They don't have the responsibility. They don't even have the authority to review the decision made by the corruption prosecutor. Only one person, one person and a group of people. One person has the right to do that, and that is the DPP. And then the courts, of course, you can always challenge, the prosecutor, the corruption prosecutor's strategy or decision. You can challenge it in court, but not the parliament. Janet, I agree with you. The one question that I would love, well, they know about that question. So I have more questions, but one of the questions I wanted to ask them years ago was, what keeps you up at night? Because as an FBI agent and as a number 2 guy in Mississippi, we used to get that question all the time. What keeps you up at night? And there's a part of me that says that if the Minister of National Security, the police commissioner, maybe even the prime minister, if they're asked what keeps you up at night, they probably tell you nothing. They say, no, we sleep well. Meanwhile, a large swath of the population can't sleep with them windows and doors open. Cannot. So we have a problem, and we've had a problem now for a long time, folks. And here it is now that we have a prime minister who's saying, oh, next year or whatever, no, we're going to bring in something to deal with violence. Be an educated voter. Don't be a legacy voter. And with that, I'm off the soapbox. I'm turning on the phone right now. And we'll take your phone calls. Okay. The phone is on. Let me put up the number so that you guys can and we don't have much time. I'm not going to, I'll take the phone calls, but we're not going to be here all night long. So there you go. 667-369-8569. 667-369-8569. And don't forget, tonight at midnight until 3 a.m., relax with the Ripple. And we're going to be playing groove music. So bring your dancing shoes, bring your towels, get ready to sweat, get ready to, exercise, aerobics, whatever. But it's going to be fun. By the way, we're joined by our colleague or brother, a diehard. I can't believe this man really come out and bed to join us because he just had surgery. Here he is, Herb Nelson Jr. himself. Welcome.
Hey, thanks a lot. I it's like I didn't want to turn on my computer because I was fearing that I'm going to sit up here. Everything my wife tell me you shouldn't be doing. I've been doing it.
I told you today. Remember, I sent you the message.
Oh God, and it's hard to sit up. I think one of your people had this operation before, and man,
yes,
let me tell you, they chop up my back real good, and it was painful. I got home late last night because I was the last one up. They brought me in 10 o'clock in the morning and started at 4 o'clock. I didn't get out of the place till 8 o'clock last night. And so, at one point they were saying, oh, we might go ahead and keep you to make sure you're clear. I said, no. The whole family is here waiting for me, so I can't do that. But in any case, I've been listening to the conversation. I can't believe that the good lady is still talking about putting stuff through to the Integrity Commission. You know, the reason they form the not Integrity Commission, but to the
Oversight
special committee, oversight committee. Oversight committee don't have no oversight to do here, because what they're doing is covering their various partners in the house, right? It's totally unwarranted. Nobody needs to go through no oversight committee that they run, because they have lost integrity and they have lost all manner of the upper hand that they had before when they came in and they talk a good talk. Now they need to learn to walk a good walk and walk out of the place with their heads up if they plan to do anything, because this is not working. It absolutely is not working. You know, I've seen a lot of stuff coming in on her, and the bottom line is she and her husband need to pack it in. I think they have done enough for Jamaica. I think they have taken enough from Jamaica. I think they just simply need to move on. You know, I got a call tonight, and what the person is worried about is that we are being asked to register for one party or another here in the U.S. if the vote is extended to the diaspora. And the thing is, if the diaspora is to maintain its independence, I believe as a diaspora we need to have or seriously consider, Ratty, a separate system that we can keep talking to government, keep making recommendations, keep doing research, R&D to help the government, right? I look at the Jewish system, and I see where the Jewish Defense League and other Jewish systems make the contribution to Israel. And the population in New York is just as high, if not higher, than the population in Israel. So the bottom line, if the Israelis can have their lobby and can lobby the Congress and get a lot of stuff from Congress, we need to be able to do the same thing, which is what I thought we were in the act of doing, right? With the various passages we have had about the for the Caribbean, Public Law 114-291, as well as CBSI, right? We just need to get more people to believe in doing the things that we said in our plan that we wanted to do, which is supporting the various groups, supporting the various associations, and getting the government to bring back the what is it, the crime management initiative.
Yeah.
Get them to do the things that worked in the past. Forget about which party brought it into existence. Just get the thing working again. You know, we can't afford this. And Jamaica looking bad every day because the murders, man. I sit there and I watch the news a couple of nights, and all you can hear is murder, 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 murder. You know,
Murder,
so
with the kids.
they're
Hold on
giving
a second.
giving us a lot of business,
Right.
but them not coming through for us.
All right.
Yeah,
Hold
they're
on one
not
second.
listening to us.
Caller, welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Good evening. Where are you calling from? Hold on a second. I don't know if these guys.
Yeah,
I don't. Hold on a second. They're not hearing you. Hold on. Let me see. Go ahead again. Yeah.
That went into it with it, in addition to what went on with the voting at the UN. And then when you think about digitalizing, I mean, what would the support look like? Would it be in IT, or would it be in equipment? And if so, who's going to oversee the IT to verify the integrity of the election? Because remember, like how America had this big thing with Trump in case of like countries like Russia and China meddling in their election. So ever since then, it's just been swirling around my head, why these questions. So maybe I'm glad Herb was here. Maybe he could help me answer some of those questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Yeah, Herb. The questioner, she's just asking about the Israeli company that won the tender to provide digitalizing the election in Jamaica. She's concerned about that. What is that going to look like, and all the issues that you could think of associated with it?
Well, again, this is another government contract. And the fact is, we've seen in the past where they have flipped election results quite easily. That happened down in Atlanta back in the it was the Trump's election. There's a lot of stuff got flipped. And then you had the other group, Cambridge Analytica, did all the advertising and did all the mind twisting. And they came up with a plan that they sold people on the Republican Party. They sold them on the idea of appointing Trump, even though Trump was bad news from the start, still is. And they caused him to win the election and put the country in a tailspin. So if we're going to use an Israeli company, then we're going to have some of our experts to monitor that company and to ensure that when voters vote, to ensure that we do the marketing and we do a survey to see what the vote should be. Because if you remember, with Trump, when they did a survey in a district, Hillary would come out with like 55% of the vote and Trump 45. And then Trump ended up winning. So they knew something was off. So we have to do the same, we have to follow the same patterns. And this time get some people very smart when it comes to computing.
Well, you know what? Before I take this call, hold on one second. One of the things, Herb, is that it's possible that you through your linkages and your contacts in Washington, and particularly with the State Department, if you could get something similar to what President Carter used to do, where they used to do election oversight.
They still do it. His son, Chip, was with us down in Guyana when we monitored the Guyana elections.
Okay.
Right? And so we still need them. We need them more than ever so to come down to Jamaica and monitor the election. And Carter did monitor elections in Jamaica, right? And he made certain observations. So we're going to have to do that. But because it's the Israelis involved, the Israelis are very astute at using computers to do things that will befuddle the mind.
Okay.
And so there has to be a system of demonstrating that you can't flip votes on those computers. You can't dial in or you can't hacking and flip the votes. And
Okay.
that's what they're going to have to reassure the public, that those computers are not subject to that type of activity.
All right. Let me take another call here. Caller, welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Good night. Where are you calling from?
US.
Yes, sir. Thank you for calling. Please go ahead with your observation or your question.
Okay, well, I've been a long time listener and first time caller.
Okay, thanks.
And in relation to your earlier program, Anita, them guys.
Yes, sir.
Well, first I should address this panel. You know, you and Mr. Istat and Herb. Yeah, I appreciate you guys, and I think you're doing a wonderful job. You know.
Thank you.
And in regards to the earlier program with Nita, first I'm an ex-detective from Jamaica, right? And I served most of my time in Olympic Gardens from 1975 on up to about 78, 79. I know Nita very well.
Okay.
His home used to be next door to the station.
Yeah, he used to live right across the street from the station.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Malcolm Drive and Ellis Avenue.
Yeah, in fact, I remember you used to have some peacocks inside of that station. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I served there for quite a while, you know.
Okay.
In regards to the Prime Minister, I think the people should start turning their backs on him whenever he comes out to say something, to speak, because it's telling on the people's intelligence. He's playing on their intelligence. He's insulting their intelligence. How can he come out and say, I'm going to do this year, next year? All the plans he had made and set for himself to accomplish, and he have not accomplished one. Not even one. Things getting worse, and he have the nerve to come out and speak to the people. I think the people need to start turning their backs on him.
Okay.
They don't want to hear no more promises. When it comes down to promises, I think this is time when the Prime Minister should be pointing back and what he had done.
Right.
If he can't point to the things that he had accomplished, then he's not a boy.
Okay.
That's just a comment there. I just don't
All right.
listen to him anymore. He has to play something from him.
Right. Right.
Keep up the good work, and I've donated to the fund yet, but I'm going to do that soon.
Thank you very much in advance, son. Look, you take care, be well, and we'll talk soon.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Take care. Yes, caller. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Thanks for your insightful contribution to clean up the mess we have in Jamaica. One love and keep up the work. I can't stay long. I just shout the first time calling out of Jamaica.
Thank you very much, sir. Much appreciated.
Yeah, man, keep up the work, and we are with you 100%, man.
Thank you.
Call, we are there.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Much appreciated. All right. All right. Yeah. So, I mean, the struggle continues. You know, we just have to keep fighting. But people, I'm telling you right now, all I need is for the lawyers to tell me, go ahead. Yeah. And the lawsuit is on. Yes, caller. Good night. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Canada.
You're calling from Canada. Yes, sir.
Yeah, every week watcher.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Earl, get well soon. Isaac, stay, but I All right, thank you. My question is, this unemployed insurance that Nigeria promised the people, how does that work when you're unemployed?
You know, I'm not familiar with it, so I'll have to ask Isaac because he's sitting right there in the belly of the beast, so to speak. I said he's saying the unemployment. He's saying the unemployment insurance proposed by the Ministry of Finance. How will it work? What will it look like?
I know I get me in trouble, you know, so I'm gonna decline to answer that one.
Right. I know what you're saying. You're saying, yeah, you're saying that, listen, with the number of people not working or not looking for a job, then how will this uninsurance policy,
Unemployment, how would it work? Well,
Yeah.
it would be a way similar to that of the PATH program, in terms of whether you qualify to be on it or whether you were working before or something like that. Whatever it is just not as feasible and as viable as one would want it, but it sounds attractive to a man who is not working because he would think he qualifies for it. That's just what I thought of it when I heard about it. But as I say, I don't want to make my full critique of it.
Did you hear what I said? Well, that's for you, my brother. Think critically. That's all I'm saying. Think critically.
That's it.
All right. I think you're on the right track, but just think critically. All right. We'll talk soon. All right. Caller, welcome to Research again. Oh. Like the man says, you know, it's these schemes, they usually come up around election time, you know, where you get
always, yeah.
all of these things coming up, you know, we're gonna take care of you, we're gonna do this. And you say, but where have you been for the last 4 years? Or in this case, where have you been for since 2016? Right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is going to
Is there a program that the private sector and the government pays into right now to promote unemployment coverage?
Not that I'm aware of. No.
That's the kind of stuff you need.
Hold on 1 second. Caller, welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Good evening. Where are you calling from?
Jamaica.
You're calling from Jamdong, Jamaica. Yes, my brother. Talk to me.
We are not talk to the Prime Minister most packing bags and go. I went election because.
Oh, you want him packing bags and go?
No. Must get in again. So all I know where did they chat.
Yes.
No, you can't talk, man, because you know waste, man.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I heard you. That's good. Look, you're a Jamaican and I care about you. Believe me, my brother. I care about you and I respect your opinion. There's nothing wrong with it. Yeah.
You see, I don't know about the country, about people hungry and them things. The meal live in Jamaica, me not experience none of them things. And every evening we eat. I'm just trying to tear down the country because of politics, boss.
All right, hold on. Let me ask you. No, hold on. I'm glad you called. And you sound like a reasonable person. So we can have a discussion. Let me ask you, are you aware of the stats put out by the UN saying that 2/3 of Jamaica, almost 2 million people, go to bed every night with their belly full of. You're aware of that study?
Yeah, I don't believe them something, nothing.
So they're wrong. All right, let me ask another question.
I'm here not say Prime Minister not do anything. If ever the type of roads where Prime Minister work fix since he came into power and other things.
Let me ask you.
Too unfair, you know, man.
No, hold on a second.
All the man when you heard, can't tell Prime Minister to pack back down, go we vote for him.
But all right, hold on a second. Hold on. I understand. No. Hold on a second, man. Hold on. We have the 4 hour we have a reason, right? Let me ask you a question. Do you think the Prime Minister has control over the crime situation in Jamaica? Or I should say the government, because he's not. All right. Hold on a second. So he's failed. You said that him failed with the crime thing. So make we move on to.
The people fear.
Who failed? What is the people who?
The people who are being in lawless
No. That's why you have a Ministry of National Security, to deal with that issue.
But which government in the world, boss?
And that's why I'm. Hold on a second. No. You switch the conversation for me. I talked to you about Jamaica. Now you talk to me about. No, but I talk to you about Jamaica because you tell me about the rest of the world. I'm asking you, if the Prime Minister, you said the Prime Minister build good roads and in pass, you give him pass. All right, so hold on a second now. So I'm asking you now, how about crime? You give him a passing grade for crime?
Every time he tries to do something about the crime,
Brethren. You're not, no, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Make we just,
Let me something to you, my boss. Here, I saw him. Remember, him is an ex-criminal, you know. So him cannot talk about the Prime Minister most. So no sit down, run back to no check us politics, local.
Right. But you still answer the question. But hold on a second. No?
Prime Minister having people them for the ground around. So
yeah.
We understand that we Jamaica in a different form.
But hold on a second, brethren. Hold on a second. We are reason, right? We are reason. So far, I think you said that him failed on the crime thing, right? Because then you start expanding and say, well, everybody. No, let me talk to you. Hold on a second. But yeah, but I'm talking to you. Yeah, but yeah, no, I'm talking to you about this government. No, we're not talking about government. We're not talking. All right, and so you're saying that Peter Bunting failed then with crime, right? Okay, all right, good. No, let me quote you something now. Hold on a second. Me know why you're going nowhere now. Hold on, man. Yeah, no, hold on. When Peter Bunting said, hold on, no? Yeah, all right, hold on. When Peter Bunting said that we need divine intervention, right? That was what, 2015? Well, make we say 2015 because no, hold on a second, hold on. Here's why we said 2015 because in 2014, you know, crime 1,000. The murder rate was the total murders in Jamaica was 1,005 in 2014. In 2015, hold on. But this come from the police. I mean, all right, these are the police figures. The jail, yeah. All right. Listen to me. Of course, yes.
You see your program where you have almost two parties and almost non-partisan. Why you not bring on some people who support the JMP?
I'm glad you said that. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second, no? Hold on. You asked me a question, let me answer, no, brethren, man. The question is, why we not bring on people who support the JLP? Why we not bring them on, right?
Not really to support the JLP, like independent people who like, because every time
let me tell you what I do. Let me tell you what I do. No, well, here, this is going to hurt you even more because here's what happened. I've invited them. That's good. But here's what happened. You make a second now. Make your ex, man. That's good. But here's what happened. And that is your right. That is your right. But let me answer the question. Let me answer the question. You asked me. You asked me about I'm gonna bring on other people. Now, here's who I've invited on the program. I've invited on the Speaker House, right? The Speaker, the Prime Minister's wife, MP, Juliet Holness. I've invited her. I've invited Kamina Johnson-Smith, Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith. I've invited Minister Robert Nesta Morgan. I've invited Minister Horace. I've invited the police. What?
Me would never come to that program, because I see it is political.
So why you gonna ask me then say, oh, come in now, people upon it, and no, yes, them wouldn't come.
JLP people, because I don't like too much one-side politics. I like when things.
All right, you want to come on next week? You want to come on next week? Yeah, you come on next week? Yeah.
Take my number, man, and call me, man.
All right. Where number? All right. What?
You know who this?
No, tell me how. You know me? Buster.
Buster from Deep Rural St. Elizabeth.
I lie. Buster, I can't believe.
With the on the ground, you know, Mr. Rattigan, and you see, we hear me here, you know, I say, it's like, if you have a chance at the next election, let me tell you something. You know, so the PSP party split up, man, and this united. And that's enough people I can tell them to correct it. Because nobody
Buster.
is united.
Buster. Let me ask you a question, Buster. Is the PNP party in charge of the purse strings?
No, but do not talk to people who go to jail.
All right. Buster, you want no. All right, cool. No, Buster, we can't afford for you to do that. No, you know, I mean. All right.
Yes. Wait, what's that? Red mouth ISAT? You're right, Buster, because I'm going to take my leave right now. I'm going to get my Kentucky because right now, you chatting, I know you get some of that fertilizer. You have at least 2 bags of that fertilizer. So you know what?
All right. Buster, give me your number.
Get me, Ratty, I take my leave. And him for go and eat the rest of the fertilizer because right now, he must get 2 bags of it.
All right. Buster. I'm glad you listen. All right. Here what? No. Me have your number. No. Me have your number. Me and you will continue. All right. Me have your number. Me and you will talk. Oh, the truth, that to you? All right. All right. Buster, here what? Me are going to run now. But we are going to talk. All right. All right. All right, good. Buster. Me have Buster. Yeah, me have to go now. But me have your number. Me have your number. We'll keep in touch. All right.
You should bring him on along with his GLP representative. That's what should happen.
All right.
Yeah, man, Mr. Ratty, Herb. I take my leave now. Here.
All right. Take care. We'll talk. All right. No, we have to go now. We'll talk. All right. Hold on. We have to go. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Hello?
BRED bread. Big up yourself, boss.
I don't think Buster like you, Isaac.
Something about parties and people joining parties. And what we really need in Jamaica, based on what this caller is saying, is that we need more patriotic Jamaican. This man is too partisan. Imagine, you have given him facts and in come on and a game opinion. This is not so and this is not so. You tell him, say, the UN people and talk, say, how much million people go to them dead hungry at Jamaica? I must say no. How much money them people spend on those research? How much that man is a year?
Okay. Buster. All right, my brother. No worries, man. We talk soon. Thanks for the call. All right. Like, same so. All right. Yes, caller. Good night. Welcome to Reasons Rattigan. I'm fine, thank you. And you?
I'm doing good. I'm just here watching you guys and listening to you guys. You guys are doing an excellent job.
Thank you.
We are just here in Canada and we're watching and listening. Herb, good night. You're looking really wonderful. Mr.
Thank
Buchanan,
you.
and you, Trust.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much.
I have a question for you.
Yes, ma'am. Sure. Go ahead, please.
And I really appreciate Mark for what he's doing. And I think Mr. Holness should just pack his bag and go.
Okay.
So you could just tell him that there's a lot of us here that want to come home, but because of his foolishness, we are really watching and waiting. But we need him to go. It's about time.
All right.
Have yourself a good night, and we're here watching.
All right. Thanks. Big up the family for me.
You too.
All right. Bye-bye. Yeah, I'll turn off the phone. I know.
Well, I see Jamaica in the 2023 Global Hunger Index. Jamaica ranks 38 out of 125 countries with sufficient data to calculate GHI scores, right? With a score of 7.5 in the 2023 Global Hunger Index. Jamaica has a level of hunger that is low. That's what they're saying. All right. Now, 50 or above is alarming, extremely alarming. 35 to 49 is alarming. 20 to 34 is serious. 10 to 19 is moderate. And anything 9.9 and below is low.
Where's Jamaica?
Jamaica is 7.5. So them said Jamaica's global hunger index is low, but I don't know who they're surveying.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, because there's another stat from the UN, and they said that I'm sorry recently. They said 2 million Jamaicans go to bed at night. Either with a belly full of junk food or just nothing, substance. So, but I mean, look, folks, Buster, I give people a chance. I make them so they want to say, but I think Buster know the truth. Buster know the truth. Buster just talking. So we'll just have to just go with that. Again, let me just say, Buster, if you're listening, and everybody, check me out tonight, midnight until 3. We're going to play. We're not playing reggae tonight. We're going to play some groove music, and you're going to be dancing. Bring your dancing shoes. Bring your towel, and maybe some liquid refreshment, because it will be a night to remember. A lot of songs that you haven't heard in a long time, and even songs you've heard, but you haven't heard them in the sequence in which you're going to hear them tonight. So you need to tune in. Herb won't be with us tonight because Herb have to go sit down and relax him back. We're just glad to have him here. That he's. Yeah, can you hear me, Herb?
Yeah, I can hear you. For some reason, the mic seemed like it was going crazy.
Okay.
But
somebody asked me
I was looking here. Go ahead.
No, somebody asked where me know Buster from, and to be honest, I don't know Buster. So,
huh.
I was they say Buster.
You're being nice.
I was thinking that person is from Maxfield Avenue. So, but not this Buster. And this is somebody I met like way back when, because my mother is from St. Elizabeth, and I used to spend summers in St. Elizabeth. And so maybe it's somebody that I met, but this was way back. So maybe. Somebody said him couldn't survive over Lonesome show because Lonesome would have cut him off.
Cut him off, yeah.
Yeah, that's true. But
we have a thing here. I'm looking at this other thing, Ratty. 4 in every 10 Jamaicans have reduced their food consumption. And some 98% of Jamaicans who participated in this World Food Survey said there has been an increase in food prices. As a result, 9 in every 10 Jamaicans surveyed have changed their shopping behavior. Almost 2 years after the onset of COVID-19 pandemic, the economic repercussions continue to take a toll on livelihood, incomes, and food security in the Caribbean. Right? So that's what you're talking about. Food insecurity remains a significant concern to an estimated 2.8 million persons in the English-speaking Caribbean estimated to be food insecure. Right? That would represent, if that was just Jamaica alone, that would be the entire population. But this is the population across the English-speaking Caribbean, and Jamaica being the largest English-speaking Caribbean country. So they have a large chunk of that. And this is the Caribbean is at the tipping point for food security. The continued economic impact of COVID-19 risks widening existing inequalities and supply chain disruptions will be compounded by the global reverberation of the Ukraine crisis, the war in Ukraine. Right.
So what was it? Let's see. Somebody just said where is it? Oh, Marva. So because of stupid Buster, I think I will make another donation.
Well, you know, I mean, you have people like him out there, diehard to the party, right? And you can't, no matter what you say, you're not going to change their minds. But you ask them to ask the question of themselves that Reagan asked of us here in the US. Are you better off?
Hold on, Herb. So Flex put it on and say it's on Google. Jamaicans, more than 2/3 of the population were unable to afford a healthy diet.
Okay.
And that's the state of food security and nutrition in the world, 2022. The 2022 study.
The survey.
Gypsy girl. No, I think you're wrong. Can't disregard ISAT, but the thing about it is that sometimes you have to let people speak. You just can't shut down somebody because you don't agree with them. You know, sometimes you let them. It's not a matter of trying to convince anybody, but sometimes people, them have all kinds of internal things going on, mental and otherwise, and sometimes them just need to hear themselves, and you just let them talk. Just think about the world we would have if we would just say, we don't want to hear from you if you don't agree with us. I'm not from that school, and I didn't disregard ISAT. And the fact that I gave Buster a platform, it exposed him and it exposed people like him. So you just need to you need to listen to people and let them talk at times. You just can't shut down. I don't believe in shutting down people simply because this is something that I disagree with. No, if they start getting rude, that's different. Like when he mentioned something about ISAT, and I said to him, no, we can't do that around here. And he apologized. You know, so I did say that to him, and we don't tolerate that around here. But you can't stop somebody from saying disrespectful words because the words have to come out before you can hear them, right? You can't really tell what somebody's going to say. And once you hear them, then you take the appropriate action, which I did. I said to him, no, we can't do that around here. And he apologized. So that's that. But and I can't begin to tell you, a lot of you don't know this, but sometimes even in the chat, I see people inside there and they're carrying on, and I shut them down, and a lot of people don't even know because I don't even mention it. Because I monitor the chat, and if I see a situation where somebody is espousing a view that I disagree with, I'm not gonna turn them, I'm not gonna shut them out because of their view. But if they start getting disrespectful, no, that's something different. But no, I believe, let people speak. Provided they're not, they don't speak in the right or fashion and start disrespecting people. But that's it. And by the way, ISAT didn't leave because of Buster. ISAT, he has something that he has to attend to. He had to leave at 9. So just in case anybody's thinking that ISAT is not that kind of person. Anyway, that Buster is gonna say something that ISAT get upset and leave. Not yeah, ISAT is not that kind of person. So But you see, the thing about it is that we see Buster for who he is in terms of his views. And then the thing about it is that a lot of people come on and talk a lot of forget the attention. Look at the attention he's getting. We talk about 4 subjects today, 3 or 4, and we end up talking about Buster. You know, we need to talk about some of the things that we talked about today. We talked about the trauma that some communities are living with. You know, we talked about education. We talked about the prime minister saying that he's the guy who can fix things, and then he can't fix crime. We talked about Minister Floyd Green saying that Minister Kamina Johnson Smith is a steady hand, and that she had negotiated 24,000 bags of fertilizer for Jamaica. We went through all of that stuff. So we don't need to talk about Buster. We have a whole heap of things that we can talk about, you know. So
did the doctor come on today?
You mean Karen Dunkley?
Karen Dunkley, yeah.
Yeah, she came on and talked about education.
Oh, good. Because she was on our panel when we discussed good governance the last time. And in case a lot of people had missed it, you know, governance is a system by which entities are directed and controlled. It is concerned with structure and process for decision-making, accountability, control, and behavior at the top of an entity. Governance influences how an organization's objectives are set and achieved, how risk is monitored and addressed, how performance is optimized. Good governance is important because it helps organizations to achieve their objectives, persevere, strengthen stakeholders' confidence, provide the foundation for high-performing organization, ensure the organization is well placed to respond to changing external environment. And that is a summary of governance and good governance, right? So if the Labour Party was following the principles of good governance, they wouldn't be making excuses like they are. They wouldn't be finding ways to derail the Integrity Commission reports. Everything they're doing is countermeasures to counter a bad report. You should be able to answer for your people.
And you see people, right. And that's why we need to get to the people in the chat and let them know that Buster is in this thing. The focus is misdirected. We need to focus on suing the Speaker of the House so that you follow convention and table the reports regarding the 6 politicians and the 28, well, I don't know what the number is, civil servants. That's what we need to focus on. We need to focus on making sure that the Integrity Commission, that they act responsibly and they don't act like cowards, you know, because they do have the right to come out when they table that report, when they submit the report for tabling. They do have the right to come out and say, we've given the Parliament 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever numbers, reports regarding parliamentarians that we investigated. That's what we need to focus on. You know, we need to focus on the fact that so much fertilizer coming to Jamaica, and we don't have an accurate accounting of where the fertilizer went. You know, we need to focus on the fact that we have so much money coming into Jamaica, coming and still coming into Jamaica through the Planning Institute of Jamaica. And yet when we ask for documentation, they say we don't have any documentation. Right? That's what we need to focus on. Not Buster. Buster has 1 vote, you know. And Buster has 1 vote. And I tell you right now, all of you in the chat room, every single one of you, none of you can point to Buster and say, well, Buster is causing a problem with a benefit that you're supposed to get out of Jamaica. None of you can say Buster is involved with corruption and shortcomings, and because Buster is not government. And remember, the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation is all about holding government responsible. That's it.
You know, Now, if the policies in the U.S. that could make good governance in Jamaica, if those were instituted, it's simple. You open up to the media, you promote transparency and accountability. You're strengthening your institutions to be able to explain what they are doing and what they're accountable for. And you're implementing anti-corruption measures, right? If you're doing these things, then your institutions will be much stronger and they will be more responsive to inquiries from the public, like ATIs and stuff like that. Now, it's over a month now I asked Babsy Grange for a report of how much money was actually sent. I said, send me a copy of the ledger. Send me a copy of any accounting document you have, a draft, anything to show that you did in fact send this $4 million to the GFF to support them and support the men and women's team. That's all I asked. She said she did it. And no woman can produce this stuff all this time. You know, it's crazy. But, you know, that is accountability. If you did it, you have a record of it, produce it. Let us see it. And if we can't see it, then what do you expect us to conclude? You know, this thing is just crazy. They say something and they can't back it up. Cannot back it up. And that's what we expect them to do.
Me? Can you hear me? Okay. Can you hear me now, right?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Okay, yeah. No, I said I just wanted to share something with the people still in the chat, still watching. You know, the homicide rate that the police that they give out. I was given the understanding that it's not accurate, that there is such a thing called death investigations, where the police are still investigating the death of an individual, and so it doesn't get counted. And as long as they don't complete it, it doesn't get counted. Then there's also the one about the autopsy reports, where cause of death has to be determined. And if the autopsy report is not, then that doesn't get counted. And then also we have missing persons from 2015, 2016 I was asking about, because they say that in Jamaica, I think it's 7 years. If somebody is missing for 7 years, you can go to court and have them declared dead. So all of those three things, I asked the police about, and then they came back and they started asking me for clarification. What do you mean by death investigation? What do you mean by annual homicide statistics? They put out the annual homicide statistics, and they're asking me for clarification. So I had to write back to them just 2 days ago, and then I got a response from somebody, and what where we are right now is people can give them specifics because they already have the specifics, but they're playing games. And people, the ATI, let me tell you again, the access to information, you need to use that. You need to use it, because I'm telling you, you'd be surprised at the information that you'll get. I mean, I've gotten some terrific pieces of information that ordinarily you wouldn't get. But part of that is because I'm just stubborn. I'm a persevering person. So if they start giving me a hard time, it's nothing for me to file a lawsuit or file something with the tribunal or make a phone call somebody else. And that's how I'm getting my information. But I've got a lot of information through the ATI, and I have a lot that's still pending. So you need to use that. And if we would just pick a politician, and say, okay, let's go after this person. In fact, before you go, let me tell you this. Let me share this with you. There's a politician who, I won't call the name, but who spent a tremendous amount of money on a piece of property. And that politician has no business spending that kind of money buying a piece of property. None. We're going to bring that to light. We're going to bring that to light. I know who the person is. I actually know the piece of property, and we're going to bring that to light. So these are some of the things that we're looking at, because in that case, we suspect that there's corruption, because there's no way that person can come up with, the property costs more than $1 million US. And I believe it was bought cash, if I'm not mistaken. Right? So we're going to deal with that. And then we have quite a few more issues. The fertilizer issue, there's still a lot of unanswered questions from the Ministry of Agriculture. Still a lot. But before we go, let me just say, people, one thing about this, you think that, no, as I said earlier, Minister Favor Williams, she has a degree in economics from Harvard, and she has a master's from the
Wharton
business from University of Pennsylvania, and now she's Minister of Education. Do you think that because she has a history, not only an academic history in finance, but she also has a business history in finance? Do you think that she, instead of being Minister of Education, that she should be Ministry of Finance and Public Service? And here's why I throw that out to you, because Minister Nigel Clark, he's very good at math, right, and statistics. And in fact, his doctorate is Doctor of Philosophy, I think, for statistics or mathematics. He would be great over at Statin, which is a Statistical Institute of Jamaica. I'm not trying to demean him by saying we should take away his ministerial post, but I'm just saying based on his experience. What do you guys think about that? Delroy Truck. I don't know how many of you know this. He's a lawyer and he's also a Rhodes Scholar. But when you get somebody with in that position, I'm saying that the speaker is not always right, but the speaker's decision is final. I think it's time to retire that person. So I'm saying Delroy Chuck should be a candidate for retirement. I like Floyd Green. I like his style, not his policy, but his style, and the fact that he's a lawyer and he seems to be dynamic. I think he would be good over at Ministry of Justice to replace Delroy Chuck. And Pernell Charles, he studied in the United States. He lived in the United States. He practiced law in the United States. He has a way, and I've seen him on several interviews. I don't know if he would be good at in the Ministry of Information. Juliet Cuthbert Flynn, an athlete, former athlete, would she be good in the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment, and Sports? I don't know. Ed Bartlett, he has a thing in accounting or something like that. I think he would be good as the junior minister in the Ministry of Finance and Public Service. No disrespect to him, he's an elderly, he's a senior, he's in his 70s, and people say he's doing a great job. But actually, what I should say is that when the Prime Minister first started down this road of forming the cabinet in 2016, this is what he should have done, because nobody's going to remove Ed Bartlett right now. But Ed Bartlett would have been a better service to the country by being over the Ministry of Finance. So let me have Minister of Foreign Affairs, Orlando Terrelon. So what do you guys think about that? Oh,
so Jamaica has too many lawyers in office. That's why they have so much corruption. But
right.
There's always a way to bend the law to achieve a purpose, but to break the law and to undermine the system is not what it was intended for, right? And so if we're going to undermine the system and we're going to act with arrogance, which is what Juliet Holness is doing, she's acting with a lot of arrogance. When she wants to take the work that senior lawyers did in the Integrity Commission, question that work, and then give it to spin doctors in our committee in Parliament, so they can spin something out of there to put the question of the Integrity Commission findings, put that into debate, offer it up to debate, right? Come up with a counter argument. That is not what the Integrity Commission's job was. And
Right.
then you have Seymour Panton is a senior judge, retired.
Right.
And other judges and prosecutors type on that panel. So I have faith in them that their findings is well founded. So where do we go from here? Who does Juliet Holness and her husband respect? Who are they going to
The
respect?
court. We just have to bring it in court. We
Court,
just have to file a lawsuit. Bring attention to it. You know.
So,
Somebody asked a question, Herb. They were asking you, do politicians with green cards need to report their income to IRS?
Yeah.
My understanding is yes.
Yes.
You have to report because you're supposed to be living in the United. The first thing is that you're supposed to be living in the United States.
Yep.
And if you live outside and you make money, you have to report it. So the answer to that, freedom.
Absolutely, they're supposed to report it.
Right. Let me see if there are any more questions here before we go. Ed Bartlett is good in tourism. I agree that Ed is, but I'm just saying that in the beginning when they started going down this road, if you were looking at people and their experience and putting them exactly where they were supposed to, you think that based on training, experience, knowledge, that they would be of best service to Jamaica, then he wouldn't be the person there. You'd have a person like Chris Stoughton, a marketing guy, but you're right. We're down the road. He's good for tourism, and so no, they're not going to remove him. Let me see what else. Trying to call again. Captain J. No, the phone's off. Caroline.
They're asking about Gina and Panton. Gina and Panton should have been let out on bail, because it's obvious this woman had very little to do with the majority of the monies that's missing in that agency, the SSL, right? Gina and Panton is being used as a scapegoat, and she already admitted it. She's taking the hit for her boss. So it's really her boss and his son that should be called to court to explain what happened, because both of them were the executives running the SSL. And it wouldn't be surprising if we found out that some of that SSL money was making its way into the party coffers to fund something, whether it's the local election or national elections. But we need to keep digging. And we talk about transparency and accountability. If there was transparency in the SSL investigation, Mr. Rattigan, wouldn't they be giving updates when the commissioner of police and his sidekick, the deputy commissioner for crime, come on? Aren't they expected to give updates on the big cases that's facing down the country? How come you don't hear anything from them?
Right.
And we talk about good
clear.
governance.
It's clear to me that this government is, I mean, and I said this meaning our government is not transparency, and those are just concepts to them. They're abstracts. They're not living by the creed. They're not. And I mean, we play the videos and then we look at what has taken place, and it's clear that there is no, even after 7 years, you can still see the reluctance to abide by those principles. And then what they do is they say, oh, but next year and the year after, yeah, we will abide by it. No. So All right. Well, folks, we're going to leave now. And tonight, check me out tonight in a couple hours. And then tomorrow we'll be on Waterhouse Vibes and Win Lonesome's program, the town hall meeting at 7. Herb, look, just take care of yourself, man, and just get all the rest you need. Say hello to your wife for me. And if you need anything, just give me a call. I'm just feet away from you.
Yeah, I hear you. And good night to your very concerned listening audience. I love them to death. They always have good ideas that they put out
Right.
there. Yeah, I'll go rest, Sophia. Yeah, I've been up
All right.
long
We'll
enough.
talk. All right. Take care, Herb.
All right, later. Thanks.